Also please tell me why the king Ravana underwent all sorts of sufferings. Please tell me who or what it is that experiences all these sufferings. Vasishtha replied, O Rama, it is not really true that consciousness is in any way related to this body. The body has only been fancied by the consciousness as if in a dream. When consciousness, clothed as it were, by its own energy, limits itself and considers itself a jiva, that jiva, endowed with this restless energy, is involved in this world's soft-appearance. The embodied being who enjoys or suffers the fruits of past actions and who dons a variety of bodies is known as egotism, mind and also jiva. Neither the body nor the enlightened being undergoes suffering, it is only the ignorant mind that suffers. It is only in a state of ignorance, like sleep, that the mind dreams of the world's soft-appearance, not when it is awake or enlightened. Hence the embodied being that undergoes suffering here is variously known as the mind, ignorance, jiva, and mental conditioning, as also the individualized consciousness. The body is insentient and hence can neither enjoy nor suffer. Nescience gives rise to heedlessness and unwisdom, hence it is nescience alone that enjoys or suffers. It is indeed the mind alone that is born, weeps, kills, goes, abuses others, etc., not the body. In all the experiences of happiness and unhappiness is also in all the hallucinations and imaginations. It is mind that does everything, and it is mind that experiences all this. Mind is man. I shall narrate to you the reason for the sufferings of the king Ravana. Ravana was a descendant of Harishcandra. Ravana thought, my grandfather performed a great religious rite and became a great man. I should also perform the same rite. He gathered the necessary materials and the religious man and he performed the rite mentally for a whole year, while sitting in his own garden. Since he had thus successfully completed the religious rite performed mentally, he was entitled to its fruits. O Rama, thus you see that mind alone is the performer of all actions and hence it is also the experiencer of all happiness and unhappiness. Therefore, guide your mind along the paths to salvation, Rama. 3:116, 117 Vasistha continued, I myself was a witness to the scene in King Ravana's court, and when they wished to know who that juggler was after he had abruptly disappeared from the court, I saw his identity through my subtle vision and found that he was a messenger of the gods. It is the tradition that Indra would send all sorts of afflictions to test the strength of anyone who engaged himself in that particular religious rite which Ravana was performing mentally. The hallucinations he had were the result. The rite was performed by the mind and the hallucinations were experienced by the mind. When the same mind is thoroughly purified, you will get rid of all duality and diversity which it creates. Rama, I have already narrated to you the process of cyclical creation, after the previous cosmic dissolution, and of how one comes to entertain the false notions of I and mine. Equipped with wisdom, he who gradually ascends the 7 steps to perfection in yoga attains liberation from these. Rama asked, Holy Sir, what are the 7 steps you have referred to? Vasistha replied, O Rama, there are 7 descending steps of ignorance, and there are 7 ascending steps of wisdom. I shall now describe them to you. To remain established in self-knowledge is liberation. When this is disturbed, there arises egotism and bondage. The state of self-knowledge is that in which there is no mental agitation, neither distraction nor dullness of mind, neither egotism nor perception of diversity. The delusion that veils this self-knowledge is 7-fold: seed state of wakefulness, wakefulness, great wakefulness, wakeful dream, dream wakefulness and sleep. In pure consciousness when mind and jiva exist only in name it is the seed state of wakefulness. When notions of I and this arise it is known as wakefulness. When these notions get strengthened by the memory of previous incarnations, it is great wakefulness. When the mind is fully awake to its own fancies and is filled with them, it is wakeful dream. The false notions of experiences during sleep, which yet appear to be real, are dreams. In the dream wakeful state one recalls past experiences as if they are real now. When these are abandoned in favor of total inert dullness, it is sleep. These 7 have their own innumerable subdivisions. Vasistha continued, 3:118, I shall now describe to you, O Rama, the 7 states or planes of wisdom. Knowing them you will not be caught in delusion. Pure wish or intention is the first, inquiry is the second, the third is when the mind becomes subtle, establishment and truth is the fourth, total freedom from attachment or bondage is the fifth, the sixth is cessation of objectivity, and the seventh is beyond all these. Why do I continue to be a fool? I shall seek holy men and scriptures, having cultivated dispassion, such a wish is the first state. Thereupon one engages in the practice of inquiry, direct observation. With all these, there arises non-attachment, and the mind becomes subtle and transparent. This is the third state. When these 3 are practiced, there arises in the seeker a natural turning away from sense pleasures and there is natural dwelling in truth. This is the fourth state. When all these are well practiced, there is total non-attachment and at the same time a conviction in the nature of truth. This is the fifth state. Then one rejoices in one's own self. The perception of duality and diversity both within oneself and outside oneself ceases, and the efforts that one made at the inspiration of others bear fruition in direct spiritual experience. After this, there is no other support, no division, no diversity, and self-knowledge is spontaneous, natural and therefore unbroken. This is the seventh, transcendental state. This is the state of one who is liberated even while living here. Beyond this is the state of one who has transcended even the body. Adi Rama. All these great ones who ascend these 7 planes of wisdom are holy men. They are liberated and they do not fall into the mire of happiness and unhappiness. They may or may not work or be active. They rejoice in the self and do not stand in need of others to make them happy. The highest state of consciousness can be attained by all, even by animals and by primitive men, by those who have a body and even by disembodied beings, for it involves only the rise of wisdom. They who have reached the highest planes of consciousness are indeed great men. They are adorable. Even an emperor is like a worthless blade of grass compared to them, for they are liberated here and now. 3:119 Vasistha continued, the self ignorantly imagines an egotistic existence even as if gold forgetting its goldness might think it is a ring and weep and wail, alas, I have lost my goldness. Rama asked, Holy Sir, how can this ignorance and egotism arise in the self? Vasistha said, Rama, one should ask questions concerning the reality only, not concerning the unreal. Neither goldless ringness nor limited egotism exists in truth. When the goldsmith sells the ring he weighs out the gold, for it is gold. If one were to discuss the existence of the ringness in the ring, and the finite form in the infinite consciousness, then one has to compare it with the barren woman's son. The existence of the unreal is unreal, it arises in ignorance and vanishes when inquired into. In ignorance one sees silver in the mother-of pearl, but it cannot serve as silver even for a moment. As long as the truth that it is mother of pearl is not seen, the ignorance lasts. Even as one cannot extract oil from sand and even as one can obtain only gold from the ring, there are no 2 things here in this universe. The one infinite consciousness alone shines in all names and forms. Such indeed is the nature of this utter ignorance, this delusion and this world process. Without real existence there is this illusory notion of egotism. This egotism does not exist in the infinite self. In the infinite self there is no creator, no creation, no worlds, no heaven, no humans, no demons, no bodies, no elements, no time, no existence and no destruction, no you, no I, no self, no that, no truth, no falsehood, none of these, no notion of diversity, no contemplation and no enjoyment. Whatever is, and is known as the universe, is that supreme peace. There is no beginning, no middle and no end. All is all at all times, beyond the comprehension of the mind and the speech. There is no creation. The infinite has never abandoned its infinity. That has never become this. It is like the ocean, but without ocean's movement. It is self-luminous like the sun, but without activity. In ignorance, the Supreme Being is viewed as the object, as the world. Even as space exists in space, one with space, even so what appears to be the creation is Brahman existing in Brahman, as Brahman. The notions of far and near, of diversity, of here and there are as valid as the distance between two objects in a mirror in which a whole city is reflected. Vasishtha continued, 3:120, 121. The day after his hallucinatory experience, King Lavana thought, I should actually go to those places that I saw in the vision, perhaps they exist in reality. Immediately, he set out with his retinue and proceeded in a southerly direction. Soon, he came across the very scenes of his vision and the type of people whom he had seen then. He met the very people whom he knew during his existence as a tribesman. He even saw his own destitute children. He saw there an old woman who was weeping and screaming in agony, "Oh my beloved husband, where have you gone, leaving us all here? I have lost my beautiful daughter who had an extraordinary stroke of luck to obtain a handsome king for her husband. Where have they all gone? Alas, I have lost all of them." The king approached her, consoled her and learned from her that she was indeed the mother of his tribal wife. Out of compassion he gave them enough wealth to meet their needs and to help them out of the drought that had stricken the whole countryside, even as he had seen the day before. He had dwelt among them for some time and then returned to his palace. The next morning, the king asked me to explain the mystery and was fully satisfied with my answer. "O Rama, thus the power of essence is capable of creating a total confusion between the real and the unreal." Rama asked, "O sage, this is indeed puzzling. How can that which was seen in a dream or hallucination be also experienced in the reality of the waking state?" Vasishtha answered, "But, O Rama, all this is ignorance. The notions of far and near, a moment and eternity, are all hallucinations. In ignorance the real appears to be unreal, and the unreal seems to be real. The individualized consciousness perceives what it thinks it perceives, on account of its conditioning. On account of ignorance, when the notion of egotism arises, at that very moment the delusion of a beginning, a middle and an end also arises. One who is thus deluded thinks that he is an animal and experiences this. All this happens on account of accidental coincidence, just as a crow flies towards a coconut palm and as it alights on the tree, a fruit falls down as if the crow dislodged it, though, in fact, the crow did not. Similarly, by pure coincidence and in ignorance, the unreal seems to be real. Vasishtha continued, in his hypnotic state, the king Lavana obviously saw reflected in his own consciousness the marriage of a prince with a tribal woman, etc., and he experienced it as if it happened to him. A man forgets what he did earlier in his life even if at that time he had devoted a lot of time and energy to that action. Even so, he now thinks that he did not do what he actually did. Such discrepancies in memory are often seen. Even as one sometimes dreams of a past incident as if it were happening now, Lavana experienced in his vision some past incident connected with the tribesman. It is possible that the people in the forests on the slopes of the Vindhyas experienced in their own minds the visions that appeared in the consciousness of Lavana. It is also possible that Lavana and the tribesmen saw in their own minds whatever was experienced by the other. These hallucinations become reality when experienced by many, even as a statement made by very many people is accepted as true. When these are incorporated in one's life, they acquire their own reality. After all, what is the truth concerning the things of this world, except how they are experienced in one's own consciousness? Essence is not a real entity, even as oil and sand is not a real entity. Essence and the self cannot have any relationship, for there can be relationship only between same or similar entities. This is obvious in everyone's experience. Thus, it is only because consciousness is infinite that everything in the universe becomes noble. It is not as if the subject illumines the object which has no luminosity of its own, but since consciousness is all this, everything is self-luminous, without requiring a perceiving intelligence. It is by the action of consciousness becoming aware of itself that intelligence manifests itself, not when consciousness apprehends an inert object. It is not correct to say that there is a mixture in this universe of the sentient and the inert, for they do not mix. It is because all things are full of consciousness, and when this consciousness comprehends itself there is knowledge. One may see a relationship between a tree and a rock, though they appear to be inert, but such relationship exists in their fundamental constituents which have undergone a certain kind of change to become a tree and another to become a rock. This is also seen in the sense of taste. The taste buds in the tongue responds to the taste in the food, etc., because of their similarity in constitution. Vasishtha continued, all relationship is therefore the realization of the already existing unity. It is regarded as relationship only because of the previous false and deluded assumption of a division into subject and object. In fact, there is only one all, the infinite consciousness. Therefore, O Rama, realize this universe as the infinite consciousness. It is filled with the jugglery of the power of that consciousness, yet, nothing has happened, for the full cannot be filled with more. It is filled only in the sense of a space which is filled with an imaginary city. Only when the gold is forgotten does one see a bracelet. Bracelet is an illusory appearance of gold, even so are the illusory notions of a nation or the world and also that of repeated births. When the false notion of the bracelet is rejected, the truth of the gold is realized, and when the false notion of the subject object is rejected, there is no ignorance to create a division. Thought alone creates all these divisions and illusions. When it ceases, creation ceases, too, then you realize that all the waves constitute one ocean, dolls are wood, pots are clay, and the three worlds are absolute Brahma. In the middle between the sight and the seen, there is a relationship which is known as the seer. When the division between the seer, the sight and the seen is abolished, that is the supreme. When the mind travels from one country to another, between them is cosmic intelligence. Be that always. Your true nature is distinct from the limited wakeful, dreaming and sleep consciousness. It is eternal, unknowable, not inert. Remain as that always. Remove dullness and be established in the truth in your heart, and then, whether you are busily engaged in activity or in contemplation, remain as that always, without cravings and hatred and without getting tangled in body consciousness. Even as you do not busy yourself with the affairs of a future village. Do not get tangled with the moods of your mind, but be established in truth. Regard the mind as a foreigner or a piece of wood or stone. There is no mind in infinite consciousness. That which is done by this non-existent mind is also unreal. Be established in this realization. In fact, the mind does not exist. If it did exist, now it is dead. Yet this dead mind sees all this, which is therefore false perception. Be established firmly in this realization. He who is ruled by this mind which is totally non-existent is indeed insane and feels that a thunderbolt is descending from the moon. Therefore, reject the reality of the mind from a great distance and be ever devoted to right thinking and meditation. I have investigated the truth concerning the mind for a very long time, O Rama, and have found none, only the infinite consciousness exists. Vasishtha continued, 3:122. This seemingly endless stream of ignorance can be crossed over only by the constant company of the holy ones. From such company there arises wisdom concerning what is worth seeking and what is to be avoided. Then there arises the pure wish to attain liberation. This leads to serious inquiry. Then the mind becomes subtle because the inquiry thins out the mental conditioning. As a result of the rising of pure wisdom, one's consciousness moves in the reality. Then the mental conditioning vanishes and there is non-attachment. Bondage to actions and their fruits ceases. The vision is firmly established in truth and the apprehension of the unreal is weakened. Even while living and functioning in this world, he who has this unconditioned vision does what has to be done as if he is asleep, without thinking of the world and its pleasures. After some years of living like this, one is fully liberated and transcends all these states. He is liberated while living. Such a liberated sage is not elated at what he gets, nor does he grieve for what he has not. O Rama, in you also the conditioning of the mind has been weakened. Strive to know the truth. By attaining knowledge of the self, which is infinite consciousness, you will go beyond grief, delusion, birth and death, happiness and unhappiness. The self being one and undivided, you have no relatives and therefore no sorrow born of such false relationship. The self being one and undivided, there is nothing else worth attaining or desiring. This self undergoes no change and does not die. When the pot is broken, the space within it is not broken. When mental conditioning is overcome and the mind is made perfectly tranquil, the illusion that deludes the ignorant comes to an end. It is only as long as this illusion, Maya, is not clearly understood that it generates this great delusion, but once it is clearly understood, it is seen as the infinite, and it becomes the source of happiness and the realization of the absolute Brahman. It is only for the sake of scriptural instruction that one speaks of the self, Brahman, etc., but in truth one alone is. It is pure consciousness, not embodied being. It is, whether one knows or not, whether one is embodied or without a body. All the unhappiness you see in this world belongs to the body. The self which is not grasped by the senses is not touched by sorrow. In the self there is no desire, the world appears in it without any wish or intention on its part. Thus, O Rama, through my precepts the false notion of a creation and its existence has been dispelled. Your consciousness has become pure, devoid of duality. Part 4 on Existence, Vasishtha continued. 4:1, O Rama, after the exposition of the true nature of world creation I shall deal with the exposition of the true nature of the sustenance of this world appearance. Only as long as the delusion of this world appearance lasts is there this existence of the world as an object of perception. In fact, it is as real as a dream vision, for it is produced out of nothing by no one with no instruments on nothing. This world appearance is experienced only like a daydream. It is essentially unreal. It is a painting on void like the colors of the rainbow. It is like a widespread fog, when you try to grasp it, it is nothing. Some philosophers treat this as inert substance or void or the aggregate of atoms. Rama asked, it has been said that this universe remains in a seed state in the Supreme Being, to manifest again in the next epoch. How can this be, and are they who hold this view to be regarded as enlightened or ignorant? Vasistha continued, they who say that this universe exists in a seed state after the cosmic dissolution are those who have firm faith in the reality of this universe. This is pure ignorance, O Rama. It is a totally perverted view which deludes both the teacher and the hearer. The seed of a plant contains the future tree. This is because both the seed and the sprout are material objects which are capable of being apprehended by the senses and the mind. But, that which is beyond the reach of the mind and the senses, how can that be the seed for the worlds? In that which is subtler than space, how can there exist the seed of the universe? When that is so, how can the universe emerge from the Supreme Being? How can something exist in nothing? And if there is something called the universe in it, how is it not seen? How can a tree spring out of the empty space in a jar? How can two contrary things, Brahman and the universe, coexist? Can darkness exist in the sun? It is appropriate to say that the tree exists in the seed, because both these have appropriate forms. But in that which has no form, Brahman, it is inappropriate to say that this cosmic form of the world exists. Hence, it is pure foolishness to assume that there exists a causal relationship between Brahman and the world. The truth is that Brahman alone exists and what appears to be the world is that alone. 4:2, 3 Vasistha continued, Rama, if the universe existed in the seed state in the absolute Brahman during the cosmic dissolution, then it would need a cooperative cause for its manifestation after the dissolution. To assume that the universe manifested without such cooperative causation is to assume the existence of a barren woman's daughter. Hence, the fundamental cause itself has to be seen as the very nature of the Supreme Being which continues to be so even during the period after the dissolution, in what one regards as this creation. There is no cause and effect relation between the Supreme Being and the universe. Millions of universes appear in the infinite consciousness, Siddhakaza, like specks of dust in a beam of light streaming into a room through a hole in the roof. But, even as such specks of dust are not to be seen in the outside sunlight itself, the world is not seen in the supreme non-dual consciousness. That is because these universes are non-different from the infinite consciousness, even as one's nature is not different from oneself. At the conclusion of the cosmic dissolution, there arose the creator of the universe who was nothing more than memory. The thoughts that arose from that memory constitute this world appearance, which is no more real than a pie in the sky, for the memory from which the thoughts sprang has itself no valid basis. because all the deities of the previous world cycle, like the creator Brahma, etc., had surely attained liberation. When there is no one to remember, how can memory exist? Thus, that memory which arose in consciousness, whether of previous experiences or otherwise, appears as the world. That spontaneous world appearance in the infinite consciousness is known as spontaneous creation. This world appearance assumed a certain ethereal form which is known as the cosmic person. In one small atom all the three worlds appear to be, with all their components like space, time, action, substance, day and night. In that there are other atoms in which there are such world appearances, just as there is a figure in an uncarved marble slab and that figure, which is marble, has a figure in its limbs and so on ad infinitum. Hence, O Rama, in the eyes of both the enlightened and the ignorant, the vision does not vanish. To the enlightened this is Brahman at all times, and to the ignorant it is always the world. In utter void, you see what is regarded as distance. In the infinite consciousness, you see what is regarded as creation. Creation is just a word, without corresponding substantial reality. The story of Vasishtha continued. 4:4, 5, 6. O Rama, the only way to cross this formidable ocean of world appearance is the successful mastery of the senses. No other effort is of any use. When one is equipped with the wisdom gained by study of the scriptures and the company of sages, and has his senses under his control, he realizes the utter non-existence of all objects of perception. Rama, mind alone is all this, and when that is healed, this jugglery of world appearance is also healed. This mind alone by its thinking faculty conjures up what is known as the body. No body is seen where the mind does not function. Hence, the treatment of the psychological illness known as perception of objects is the best of all treatment in this world. The mind creates delusion, the mind produces ideas of birth and death, and, as a direct result of its own thoughts, it is bound and it is liberated. Rama asked, O holy sage, kindly tell me, how does this enormous universe exist in the mind? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, it is like the universe is created by the Brahmana boys. Again, it is like the hallucinations suffered by the king Lavana. There is another illustration. It is the story of the sage Sukra which I shall presently narrate to you. A long time ago, the sage Bhrigu was performing intense penance on the peak of a mountain. His son Sukra was a young man at that time. While the father sat motionless in meditation, the young son attended to the father's needs. One day, this young man beheld in the sky a beautiful flying nymph. His mind was disturbed with desire for her, so was her own mind disturbed when she saw the radiant young Sukra. Intensely overcome by desire for the nymph, Sukra closed his eyes and, mentally, pursued her. He reached heaven. There he saw the radiant celestial beings, gods and their consorts, the celestial elephant and horses. He saw the creator Brahma himself as also the other deities who govern this universe. He saw the siddhas, perfected beings. He listened to celestial music. He visited the celestial gardens in heaven. Finally, he saw the King of Heaven, Indra himself, seated in all his majesty, waited upon by incomparably beautiful nymphs. He saluted Indra. Indra, too, got up from his throne and greeted the young sage Sukra and begged him to stay in heaven for a long time. Sukra also consented to do so. 4:7, 8, 9 Vasishtha continued. Sukra had completely forgotten his previous identity. After spending some time in the court of Indra, Sukra roamed the heaven and soon discovered the whereabouts of the nymph he had seen. When they looked at each other they were overcome by desire for each other. For wish fulfillment is the characteristic of heaven. Sukra wished for the darkness of night to envelop the pleasure garden where he met the nymph. So it was dark. Sukra then entered the beautiful rest house in that garden. The nymph followed. She pleaded, Great One, I am tormented by desire for you. Only the dull-witted deride love, not the wise ones. Even the lordship of the three worlds is nothing compared to the delight of the company of the loved one. Hence, pray, give me shelter in your heart. Saying so, she collapsed on his chest. Sukra spent a very long time with that nymph, roaming at will in heaven. He lived with that nymph for a period equal to 8 world cycles. After this length of time, as if his merit had been exhausted, Sukra fell from heaven, along with that nymph. When their subtle bodies fell on earth, they became dew-soft drops which entered food grains which were eaten by a holy Brahmana, from whom his wife received their essence. Sukra became their son. He grew up there. The nymph had become a female deer, and Sukra begot through her a human child. He became greatly attached to this son. Worries and anxieties caused by this child soon aged Sukra, and he died longing for pleasures. On account of this, Sukra became the ruler of a kingdom in the next birth, and he died to that embodiment longing for a life of austerity and holiness. In the next birth he became a holy man. Thus, after passing from one embodiment to another and enduring all manner of destinies, Sukra practiced intense austerity, standing firm on the bank of a river. Thus contemplating while seated in front of his father, Sukra spent a long time. His body had become extremely emaciated. In the meantime the restless mind created scene after scene of successive lifespans, birth and death, ascent to heaven and descent to earth, and the peaceful life of a hermit. He was so immersed in these that he regarded them as the truth. The body had been reduced to skin and bone, for it had been assailed by the inclemencies of every type of weather. It appeared terribly frightening even to look at. Yet, it was not consumed by carnivorous beasts, as it stood right in front of the sage Bhrigu, who was engaged in deep meditation, and as Sukra himself had endowed it with psychic strength through the practice of yogic discipline. Vasistha continued. 4:10 After 100 celestial years of contemplation, the sage Bhrigu got up from his seat. He did not see his son, Sukra, in front of him, but saw the dried-up body. The body appeared hideous, an abode of worms which, dwelling in the eye sockets, had multiplied very fast indeed. Deeply concerned with what he saw, and without really reflecting over the natural course of events, Bhrigu was filled with rage and resolved to curse time for thus causing the untimely death of his son. Time, or death, instantly approached the sage in physical form. Time had a sword in one hand and a noose in the other. He had impenetrable armor. He had 6 arms and 6 faces. He was surrounded by a host of his servants and messengers. He was radiant with the flames of destruction that emanated from his body and from the weapons he held in his hands. Calmly and in an unfaltering voice, Time thus addressed Bhrigu, "O sage, how is it that such a wise sage as you are contemplates such unworthy conduct? Wise men are not upset even when they are offended, yet, you have lost your balance of mind even though no one has offended you. You are indeed an adorable person, and I am one of those who strictly adhere to the appropriate mode of behavior. Hence I salute you, not with any other motive. Do not waste your merit in useless exhibition of your power to curse. Know that I am unaffected even by the fires of cosmic dissolution. How childish of you to hope to destroy me with your curse. I am Time, and I have destroyed countless beings, nay, even the gods who preside over this universe. Holy One, I am the consumer and you are our food. This indeed is ordained by nature. This relationship is not based on mutual likes or dislikes. Fire by its very nature flames upward, and water naturally flows down. Food seeks the consumer, and created objects seek their end. This is how it has been ordained by the Lord. In the self of all, the self dwells as itself. To the purified vision there is neither doer nor an enjoyer, but to the unpurified vision which sees division, such a division seems to exist. You are indeed a knower of truth, and you know that there is neither doership nor non-doership here. Creatures come and go like flowers on trees, their causation is naught else than conjecture. All these are attributed to time. This can be considered real or unreal. For, when the surface of the lake is agitated, the reflection of the moon seems to be agitated. This can be considered both true and false. Time continued. Do not give way to anger, O sage, that is surely the path to disaster. For, what will be will be. Realize this truth. We are not swayed by vanity, we are naturally inclined to the fulfillment of our natural functions. Such indeed is the nature of wise ones. What has to be done by wise men here, remaining egoless and unselfish as if in deep sleep. Do not let this be violated. Where is your wisdom, your greatness and your moral courage? O sage, though you know the path to blessedness, why do you act like a fool? Surely, you know that the ripe fruit falls to the ground. Ignoring this, why do you think of cursing me? Surely, you know that everyone has two bodies, the one physical and the other mental. The physical body is insentient and seeks its own destruction. The mind is finite but orderly, but that mind is disturbed in you. The mind makes the body dance to its tunes, bringing about successive changes in it, like the child playing with mud. Mental actions alone are actions. Its thoughts cause bondage and its own pure state is liberation. It is the mind that creates the body with all its limbs. Mind itself is both the sentient and the insentient beings. All this endless diversity is nothing but mind. Mind itself in its function knows determination is known as the intellect, and in its function knows identification is known as the ego sense. The physical body is only physical matter, yet the mind deems it as its own. Yet, if the mind turns towards the truth, it abandons its identification with the body and attains the supreme. O sage, while you were engaged in contemplation, your son went far, far away in his own fancy. He left here the body which was the son of Bhrigu and rose up to the heaven. There in heaven he enjoyed the celestial nymphs. In course of time, when his merit had been exhausted by such enjoyment, he fell down on the earth like ripe fruit, along with a nymph. He had to leave his celestial body in heaven. He fell on earth to be born with a physical body. Here on earth he had to undergo a series of births. He was, successively, a Brahmana boy, a king, a fisherman, a swan, again a king, a great yogi with psychic powers, a celestial demigod, the son of a sage, a king again, and again the son of a sage, and on account of evil deeds he became a hunter, a king, and then as worms and plants, a donkey, a bamboo, a deer in China, a snake, a bird, and once again a demigod, and now once again he has become the son of a Brahmana known as Vasudeva. He is well read in the scriptures and is at present engaged in penance on the bank of the holy river Samanga. Vasishtha continued. 4:11 Encouraged by Yama, time, the sage Bhrigu thereupon entered into the eye of wisdom in order to behold the life of his son. In an instant, he saw in his own intelligence the entire story of his son's transmigration. Wonderstruck at what he saw, he re-entered his own body. Completely devoid of all attachment to his son, Bhrigu said, Lord, you are indeed the knower of the past, present and future, whereas we are of little understanding. This world appearance which though unreal appears to be real, deludes even the heroic man of wisdom. Surely, all this is within you, and only you know the true form of this phantom created by the imaginations of the mind. This son of mine is not dead, yet, taking him to be dead I became agitated. I thought that my son had been taken away from me before his time arrived. Lord, though we understand the course of earthly events, we are moved to joy and sorrow by what we consider as good fortune and misfortune. In this world, anger impels man to do what should not be done, but tranquility enables one to do what should be done. As long as there exists the delusion of world soft-existence, so long the distinction between appropriate and inappropriate action is valid. It is inappropriate that we should be agitated by your natural function, which is to cause the apparent death of beings here. By your grace, I have seen my son again, and I realize that mind alone is the body and it is the mind that conjures up this world vision. Time said, well said, O sage, truly mind is the body, it is the mind that creates the body by mere thoughts, just as the potter makes a pot. It creates new bodies and brings about the destruction of what exists, and all this by mere wish. It is surely obvious that within mind exist the faculties of delusion or hallucination, dreaming and irrational thought, which create a pie in the sky. Even so it creates the appearance of the body within itself, but the ignorant man with a gross physical vision sees the physical body as different from and independent of the mind. The three worlds, of waking, dream and sleep, are nothing but the expression of the faculties of the mind. This expression can be considered neither real nor unreal. When the mind conditioned by the perception of diversity sees, it sees the diversity. Time continued, the mind itself gets involved in this world appearance by entertaining countless notions, like I am weak, unhappy, foolish, etc. When the understanding arises that all this is but the false creation of the mind, I am what I am, then the peace of the Supreme arises in one's consciousness. The mind is like a vast ocean with infinite variety of creatures within it, on the surface of which ripples and waves of different sizes rise and fall. The small wave thinks it is small, the big one that it is big. The one that is broken by the wind thinks it has been destroyed. One thinks it is cold, another that it is warm. But all the waves are but the water of the ocean. It is indeed true to say that there are no waves in the ocean alone exists. Yet, it is also true that there are waves. Even so, the absolute Brahman alone exists. Since it is omnipotent, the natural expression of its infinite faculties appears as the infinite diversity in this universe. Diversity has no real existence except in one's own imagination. All this is indeed the absolute Brahman. Remain established in this truth. Give up all other notions. Even as the waves, etc. are non-different from the ocean, all these things are non-different from Brahman. Even as in the seed is hidden the entire tree and the potential, in Brahman there exists the entire universe forever. Even as the multicolored rainbow is produced by sunlight, all this diversity is seen in the one. Even as the inert web emanates from the living spider, this inert world appearance has sprung from the infinite consciousness. Even as the silkworm weaves its cocoon and thus binds itself, the infinite being fancies this universe and gets caught in it. Even as an elephant effortlessly breaks loose from the post to which it is tied, the self liberates itself from its bondage. For, the self is what it considers itself to be. In fact, there is neither bondage nor liberation for the Lord. I do not know how these notions of bondage and liberation have come into being. There is neither bondage nor liberation, only that infinite being is seen, yet the eternal is veiled by the transient. And this is indeed a great wonder, or a great illusion. The moment this mind manifested in the infinite consciousness, there also arose the notions of diversity, and these notions exist in the infinite consciousness. On account of this, there appear to exist in this universe the various deities and the innumerable species of creations, some long-lived, some short-lived, some big and some small, some happy and some unhappy. All these living entities are but notions in the infinite consciousness. Some consider themselves ignorant and bound, others are free from ignorance and liberated. Time continued. 4:12-13, O sage, gods, demons and human beings are non-different from this cosmic ocean of consciousness known as Brahman. This is the truth, all other assertions are false. They, the gods, etc., entertain false notions, like I am not the absolute, and thus superimpose upon themselves impurity and the feeling of downfall. Even they dwell forever in this cosmic ocean of consciousness, yet considering themselves separated from Brahman, they are deluded. Though they were forever pure, they superimpose impurity on themselves, and this is the seed of all their actions and their consequences, viz., happiness, unhappiness, ignorance and enlightenment. Of these beings, some are pure like Shiva and Vishnu, some are slightly tainted like men and gods, some are in dense delusion like trees and shrubs, some are blinded by ignorance like worms, some wander far from wisdom, and some have reached the state of enlightenment and liberation, like Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Though revolving thus in the wheel of ignorance and delusion, when one steps on to the wisdom concerning the supreme truth he is instantly redeemed. Of these, neither they who are like the trees firmly rooted in delusion, nor they who have utterly destroyed their delusion need engage themselves in the inquiry into the scriptures. The scriptures themselves have been produced by enlightened beings for the guidance of those who have been awakened from the slumber of ignorance after their evil nature and its expressions have ceased to be, and whose intellect naturally seeks such scriptural guidance. O sage, it is only the mind that experiences pleasures and pain in this world, not the physical body of beings. In fact, the physical body is nothing but the fruit of the fancy of the mind. The physical body is not an existential fact independent of the mind. Whatever your son willed in his own mind, that he experiences. We are not responsible for this. All beings here in this world obtain only those actions which spring from the storehouse of their own potentialities and predispositions. No one else is responsible for those actions. No superhuman being or God. Come, let us go to where your son is engaged in penance, after momentarily enjoying the pleasures of the heaven. Saying thus, Yama, time, caught hold of Bhrigu and led him away. While the sage Vasistha said this, the eighth day came to a close and the assembly dispersed. 4:14 Vasistha continued, O Rama, the sage Bhrigu and the deity presiding over time proceeded towards the bank of the river Samanga. As they were descending the Mandara mountain, they saw beautiful forests inhabited by perfected and enlightened sages. They saw mighty elephants and rut. They saw other perfected sages who were being playfully pelted with flowers by celestial nymphs. They saw Buddhist, or enlightened, monks roaming the forest. Then they descended onto the plains dotted with villages and cities. Very soon, they had reached the bank of the river Samanga. There, the sage Bhrigu saw his son, who had another body and whose nature was different from what it was before, who was of a peaceful disposition and whose mind was established in the tranquility of enlightenment, though he was deeply reflecting the destiny of living beings in the universe. This radiant young man appeared to have reached total quiescence of mind in which the play of thoughts and counter-thoughts had ceased. He was absolutely pure, like a crystal that is not interested even in reflecting what is around it. There was no thought in his mind of either this is to be obtained or this is to be avoided. Time pointed out this young man and said to Bhrigu, "This is your son." Sukra heard the words get up and gently opened his eyes. Seeing the two radiant beings standing in front of him, he greeted them appropriately and seated them on a rock. In soft and sweet words, he said, "O divine beings, I am truly blessed to behold both of you. By your very presence before me the delusions of my mind have been destroyed. Delusions which are not destroyed either by the study of scriptures, or by austerities, or by wisdom or by knowledge. Even a shower of nectar is not so blissful as the sight of holy ones. The very earth trodden by your feet is holy." The sage Bhrigu said to him, "Recollect yourself, for you are not an ignorant person." Sukra was instantly awakened to the memory of his previous existence, which he beheld with his eyes closed for a brief period. Sukra said, "Behold, I have passed through countless embodiments and, through countless experiences of pain and pleasure, wisdom and delusion. I have been a cruel king, a greedy trader and a wandering ascetic. There is no pleasure that I have not enjoyed, no action I have not performed, no unhappiness or happiness I have not endured. Now I wish for nothing, nor do I wish to avoid anything. Let nature take its course. Come, Father. Let us go to where the previous body stands, dried up." Vasistha continued. 4:15 Soon they arrived at the place where the body of Sukra, the son of Bhrigu, lay in an advanced condition of decay. Looking at this, Sukra wailed, "Ah, look at this body which was admired and adored by even celestial nymphs. It is now the abode of worms and vermin. The body which was smeared with sandalpus is now covered with dust. O body! You are now known as a corpse and you are truly frightening me. Even wild beasts are afraid of your dreadful appearance. Totally devoid of sensations, this body remains in a state of utter freedom from thoughts and ideas. Freed from the goblin of the mind, it remains unaffected by even natural calamities. Rid of the frolics of the restless monkey known as the mind, this tree of the body has fallen uprooted. It is indeed good fortune that I am able to see this body, liberated from sorrow, in this dense forest." Rama asked, "Holy sir, even though as you have just said Sukra had passed through countless embodiments, why is it that he bemoaned the fate of the body which was born of Bhrigu?" Vasistha replied, "Rama, it is because all the other bodies were the hallucinations of this original body, which was that of Sukra the son of sage Bhrigu. Soon after creation at the end of the previous dissolution, on account of the will of the infinite consciousness, the jiva or the living soul which became the food that entered the body of the sage Bhrigu, was later born as Sukra. It was in that embodiment that this soul had all the rites and rituals appropriate to the birth of a Brahmana boy. Why did Sukra now known as Vasudeva, alone that body. Whether one is wise or ignorant, as long as the body lasts, its functions continue unaltered according to its nature. And the embodied person functions as it is appropriate in the world, either attached or unattached. The difference between the two lies in their mental dispositions. In the case of the wise, these are liberating, and in the case of the ignorant, these are binding. As long as there is the body, so long shall pain be painful and pleasure pleasant, but the wise are not attached to either. Rejoicing in joy and suffering in suffering, the great ones appear to behave like the ignorant, though in fact they were enlightened. He whose sense organs are freed but whose organs of action are restrained is liberated. He whose sense organs are bound but whose organs of action are free and unrestrained is in bondage. The wise behave appropriately in society, though inwardly they were free of all need to conform. O Rama, renounce all cravings and longings and do what needs to be done, in the realization that you are ever the pure infinite consciousness. 4:16 Vasishtha continued, hearing the young ascetic Vasudeva mourning the fate of his previous body, time, or death, intervened and said to Sukra, time, or death, said, O son of Bhrigu, abandon this body of yours and re-enter your other body, even as a king re-enters his kingdom. With that other body of Sukra, once again engage yourself in penance and then become the spiritual preceptor of the demons. At the end of the epic, you will give up that body, never to become embodied again. Having said this, time vanished at that very place. Thereupon, Sukra abandoned the body of Vasudeva in which he had performed intense penance on the bank of the river Samanga and re-entered the decayed body of Sukra, the son of the sage Bhrigu. At that very moment, the body of Vasudeva fell down like an uprooted tree and became a corpse. The sage Bhrigu sprinkled the body of Sukra with the holy water from his own water pot, uttering sacred hymns which had the power to revive that body, clothing it with flesh, etc. Instantly, that body became youthful and radiant, as it was before. Sukra got up from the meditative posture and seeing his father, the sage Bhrigu, standing in front of him, fell prostrate at his feet. Bhrigu was delighted to see his son thus resurrected from the dead and fondly embraced him, smiling happily all the while. The feeling of affection at the thought, "This is my son," overcame even the sage Bhrigu. This is natural as long as there is body consciousness. Both of them rejoiced at this happy reunion. Both Bhrigu and Sukra then performed the funeral rites of the body of the Brahmana boy Vasudeva, for thus do the men of wisdom honor social customs and traditions. Both of them then shone with the radiance of the sun and the moon. They who were surely the spiritual preceptors of the whole universe roamed the world. Established firmly in the knowledge of the self, they remained unmoved by the changes that took place in the time and in the environment. In course of time, Sukra became the spiritual preceptor of the demons, and his father Bhrigu became one of the sages of highest wisdom. Such is the story of the sage Sukra who on account of his infatuation with a nymph, wandered in countless wombs. Rama asked, 4:17, Holy Sir, why does not the wish of others materialize as the wish of Sukra materialized in his ascent to heaven, etc.? Vasishtha replied, Sukra's mind was pure, since that was his first embodiment. That mind was not loaded with the impurities of other previous embodiments. That mind is pure in which all cravings are in a state of quiescence. Whatever that pure mind wishes, that materializes. What happened in this respect to Sukra is possible for everyone else. The world exists in each jiva in a seed state and becomes manifest like the tree sprouting from the seed. The world is thus falsely fancied by each individual. The world neither rises nor sets, all this is nothing but the fancy of the deluded mind. Within each one there is a fancy world. Even as one's dreams are unknown to others, one's world is unknown to others. There are goblins and demigods and demons, all of which are embodiments of delusion. Even so have we come into being, O Rama, out of pure thought force, and consider the false to be real. Such indeed is the origin of creation in the infinite consciousness. Materiality is not factual though it is perceived in emptiness. Everyone thus fancies his own world. When this truth is realized, the world thus fancied comes to an end. This world exists only in appearance or imagination and not because one sees the material substances. It is like a long dream or a juggler's trick. It is the post to which the mind elephant is tied. The mind is the world is the mind. When one is realized as not true, both of them vanish. When the mind is purified, it reflects the truth, and the unreal world soft appearance vanishes. The mind is purified by persistent contemplation of truth. Rama asked, how did the succession of births, etc., arise in the mind of Sukra? Vasishtha replied, Sukra had been taught by his father Bhrigu concerning the succession of births. And this teaching had conditioned Sukra's mind, which conjured up the expansion of such conditioning. Only when the mind is totally purified of all conditioning does it regain its utter purity. That pure mind experiences liberation. Vasishtha continued. 4:18 The diversity that is seen in this creation, O Rama, is but an appearance of diversity. Evolution or involution has the one infinite consciousness as its source and as its goal. During evolution, there seems to be an apparent diversity in the one infinite consciousness, in accordance with the notions that appear in that consciousness. Some of these notions intermingle, thus producing infinite variety in this diversity. Some do not thus intermingle. But, in fact, all these notions appear in every atom of existence, and these atoms exist independent of one another. The totality is known as the Absolute Brahman. Each individual sees only those objects which are rooted in his own mind. When the ideas in the mind do not bear fruits, there is a change in the mind, there follows a succession of births to suit these psychological changes. It is this psychological connection that creates the conviction in the reality of birth and death, and in the reality of the body. When this conviction is given up, there is the cessation of embodiment. It is only because of forgetfulness of truth that the confusion arises that the unreal is real. By the purification of the life force, prana, and by the knowledge of that which is beyond this prana or life force, one gains knowledge of all that is to be known concerning the activities of the mind as well as the basis for the succession of births. The self of all living beings passes through three states: waking, dreaming and deep sleep. They have nothing to do with the body. Even this is based on the assumption of the existence of living beings in the one self, which is not the truth. The wise man who goes beyond the deep sleep state, which is pure consciousness, returns to the source, but the fool who does not is caught up in the life cycle. Since the consciousness is infinite, one is led from one life cycle to another, even beyond the world cycle. Such creations are endless, one appearing within another like the barks of a plantain stem. Of course, it is unwise to compare Brahman the Absolute with anything. One should inquire into that which is truly the uncaused cause of all substances, which is yet beyond all such causation. This alone is worth inquiring into, for this alone is the essential. Why inquire into the non-essential? Vasishtha continued, O Rama, the tree and the seed grows out of it after destroying the seed, but Brahman creates this world without destroying itself. The tree, world, appears even when the seed, Brahman, is as it is. Hence, it is impossible to compare the incomparable Brahman with anything whatsoever, whereas the tree, etc. are definable material substances. Brahman is nameless and formless being. It is Brahman alone that becomes what appears to be of a different nature, yet, from another point of view, it does not so become, for it is eternal and changeless. One cannot therefore posit anything concerning Brahman. It is not possible to say that it has not become all this, nor is it possible to say that it has become all this. When the self is seen as an object, the seer is not seen, realized as long as the objective universe is perceived, one does not realize the self. When you see the mirage as water, you do not perceive the rising hota, but, when you perceive the hota, you do not see water in the mirage. When one is truth, the other is not. The eyes which perceive all the objects of the world do not see themselves. As long as one entertains the notion of objectivity, the self is not realized. Brahman is as subtle and pure as space. It cannot be realized by any effort whatsoever. As long as one sees what is seen with the inner feeling that they are objects of perception, himself being their separate seer or subject, the realization of Brahman is far indeed. It is only when the division between the seer and the seen is given up, Only when the two are seen as of one substance, that the truth is realized. There is no object which is totally of a different nature from the subject. Nor can the subject, self, be seen as if it were an object. In fact, the subject, self, alone appears to the sight as a seen object. There is no other object of perception here. If again the subject or the self alone is all this, then surely it is not even the subject or the seer. There is no division in such a vision. Just as sugar becomes diverse sweetmeats without ever losing its natural sweetness, this infinite consciousness or Brahman visualizes itself as all this infinite diversity without ever divesting itself of its essential nature. There is no limit whatsoever to the manifestation of this infinite consciousness. Vasishtha continued, each jiva experiences within itself whatever and however it has given rise to within itself with the help of its own life force. O Rama, behold with the eye of your inner wisdom the truth that in every atom of existence there are countless world appearances. In everyone's mind, in the very space, in every rock, in the flame of fire and in water there exist countless world appearances, even as oil exists in sesame seed. It is when the mind becomes absolutely pure that it becomes pure consciousness, and therefore one with the infinite consciousness. This world appearance is but a long dream which manifests everywhere, being the imagination of Brahma the Creator and all others. The objects thus born in the Creator's dream migrate from dream to dream, from embodiment to embodiment, thus generating the illusory solidity of this world appearance. This dream-like appearance is yet true during the period of the dream itself. Within every atom is the potential experience of every kind, even as a seed contains within itself the different aspects of the tree, flowers, leaves, fruits, etc. Within every atom of existence, there is the infinite consciousness. Hence, it is indivisible. Therefore, give up all your notions of diversity or unity. Time, space, action, or motion, and matter are all but different aspects of the one infinite consciousness, and consciousness experiences them within itself, whether it happens to be the body of the Creator Brahma or that of a worm. An atom of consciousness, when it attains to the fully grown state of a body, experiences its own faculties. Someone perceives the objects spread out as if outside because the infinite consciousness is omnipresent. Others behold everything within, evolving and devolving alternately. Some go from one dream experience to another, wandering in this world appearance. The rare few realize that the world appearance seen within themselves is illusory, except as the one infinite consciousness which alone is ever true. On account of this consciousness, the world appears in the jiva, and there are jivas within jivas, ad infinitum. It is when one thus experiences the truth, that he is freed from illusion. At the same time, one's craving for pleasure is thinned out. This is the only proof of wisdom. A painted pot of nectar is not nectar, nor a painted flame fire, and a painting of a woman is not a woman. Wise words are mere words, ignorance, not wisdom, unless they are substantiated by the absence of desire and anger. 4:19 Vasistha continued, the very seed for all jivas, which is the absolute Brahman, exists everywhere, and within the jivas there are countless other jivas. All this is because the entire universe is totally permeated with the infinite consciousness. Upon their appearance as the jivas, whatever type of contemplation they adopt, they soon become of the same nature. They who are devoted to the gods, reach the gods. They who adore the demigods, attain the demigods. They who contemplate the absolute Brahman, become Brahman. Hence, one should resort to that which is not limited, conditioned or finite. By contemplating the form of the nymph, Sukra was bound, and when he realized the purity of his self which is infinite consciousness, he was instantly liberated. Rama asked, Holy Sir, pray tell me of the true nature of the waking and the dreaming states. What constitutes the waking state, and how does dream, or delusion in the waking state, arise? Vasishtha said, that state which endures is known as the waking state, and that which is transient is the dream state. During the period of even the dream, it takes on the characteristic of the waking state, and when the waking state is realized to be of a fleeting nature, it gets the characteristic of dream. Otherwise, the two are the same. When the life force in the body stirs, the various organs of thought, word and deed perform their functions. They flow towards their objects of perception in accordance with the deluded notions that prevail in the mind. This life force perceives diverse forms within the self. Since this perception seems to be of an enduring nature, it is known as the waking state. But, when the life force, Yogavasistha, is not thus diverted by the mind and body, it remains rooted in peace within the heart. There is no movement of consciousness in the nerves of the body, nor does the life force activate the senses. However, that consciousness which is awake even in deep sleep, and which is also the light that shines in waking and dreaming, is the transcendental consciousness, Turiya. When again the seeds of ignorance and delusion expand, there arises the first thought, which is the thought I am. Then, one perceives thought forms within the mind in dreams. At this time the external sense organs do not function, but the inner senses function, and there is perception within oneself. This is the dream state. When the life force again activates the sense organs, once again there is wakefulness. Vasishtha continued. 4:20-21 I have described the states of the mind just to enable you to understand the nature of the mind, it has no other use. 4. Mind takes on the form of that which it intensely contemplates. Existence, non-existence, gaining and renouncing, all these are no more than moods of the mind. Rama asked, if mind is all this, Lord, how does it ever get tainted? Vasishtha replied, it is a beautiful question, Rama, but not the proper time to ask. When you have listened to what I have to say, you will surely find the answer to this question with the utmost clarity. That the mind is impure is the experience of everyone who strives for liberation. Depending upon one's particular point of view, everyone describes it differently. Just as air coming into contact with different flowers takes on their scent, so mind entertaining different notions takes on those moods, creates bodies suitable to the mind, as the energy activating the senses enjoys the fruition of its own notions. It is the mind, again, that provides the fuel for the functioning of the organs of action. Mind is action and action is mind, the two are like the flower and its scent. The conviction of the mind determines the action, and the action strengthens the conviction. Mind is everywhere devoted to dharma, wealth, pleasure and freedom, but everyone has a different definition of these and is convinced that the definition is the truth. Even so, the followers of Kapila, the Vedantins, the Vijnanavadins, the Jainas and others assert that theirs is the only path to liberation. Their philosophies are the expressions of their experiences, which are the fruit of their own practice, which is in accordance with the convictions in their mind. Rama, bondage is none other than the notion of an object. This notion is Maya, ignorance, etc. It is the cataract that blinds one to the sun of truth. Ignorance raises a doubt, doubt perceives, that perception is perverted. In darkness, when one approaches even a lion's empty cage, he is afraid. Even so, one ignorantly believes he is imprisoned in this empty body. The notions of I and the world are but shadows, not truth. Such notions alone create objects. These objects are neither true nor false. A mother who considers herself a housekeeper behaves like one, a wife who considers herself her husband's mother behaves like one for the time being. Therefore, Rama, abandon the notions of I and this and remain established in the truth. 4:22 Vasistha continued. He who acquires wisdom through self-enquiry and possesses the following qualifications enjoys clarity of self-knowledge, even as water becomes clear when a piece of alum is thrown into it. His mind is undisturbed by modifications. His being has been transmuted. Having attained what is worth attainment, viz., self-knowledge, he has abandoned the very notion of objectivity. Since the seer alone sees, he does not regard any other factor as the seer, subject. He is fully awake in the supreme truth, hence he is totally asleep, as it were, in the world appearance. His dispassion being pervasive, he is disinterested in pleasure and its opposite. His cravings have ceased, even as the restlessness of rivers ceases on their entering the ocean. He has cut the net of world appearance even as a mouse cuts the snare. It is only when the mind has become devoid of all attachment, when it is not swayed by the pairs of opposites, when it is not attracted by objects, and when it is totally independent of all supports, that it is freed from the cage of delusion. When all doubt comes to rest, and when there is neither elation nor depression, then the mind shines like the full moon. When the impurities of the mind have ceased to be, there arise in the heart all the auspicious qualities, and there is equal vision everywhere. Even as darkness is dispelled by the rising sun, the world delusion is dispelled when the sun of infinite consciousness arises in the heart. Such wisdom as is capable of gladdening the hearts of all beings in the universe manifests and expands. In short, he who has known that which alone is worth knowing transcends all coming and going, birth and death. Even the gods Brahma, Vishnu, Indra and Shiva are sympathized with and assisted by the holy ones in whom self-knowledge has arisen through self-inquiry or direct observation. When there is absence of egoism, there is no confusion in the mind when that mind functions naturally. Just as waves rise and fall in the ocean, the worlds arise and vanish. This deludes the ignorant, but not the wise. The space in a pot does not come into being when the pot is brought in, nor is it destroyed when the pot is broken. He who knows that such is the relationship between his body, pot, and the self, space, is not influenced by praise and censure. This glamorous world appearance haunts one only as long as one does not engage oneself in inquiry into the nature of the self. When wisdom arises, delusion sets. Vasishtha continued, O Rama, he sees the truth who sees the body as a product of deluded understanding and as the fountain source of misfortune, and who knows that the body is not the self. He sees the truth who sees that in this body pleasure and pain are experienced on account of the passage of time and the circumstances in which one is placed, and that they do not pertain to him. He sees the truth who sees that he is the omnipresent infinite consciousness which encompasses within itself all that takes place everywhere at all times. He sees the truth who knows that the self, which is as subtle as the millionth part of the tip of a hair divided a million times, pervades everything. He sees the truth who sees that there is no division at all between the self and the other, and that the one infinite light of consciousness exists as the sole reality. He sees the truth who sees that the non-dual consciousness which indwells all beings is omnipotent and omnipresent. He sees the truth who is not deluded into thinking that he is the body which is subject to illness, fear, agitation, old age and death. He sees the truth who sees that all things are strung in the self as beads are strung on a thread, and who knows I am not the mind. He sees the truth who sees that all this is Brahman, neither I nor the other. He sees the truth who sees all beings in the three worlds as his own family, deserving of his sympathy and protection. He sees the truth who knows that the self alone exists and that there is no substance in objectivity. He is unaffected who knows that pleasure, pain, birth, death, etc., are all the self only. He is firmly established in the truth who feels, what should I acquire, what should I renounce, when all this is the one self. Salutations to that abode of auspiciousness, who is filled with the supreme realization that the entire universe is truly Brahman alone, which remains unchanged during all the apparent creation, existence and dissolution of the universe. 4:23 Vasistha continued, Rama, he who treads the superior path, though he dwells in this body which functions as the potter's wheel does by past momentum, is untainted by the actions that might be performed. In his case, the body exists for his pleasure and for the liberation of his soul. He does not experience unhappiness in it. To the ignorant, this body is the source of suffering, but to the enlightened man, this body is the source of infinite delight. While it exists, the wise man derives from it great pleasure and the delight of enlightenment, and when its lifespan comes to an end he does not regard it as a loss at all. Hence, to the enlightened person the body itself is a source of infinite delight. And, since it transports him in this world in which he roams freely and delightfully, the body is regarded as a vehicle of wisdom. Since it is through the body that the wise man derives the different sense experiences and gains the friendship and affection of others, to him it is a source of gain. The enlightened man reigns happily while dwelling in the city known as the body, even as Indra the king of heaven dwells in his city. The body does not subject the wise man to the temptations of lust and greed, nor does it allow ignorance or fear to invade him. The intelligence that governs the wise man's body is not drawn out by the excitement which the ignorant call pleasure, but it rests within in a state of contemplation. The embodied being comes lightly into contact with the body while it lasts but is untouched by it once it is gone, even as air touches a pot which exists, but not one that does not exist. Just as the most deadly poison which was drunk by Lord Shiva did not harm him but enhanced his charm, the varied actions and enjoyments of an enlightened person do not bind him to the cycle of birth and death. Just as if you know someone is a thief and deal with him with that knowledge, he becomes your friend, when you enjoy the objects knowing their true nature. They give you joy. The wise man who is rid of all doubts and in whom there is no image of self, reigns supreme in the body. Therefore one should abandon all cravings for pleasure and attain wisdom. Only the mind that has been well disciplined really experiences happiness. The captive king, when freed, is delighted with a piece of bread. The king who has not been subjected to captivity does not enjoy as much, even should it be the annexation of another kingdom. Hence, the wise man grinds his teeth and strives to conquer his mind and senses. Such conquest is far greater than conquest of external foes. The story of Dhamma, Vala and Vasishtha continued. 4:24-25 O Rama, in the great empire known as Dreadful Hell, evil actions roam like mighty elephants in rut. The senses which are responsible for these actions are equipped with a formidable magazine of cravings. Hence, these senses are hard to conquer. These ungrateful senses destroy the body, their own abode and support. However, one who is equipped with wisdom is able to restrain craving without injuring the being, even as a noose restrains the elephant without harming its being. The bliss enjoyed by the wise man who has his senses under control is incomparably superior to the enjoyment of a king who rules over a city built with brick and mortar. The former's intelligence grows in clarity as his craving for sense pleasure is worn out. However, the craving disappears completely only after the supreme truth had been seen. To the wise, the mind is an obedient servant, good counselor, able commander of the senses, pleasing wife, protecting father and trustworthy friend. It impels him in good actions. Rama, be established in truth and live in freedom in a mindless state. Behave not like the demons Dhamma, Vala and Kida, whose story I shall presently narrate to you. In the netherworld there was a mighty demon known as Sambara. He was a past master in the art of magic. He created a magic city with 100 suns on the horizon, walking and talking beings made of gold, swans carved in precious stones, ice-cold fire and his own celestial bodies. He was a terror to the gods of heaven. When he was asleep or away from his city, the gods took advantage of the situation and killed his army. Enraged, the demon invaded the heaven. The gods, afraid of his magic powers, hid themselves. He could not find them. But, they managed to kill his forces at opportune moments. In order to protect his forces, the demon created 3 other demons, Dhamma, Vala and Kida. These 3 had had no previous incarnation and hence they were free from every type of mental conditioning. They had no fear, doubt or other predispositions. They did not flee before the enemy. They were not afraid of death. They did not know the meaning of war, victory or defeat. In fact, they were not independent jivas at all. They were merely the robot-like working projections of the demon Sambara. Their behavior was like that of one who has eradicated all latent tendencies or conditioning but has not attained enlightenment. The demon Sambara was delighted that his army had invincible protectors. 4:26-27 Vasishtha continued. The demon Sambara dispatched his invulnerable army, protected by the 3 new demons, to fight with the gods. The army of the gods, too, got ready to fight. The demons were unarmed and they were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the gods. A fierce battle ensued. Later they fought with all kinds of terrible missiles, destroying all the cities, villages, caves, animals and others. Each side alternately enjoyed victory and suffered defeat. The 3 principal demons looked for the principal gods, but they could not be found. The demons went back to Sambara to report to him. The gods prayed to the creator Brahma, who appeared before them at once. and begged him to find a way to destroy the three demons. Brahma said, "O gods, Sambara cannot be killed now. He will be killed after 100 years, by Lord Vishnu. It is wise for you to retreat from battle, as if defeated by the three demons. In due course, on account of their engagement in this war, the ego sense will arise in them. Then they will be subjected to psychological conditioning and develop latent tendencies. Just now, these three demons are utterly devoid of the ego sense and its adjuncts, conditioning and tendencies. They in whom the ego sense, me, and its counterpart, the tendencies, do not exist, know neither desire nor anger. They are invincible. He who is bound by the ego soft-sense, me, and by the conditioning of the mind, even if he is regarded as a great man or a man of great learning, can be defeated even by a child. In fact, the notions of I and mine are the ego receptacles which receive sorrow and suffering. He who identifies the body with the self sinks in misery. He who even envisions the self as the omnipresent being overcomes sorrow. To the latter, there is nothing in the three worlds which is not the self and which is to be desired. He whose mind is conditioned can be defeated. In the absence of such conditioning, even a mosquito becomes immortal. The conditioned mind experiences suffering. When rid of the conditioning, it experiences delight. Conditioning or craving weakens a person. Hence, you need not feel anxious to fight these three demons. Do what you can to create in them the feelings of I and mine. Since they are ignorant creatures of the demon Sambara, they will easily fall for this bait. Then they can be easily defeated by you all. Vasishtha continued. 4:28, 29, 30. Having said thus, the creator Brahma vanished. The gods rested in their abodes for a while, in preparation for a fresh onslaught on the demons. The renewed fighting between the armies of the gods and the demons was even more fierce than the previous one. There was terrible destruction everywhere. This continued involvement in fighting generated in the three demon leaders the basic notion of I am. Even as a mere reflex in object held close to it, one's behavior reflects as the ego sense in one's consciousness. However, if this behavior is held at a distance from consciousness and there is no identification with such behavior, the ego sense does not arise. Once this ego sense arose, there quickly followed the desire for the prolongation of life in the body, acquisition of wealth, health, pleasure, etc. These desires greatly debilitated their personalities. Then there arose confusion in their minds, which in turn gave rise to feelings of this is mine and this is my body. All these inevitably resulted in inefficiency and inability to do their own work. They were greatly attached to eating and drinking. Objects gave them feelings of pleasure and thus robbed them of their freedom. With the loss of freedom, their courage also went and they experienced fear. They were terribly worried at the very thought, we shall die in this war. The gods took advantage of this situation and began to attack these demons. The three demons who were possessed by fear of death fled. When the demon army saw that their invincible protectors had fled before the invading gods, they were thoroughly demoralized. The demons fell by the thousands. When the demon Sambara heard that his army had been routed by the gods, he was furious. Referring to the three invincible demons, Dhamma, Vala and Kita, he demanded, "Where have they gone?" Afraid of his wrath, these three demons took refuge in the nethermost world. There, the servants of the god of death, Yama, gave them refuge and also three girls to marry. They lived in the netherworld for a long time. One day they were visited by Yama himself, without his paraphernalia. They failed to recognize and honor him. Angered, Yama dispatched them to the most dreadful hells. After suffering there and after a number of incarnations in different subhuman species, they now live as fish in a lake in Kashmir. 4:31 Vasistha continued, thus you see the disastrous results that arise from non-wisdom. You see how the invincible demons were utterly defeated and disgraced on account of their ego soft-sense, which gave rise to fear in their hearts. The deadly creeper of worldliness sprouts from the seed of the ego sense. Therefore, O Rama, abandon this ego sense with all the strength that lies within, and by being established in the conviction, I is nothing, be happy. The one infinite consciousness, which is of the nature of pure bliss, is eclipsed by the shadow of the ego sense. Though the demons Dhamma, Vala and Keta were really free from the cycle of birth and death, on account of their ego sense they had to be subjected to birth and death. They of whom even the gods were afraid are today miserable fish in a lake in Kashmir. Rama asked, Holy Sir, Dhamma, Vala and Keta were unreal, having been produced by the magic of Sambara. How was it that they became real entities like us? Vasishtha replied, Rama, just as the demons Dhamma and others are unreal in the products of magic, even so are we and all the gods and others. All these notions of I and you, O Rama, are unreal. That you and I are seen to be real entities does not alter the truth. Even if a dead person appears before you now, he is still dead. However, it is unwise to declare the truth. Brahman alone is real, to the ignorant. For, the reality of the world appearance, which has become deep-rooted in the heart of the ignorant, will not be dispelled except through intense inquiry into the purport of the scriptures. One who declares, this world is unreal, Brahman alone is real to such ignorant people is laughed at. However well you explain to them that all this is Brahman, the ignorant cannot comprehend it any more than a corpse can walk. That truth can be experienced only by the wise. O Rama, neither we nor these demons are real. The reality is the one infinite consciousness which does not undergo any change. In that infinite consciousness there arise the notions of yourself, myself, these demons etc., and they are invested with reality because the perceiving consciousness is real. Where this consciousness is awake as it were, there such notions arise, and where it is asleep, there such notions are dissolved. Yet, in the infinite consciousness there are no such states as awake and asleep. It is but pure consciousness. Realize this and be free from sorrow and fear caused by division. Rama asked. 4:32, O holy sage, pray, tell me, when and how will the three demons attain liberation? Vasishtha replied, Rama, when they listen to the narration of their story and are reminded of their own essential nature as pure consciousness, they will be liberated. In course of time, there will arise a city named Adhisthana in the middle of the country known as Kashmir. In the center of that city there will be a hill whose peak will be known as Pradama. On top of that hill there will be a skyscraper. In a corner of that building the demon Vala will be born as a sparrow. In that building, a king known as Yasastra will reside. The demon Dhamma will be born as a mosquito and reside in a hole in one of the pillars of that palace. Elsewhere in that city there will be a palace known as Ratnavala Vihara which will be inhabited by the state minister known as Narasimha. The demon Keta will be born as a bird, Mina, and live in that palace. One day that minister, Narasimha, will recite the story of the three demons Dhamma, Vala and Keta. Listening to it, the Mina will be enlightened. It will recall that its original personality was but a magical creation of the demon Sambara. This recollection will free it from the magic of Sambara. The demon Keta will thus attain nirvana, liberation. Other people will recount this story and the sparrow will also attain liberation after listening to it. Thus will the demon Vala attain liberation. In the same way, the mosquito demon Dhamma will also listen to this story and will also attain liberation. Such is the story, O Rama, of the three demons Dhamma, Vala and Keta, who, on account of their ego sense and their cravings, fell into hell. All this is nothing more than the play of ignorance and delusion. In fact, it is the pure consciousness that entertains the impure notion of I am, playfully as it were, and without ever renouncing its essential nature as consciousness, experiences the distorted image of itself within itself. Even though this distorted image is truly unreal, the ego sense, I am, believes it to be real and gets deluded. Vasistha continued, O Rama, they who are established in the state of liberation, as pointed out by the scriptures, surely cross this ocean of world appearance as their consciousness flows towards the self. But, they who are caught in the net of polemics, which are only productive of sorrow and confusion, forfeit their own highest good. Even in the case of the path shown by the scriptures, only one's direct experience leads one along the safest way to the supreme goal. What else is left of a greedy man except a handful of ashes? But, he who looks upon the world as less valuable than a blade of grass never comes to grief. He who has fully realized the infinite is protected by the cosmic deities. Hence, one should not set foot on the wrong path even in times of great distress. He who has earned a good reputation through a virtuous life gains whatever has not been gained and is rid of misfortune. Only he can be considered a human being who is not complacent with his own virtue, who is devoted to the teaching he has heard and who strives to tread the path of truth. Others are animals in human disguise. He who is filled with the milk of human kindness is surely the abode of the Lord Hari, who is said to dwell in the ocean of milk. Whatever has to be enjoyed has already been enjoyed, whatever has to be seen has been seen. What else is there new in this world which a wise man should seek? Hence, one should be devoted to one's duty as ordained by the scriptures, having given up all craving for pleasure. Adore the saints. This will save you from death. Adhering to the injunctions of the scriptures, one should patiently wait for perfection which comes in its own time. Arrest the downward trend by studying this holy scripture for liberation. Inquire constantly into the nature of truth, knowing that this is but a reflection. Do not be led by others, only animals are led by others. Wake up from the slumber of ignorance. Wake up and strive to end old age and death. Wealth is the mother of evil. Sense pleasure is the source of pain. Misfortune is the best fortune. Rejection by all is victory. Life, honor and noble qualities blossom and attain fruition in one whose conduct and behavior are good and pleasant, who is devoted to seclusion and who does not crave for the pleasures of the world, which leads to suffering. Vasishtha continued. 4:33 O Rama, every zealous effort is always crowned with fruition. Hence, do not abandon right effort. Surely, it is necessary to weigh the worthiness of the end result before plunging into zealous effort of any sort. If you carefully investigate in this manner, you will surely discover that self-knowledge alone is capable of utterly destroying all pain and pleasure by their very roots. And zealous effort should be directed towards self-knowledge alone. Get rid of all notions of objectivity created by the pleasure-seeking desire within you. Is there any happiness which is untainted by unhappiness? Both the absence of restraint and the practice of restraint are indeed one in the absolute Brahman, and there is no real division between them, yet, the practice of restraint bestows great joy and auspiciousness upon you. Hence, resort to self-restraint and give up ego sense. Inquire into the nature of truth and seek the company of the wise. They indeed are good and wise men who live in accordance with the scriptural injunctions and in whom greed, delusion and anger decrease day by day. In the company of the wise, self-knowledge arises, and at the same time the notion of the reality of the objects of perception as such wanes and eventually vanishes. When the world as object of perception thus fades away, only the supreme truth exists and the jiva or the individual personality is absorbed in it, as it does not find any object worth clinging to. The world as an object was never created, nor does it exist as such now, nor will it ever be so. It is only the one supreme being that exists at all times as the sole reality. Thus have I explained to you in 1,000 ways the essential unreality of the world as an object of perception. It is nothing but the pure space of consciousness. In it there is no division which could be referred to as this is the truth and this is not real. The wonderful manifestation of that infinite consciousness alone is regarded as the world, not else. In it, the divisions like subject and object and substance and shadow are unwarranted arbitrary assumptions like the distinction made between the sun's rays and sunlight. In truth, only the indivisible and unmodified consciousness exists. When in accordance with its own nature it closes and opens its eyes, as it were, there is what is known as dissolution and creation of the universe. Vasishtha continued, when it is not rightly understood, the I appears to be an impure notion in the infinite consciousness. But, when the I is rightly understood, its meaning is seen as the infinite consciousness. When its own reality is seen, it does not appear as the ego sense anymore, but as the one infinite reality. In fact, there is no distinct entity as I. When this truth is revealed to one with a pure mind, his ignorance is at once dispelled, but others cling to their own false notion like a child clinging to the notion of the existence of a ghost. When the I as a separate entity is thus known to be false, how can one believe in the other notions, of heaven, hell, etc., that are related to it? Craving for heaven and even for liberation arises in one's heart only as long as the I is seen as an entity. As long as the I thus remains, there is only unhappiness in one's life. And this notion of the I cannot be got rid of except through self-knowledge. When one is possessed by this ghost of an-ness, no scriptures, no mantras, nothing enables one to get rid of it. Only by the constant remembrance of the truth that the self is a pure reflection in the infinite consciousness does an-ness cease to grow. The world appearance is a juggler's trick, all subject-object relationship between it and me is foolish. When this understanding takes root, an-ness is uprooted. When it is seen that it is the I that gives rise to the notion of a world, both of them cease in peace. However, the higher form of an-ness which gives rise to the feeling I am one with the entire universe, there is nothing apart from me, is the understanding of the enlightened person. Another type of an-ness is when one feels that the I is extremely subtle and atomic in nature and therefore different from and independent of everything in this universe. This, too, is unobjectionable, being conducive to liberation. But the an-ness that has been described earlier on is one which identifies the self with the body. This is to be abandoned firmly. By the persistent cultivation of the higher form of an-ness, the lower form is eradicated. Having kept the lower an-ness in check, one should resort to the higher form of an-ness, persistently generating in oneself the feeling, I am the all, or I am extremely subtle and independent. In due course even this higher form of an-ness should be completely abandoned. Then one may either engage oneself in all activity or remain in seclusion. There is no fear of downfall for him. The story of Brahma, Vasishtha 4:34 Vasishtha continued, O Rama, after Sambhara had been deserted by the three demons Dhamma, Vala and Kita, he realized that they had foolishly entertained egoistic notions and had thus come to grief. Hence, he resolved to create more demons, but this time with self-knowledge and wisdom, so that they might not fall into the same trap of ego-soft-sense. Sambhara thereupon created by his own magic power three more demons known as Brahma, Vasa and Ridha. They were omniscient. They were endowed with self-knowledge. They were full of dispassion and sinless. They regarded the whole universe as of no more value than a blade of grass. They began to fight with the army of the gods. In spite of fighting for a considerable time, the ego sense did not arise in them. Whenever the ego sense raised its head, they subdued it with self-inquiry, who am I? They were therefore free from fear of death, devoted to appropriate action in the present, free from all attachment, devoid of the feeling I did this, intent on doing the work allotted to them by the master Sambhara, free from desire and from aversion and endowed with equal vision. The army of the gods was quickly defeated by them. The gods fled to Lord Vishnu for refuge. At his command, they took up their abode in another region. After this, Lord Vishnu himself had to fight with the demon Sambhara. Slain by the Lord, the demon instantly reached the abode of Vishnu. Lord Vishnu also liberated the three demons Brahma, Vasa and Ridha, who, when the body fell, became enlightened, as they had no ego sense. O Rama, the conditioned mind alone is bondage, and liberation is when the mind is unconditioned. The conditioning of the mind drops away when the truth is clearly seen and realized, and when the conditioning has ceased one's consciousness is made supremely peaceful, as when the flame of a lamp is put out. To realize that the self alone is all this, whatever one may think of anywhere, is clear perception. Conditioning and mind are but words without corresponding truth. When the truth is investigated, they cease to be meaningful. This is clear perception. When this clear perception arises, there is liberation. Dhamma, Vala and Kita illustrate the mind that is conditioned by the ego sense. Brahma, Vasa and Ridha illustrate the mind that is free from conditioning or ego sense. O Rama, do not be like the former, but be like the latter. That is the reason why I narrated this story to you, my dear and highly intelligent disciple. Vasishtha continued. 4:35 O Rama, they are the true heroes who have brought under control the mind which is dominated by ignorance and delusion. Such control of the mind is the only way by which one can remedy the sufferings of this world appearance, or the cycle of birth and death, and the endless chain of tragedy. I shall declare to you the quintessence of all wisdom. Listen and let it perfume your whole life. Bondage is the craving for pleasure. and its abandonment is liberation. Hence, look upon all the pleasure centers in this world as poison fumes. Blind abandonment is undesirable. Inquire deeply and seriously into the nature of sense pleasures and abandon all craving for them. Then you can live happily. By the cultivation of auspicious qualities, as all wrong knowledge gradually ceases, the mind becomes desireless, free from the pairs of opposites, restlessness, fear and delusion. Thereby the mind rests in a state of peace and bliss. It is then unpolluted by the ego sense, evil thoughts and feelings, attachment and sorrow. Then, the mind gets rid of its violent son known as doubt and its wife known as craving. Ironically, the awakened mind brings about the cessation of those very things, like thoughts and desires, which promoted its growth. Pursuing the inquiry into its real nature, the mind abandons its identification even with the body. The ignorant mind expands, but on the awakening of wisdom, the same mind ceases to be mind. Mind alone is this universe. Mind is the mountain range. Mind is the space. Mind is God. Mind alone is friend and foe. When the consciousness forgets itself, and undergoes modification and psychological conditioning, it is known as the mind, which gives rise to birth and death. This is known as jiva, being that part of the infinite consciousness which has assumed the character of an object of this consciousness, just a little enveloped by the psychological conditioning. It is this jiva that moves away from the truth of the infinite consciousness and by sinking deeper and deeper into the conditioning becomes involved in the world appearance. Of course, the self is neither the jiva, nor the body, nor its components. The self is, like space, independent of all these. Vasishtha continued, O Rama, the mind itself is the jiva the mind experiences what it itself has projected out of itself. By that it is bound. It is the state of the mind that determines the nature of the reincarnation of the jiva. One who wishes to be a king dreams that he has become king. What one intensely wishes for he obtains sooner or later. If the mind is impure, its effects are also impure. If it is pure, its products are pure too. The noble man engages himself in noble spiritual pursuits even in straitened circumstances. There is neither bondage nor liberation in truth. The infinite thinks I am a body and this thought acts as bondage. When one realizes that all these are false, he shines as the infinite consciousness. When the mind has been purified by pure thoughts and actions, it takes on the nature of the infinite, even as a pure cloth takes on a color easily. When in a pure mind there arise concepts and notions of a body, scriptural knowledge and dispassion, etc., the world appearance comes into being. When the mind gets involved in the external objective universe it moves away from the self. But, when the mind gives up the subject-object relationship it has with the world, it is instantly absorbed in the infinite. The mind has no existence apart from the infinite consciousness. It did not exist in the beginning, it will not exist in the end and so it does not now. One who thinks that it does exist holds sorrow in his hand. He who knows that this world is the self in reality goes beyond that sorrow, and this world gives him both joy and liberation. The mind is naught but ideas and notions, who will grieve when such a mind comes to an end. The reality is consciousness which is the middle, between the seer and the object. This reality is veiled by the mind and revealed when the mind ceases. When the mind's conditioning ceases, then ignorance, craving, desires and aversions, delusion, stupidity, fear and ideations come to an end, purity, auspiciousness and goodness arise. One enjoys the delight of self-knowledge. He who has an intelligence that has been rendered pure by the destruction of all inner impurities, as his heart illumined by the light of the self attained through inquiry into the self, seeing the worthlessness of birth and death, he dwells without fear or anxiety in the city which is the body. Rama asked, 4:36, Lord, the infinite consciousness is transcendental. Pray, tell me how this universe exists in it. Vasishtha replied, O Rama, this universe exists in the infinite consciousness just as future waves exist in a calm sea, non-different in truth but with the potentiality of an apparent difference. The infinite consciousness is unmanifest, though omnipresent, even though space, though existing everywhere, is unmanifest. Just as the reflection of an object in crystal can be said to be neither real nor entirely unreal, one cannot say that this universe which is reflected in the infinite consciousness is real nor unreal. Again, just as space is unaffected by the clouds that float in it, this infinite consciousness is unaffected and untouched by the universe that appears in it. Just as light is not seen except through the refracting agent, even so the infinite consciousness is revealed through these various bodies. It is essentially nameless and formless, but names and forms are ascribed to its reflections. Consciousness reflecting in consciousness shines as consciousness and exists as consciousness, yet, to one who is ignorant, though considering oneself as wise and rational, there arises the notion that there has come into being and there exists something other than this consciousness. To the ignorant this consciousness appears as the terrible world appearance, to the wise the same consciousness appears as the one self. This consciousness alone is known as pure experiencing, and it is thanks to it that the sun shines and all beings enjoy life here. This consciousness is not created, nor does it perish, it is eternal and the world appearance is superimposed on it, even as waves in relation to the ocean. In that consciousness, when it is reflected within itself, there arises the I am notion which gives rise to diversity. As space, the same consciousness enables the seed to sprout, as air, it draws the sprout, as it were, as water, it nourishes it, as earth, it stabilizes it, and as light, the consciousness itself reveals the new life. It is the consciousness in the seed that in due course manifests as the fruit. This consciousness alone is the different seasons and their characteristics. It is on account of this consciousness that the entire universe exists as it does, supporting an infinite number of beings, till the time of the cosmic dissolution. 4:37 Vasishtha continued, thus, this world appearance comes and goes as the very nature of the infinite consciousness. Being non-different from the infinite consciousness, this world soft-appearance has a mutual causal relationship with it, arises in it, exists in it and is absorbed in it. Though like the deep ocean it is not agitated, yet it is agitated like the waves appearing on the surface. Even as one who is intoxicated sees himself as another person, this consciousness, becoming conscious of itself, considers itself as another. This universe is not real, nor is it unreal, it exists in consciousness, yet it does not exist, independently, in consciousness. Though appearing to be in addition to consciousness, it does not exceed consciousness. The relationship is like ornaments and gold. This self, the supreme Brahman, which permeates everything, is that which enables you to experience sound, taste, form and fragrance, O Rama. It is transcendental and omnipresent, it is non-dual and pure. In it there is not even a notion of another. All these diversities like existence and non-existence, good and evil, are vainly imagined by ignorant people. It matters not whether this imagination is said to be based on the not-self or the self itself. Since there is nothing other than the self, how can there be desire for another? Hence, notions like this is desirable and this is undesirable do not touch the self. Since the self is desireless and, because the doer, the instrument of action, and the action itself are also non-dual, it does not get involved in action. Since that which exists and that in which it exists are identical, one cannot even say it is. Since in it there is no desire whatsoever, there is no notion of an action in it. There is naught else, O Rama. You are the very existence of this absolute Brahman. Therefore, free yourself from all notions of duality and live an active life. What have you to gain by doing all kinds of actions again and again? And, what will you gain by desiring to be inactive? Or, by adhering to scriptures? O Rama, rest in peace and purity like the ocean when it is not agitated by wind. That self, by which everything is completely permeated, is not to be gained by traveling far and wide. Do not let your mind wander among the objects of the world. You yourself are the Supreme Self, the infinite consciousness, you are naught else. Vasistha continued. 4:38 O Rama, the sense of doership, the notion I do this, which gives rise to both happiness and unhappiness, or which gives rise to the state of yoga, is fictitious in the eyes of the wise. To the ignorant, however, it is real. 4. What is the source of this notion? This notion arises when the mind, spurred by the predisposition, endeavors to gain something. The resultant action is then attributed to oneself. When the same action leads to the experience of its fruition, the notion "I enjoy this" arises. The two notions are in truth the two phases, of the same notion. Whether one is engaged in action or not, whether one is in heaven or in hell, whatever may be the psychological conditioning, that itself is experienced by the mind. Hence, to the ignorant and conditioned person there is the notion "I do this" whether he is doing something or doing nothing, but such a notion does not arise in the enlightened or unconditioned. When the truth concerning this is known, the conditioning is weakened, and thenceforth the wise man, even while acting in this world, is not interested in the fruits of those actions. He lets actions happen in his life, without attachment to those actions, and whatever be the results of those actions, he regards them as non-different from his own self. But such is not the attitude of one who is immersed in the mental states. Whatever the mind does, that alone is action. Hence, the mind alone is the doer of actions, not the body. The mind alone is this world appearance. This world's soft-appearance has arisen in it, and it rests in the mind. When the objects as well as the experiencing mind have become tranquil, consciousness alone remains. The wise declare that the mind of the enlightened is neither in a state of bliss nor devoid of bliss, neither in motion nor static, neither real nor unreal, but between these two propositions. His unconditioned consciousness blissfully plays its role in this world appearance as if in a play. Since it is the mental conditioning, which exists in the ignorant, which determines the nature of the action and of the experience, and since it is absent in the enlightened, the latter is ever in bliss. His actions are non-actions. Hence he does not incur merit nor demerit. His behavior is like that of a child, and even if he appears to be in pain, he is not. He is totally unattached to this world appearance and to the actions of the mind and the senses. He does not even entertain the notion of liberation, nor that of bondage. He sees the self and self alone. 4:39 Vasistha continued, Rama, the absolute Brahman being omnipotent, his infinite potencies appear as this visible universe. All the diverse categories like reality, unreality, unity, diversity, beginning and end exist in that Brahman. Like waves on the sea, the Jiva also appears in Brahman self-limited by individualized consciousness. This Jiva later undergoes progressively denser conditioning, functions in accordance with that conditioning and experiences the consequences of such action. Rama asked, Lord, Brahman is free from sorrow, and yet that which has emerged from it, as a lamp kindled from another lamp, is the universe which is full of sorrow. How is this possible? Valmiki said, hearing this question. Vasistha contemplated thus for a while. Obviously, Rama's understanding is not efficient because there is impurity in his mind. Yet, if he is not enabled fully to understand the truth, his mind will not find rest. As long as the mind is swayed by thoughts of pleasure or happiness, so long is it unable to comprehend the truth. If the mind is pure, then it instantly comprehends the truth. Hence, it is declared that he who declares all this is Brahman to one who is ignorant or half-awakened, goes to hell. Hence, a wise teacher should encourage his students first to be established in self-control and tranquility. Then the student should be properly examined before the knowledge of the truth is imparted to him. Then, Vasistha said, you will discover the truth for yourself whether Brahman is free from sorrow or not. Or, I shall help you understand this in course of time. For the present, understand this. Brahman is omnipotent, omnipresent and the indwelling presence in all. This Brahman, through the indescribable power known as Maya, has brought this creation into being. This Maya is capable of making the unreal appear as the real, and vice versa, even as the empty void of space appears to be blue in color. Behold Rama, you see such infinite diversity of creatures in this world itself. That is the manifestation of the infinite potencies of the Lord. Embrace tranquility. He who is at peace within himself beholds the truth. When the mind is not at peace, the world appears to be a confusion of diversity. But in fact, This universe is an apparent manifestation of the infinite potencies of the Lord. Just as where there is light there is natural visibility, even so on account of the omnipotence of the Lord, this world's soft-appearance has arisen as his very nature. However, simultaneously with this world appearance, ignorance has also come into being, on account of which there is sorrow. Give up this ignorance and be free. Vasishtha continued. 4:40 O Rama, this entire creation of world appearance is but an accidental manifestation of the intention of the omnipotent conscious energy, Siddhakti, of the infinite consciousness or Brahma. The intention itself condenses and thus gives rise in the mind to the substance thus intended. Immediately the mind reproduces the substance as if in the objective field. At this stage, there is a notion of this creation having factually abandoned its fundamental and true nature as the infinite consciousness. This infinite consciousness apparently sees within itself a pure void, and the conscious energy, Siddhakti, thereupon brings space into existence. In that conscious soft-energy there arises an intention to diversify. This intention itself is then regarded as the creator Brahma, with his retinue of other living creatures. Thus have all the 14 worlds appeared in the space of infinite consciousness, with their endless variety of beings, some immersed in dense darkness, some very close to enlightenment and others fully enlightened. In this world, O Rama, among the many species of living beings only the human beings are fit to be instructed into the nature of truth. Even among these human beings many are obsessed by sorrow and delusion, hate and fear. All this I shall presently deal with in great detail. But all this talk about who created this world and how it was created is intended only for the purpose of composing scriptures and expounding them. It is not based on truth. Modifications arising in the infinite consciousness or organization of the cosmic being do not really take place in the Lord, though they appear to do so. There is nor but the infinite consciousness, even in imagination. To think of that being the creator and the universe as the created, is absurd. When one lamp is kindled from another, there is no creator-creature relationship between them. Fire is one. Creation is just a word, it has no corresponding substantial reality. Consciousness is Brahman, the mind is Brahman, the intellect is Brahman, Brahman alone is the substance. Sound or word is Brahman and Brahman alone is the component of all substances. All indeed is Brahman, there is no world in reality. Just as when the dirt is removed the real substance is made manifest. Just as when the darkness of the night is dispelled the objects that were shrouded by the darkness are clearly seen, even so when ignorance is dispelled truth is realized. 4:41 Rama asked, Lord, how can there be even an intention to diversify in the infinite consciousness? Vasishtha said, O Rama, there is no contradiction in my statements. You will see the beauty of the truth in my statements when you attain the vision of truth. Descriptions of creation, etc., are given in the scriptures for the purpose of instructing disciples. Do not let your mind be colored by them. When you realize that which is indicated by the words, then naturally you will abandon the jugglery of words. In the infinite consciousness itself there is neither an intention nor the veil of delusion. But, that itself is before you as the world. This can be realized only when ignorance comes to an end. Ignorance will not cease except with the help of instruction which rests in the use of these words and descriptions. This ignorance seeks to destroy itself and hence seeks the light of true knowledge. Weapons are destroyed by other weapons, dirt cleans dirt, poison cures poison and enemies are destroyed by other enemies. Even so this Maya rejoices when it is destroyed. The moment you become aware of this Maya, it vanishes. This ignorance or Maya veils the truth and creates this diversity, but it does not know its own nature, and that is strange. As long as one does not inquire into its nature, it rules. The moment there is inquiry into its nature, it ceases. This Maya does not exist in truth. So long as this truth is not directly experienced by you, you will have to accept my word for it. He who knows that Brahman alone is the truth, he is liberated. All other points of view are intended to bind a person to ignorance. This ignorance will not go away without self-knowledge. And, self-knowledge arises only when the scriptures are studied deeply. Whatever may be the origin of this ignorance, surely, even that exists in the self. Hence, O Rama, do not inquire into how has this ignorance arisen, but inquire into how shall I get rid of it. When this ignorance or Maya has ceased to be, then you shall know how it arose. You will realize that this ignorance is not a real entity. It arises only in a state of unwisdom. Not a single person, whether he is a great scholar or a hero, has been spared by this ignorance. This ignorance is the source of all sorrow. Uproot and destroy it. Vasishtha continued. 4:42 I shall again declare to you the way in which the one infinite consciousness has come to appear as the jiva and all the rest of it. You see in the ocean that it is tranquil in places and agitated in other places. Even so, the infinite consciousness seems to embrace diversity in some places, though it in itself is non-dual. It is natural for the omnipotent infinite consciousness to manifest in all its infinite glory. This manifestation of the omnipotence of infinite consciousness enters into an alliance with time, space and causation which are indispensable to the manifestation. Thence arose the infinite names and forms. But all these apparent manifestations are in reality non-different from the infinite consciousness. That aspect of this infinite consciousness which relates itself to the manifestation of the names and forms and thus to time, space and causation is known as the knower of the field, or the witness consciousness. The body is the field, that which knows this field inside out and in all its aspects is the knower of the field or witness consciousness. This witness consciousness becomes involved in the latent predispositions and develops the ego sense. When this ego sense generates notions and intentions within itself, it is known as the intellect. As the thinking instrument, it is known as the mind. When the intelligence gets further modified or perverted, it becomes the senses. All of these constitute the body. Just as a fruit undergoes various changes in size, color, etc., as it matures, the same consciousness undergoes these apparent changes as the ignorance grows deeper and denser. The foolish person then abandons all right thinking or inquiry into the truth and voluntarily embraces ignorance as bliss. Caught in its own trap of various activities, and of identification of oneself as their doer, he undergoes endless suffering which is self-imposed and self-willed. O Rama, in this world the cause of all misfortunes is only the mind which is full of sorrow and grief, desire and delusion. Forgetful of self-knowledge, it generates desire and anger, evil thoughts and cravings which throw the person into the fire of sense objects. O Rama, rescue this mind from the mire of ignorance. O Rama, he indeed is a demon in human form who is not distressed by the impure state of the mind caused by alternating good and evil thoughts, and who is subjected to old age, death and despair. 4:43 Vasishtha continued. This incidental manifestation of the power of the infinite consciousness appears as the millions of species of beings in this universe. These countless beings are caught up in their own mental conditioning. They are found in every country and in every place in the universe, and they were in every conceivable kind of situation. Some of them are part of the new creation in this epoch, others are more ancient. Some have incarnated just a couple of times, others have had countless incarnations. Some are liberated. Others are sunk in dreadful suffering. Some are celestials, some are demigods, and others are the deities presiding over this manifest universe. Some others are demons, others are goblins. Some are members of the four castes of human beings, and others are members of primitive uncivilized tribes. Some of them are in the form of herbs and grass, others appear as roots, fruits and leaves. Some are in the form of creepers, and some are living as flowers. Some are the kings and their ministers, clad in royal robes, others are clad in rags and bark of trees, either because they were anchorites or they are beggars. Some are snakes and others are insects, others are animals like lions, tigers, etc. Some are birds, others are elephants and donkeys. Some are prosperous, others are in adverse circumstances. Some are in heaven, others are in hell. Some are in the region of the stars, others are in holes of dying trees. Some live amongst liberated sages, others are already liberated sages who have risen above body consciousness. Some are endowed with enlightened intelligence, some are extremely dull, O Rama, just as in this universe there are countless beings of various species, in other universes, too, there are similar beings, with different bodies suited to those universes. But, all of them are bound by their own mental conditioning. These beings roam this universe, sometimes uplifted, sometimes degraded, and death plays with them as with a ball. Bound to their own countless desires and attachments and limited by their own mental conditioning, they migrate from one body to another. They will continue to do so, till they perceive the truth concerning their own self, which is infinite consciousness. After attaining this self-knowledge, they are liberated from delusion and they do not return to this plane of birth and death anymore. 4:44 Vasistha continued, however, all this creation takes place only as in a dream. This creation is not real, it merely appears to be so. He who has eradicated ignorance totally and in whom every form of conditioning has ceased, is a liberated sage, though he seems to be aware of this dream known as world appearance, in reality he does not see it as a world. This world appearance is naturally conceived of in all the jivas at all times, till the jiva attains liberation. In every jiva, therefore, the body exists potentially, not in all its physical substantiality, but as a thought and as an intention. I shall describe to you once again how the Creator Brahma arose in the infinite consciousness, and you will see from that account how the infinite beings arose similarly in that consciousness. The infinite consciousness, which is devoid of time, space and causation, playfully assumes these. Thus the cosmic person comes into being. This cosmic person is also the cosmic mind and cosmic life. This cosmic person intends to experience sound, and space is brought into being, with the transmission of sound as its character. It intends to experience touch. Air is created. These are unseen and subtle. Wishing to sigh, this cosmic person brings fire into being, and this fire expands into the numerous sources of light. It intends to experience taste as well as coolness to counteract fire. Water comes into being. And, lastly, by its mere wish to smell, earth with its faculty of smell comes into being. This cosmic person with all its faculties is still extremely subtle and undivided. It apparently abandons that and perceives itself as infinite sparks in space. It thinks of itself as each one of these sparks. The ego sense arises. This ego sense also has intelligence inherent in it, and it conceives of a body for itself with the help of the 5 cosmic elements I have already mentioned. This body it regards as gross, physical and material, and so it becomes. This cosmic person is the Brahma. He appears to create all these countless beings, and he himself protects them. He first arose in the infinite consciousness, but apparently overcome by self-limitation and forgetfulness of the infinite nature, as in fetal sleep, he identifies himself with the body, fueled and maintained by the life force, prana, and composed of material substances. When he begins to inquire into his origin, his true nature is revealed to him, and he is liberated from self-limitation. Vasistha continued, 4:45, O Rama, though this universe seems to exist, nothing really exists as the universe. It is but the appearance or reflection of the infinite consciousness, which alone is the reality. In that consciousness the creation appears as if in a dream. Hence, only the reality in which it appears is real, and that is the infinite void. You see the world because the eyes, or the other senses, perceive the world, and in the same way, if you think or believe or know that it exists, that is because your mind thinks so. And that mind had brought this body into being for its own dwelling. All the powers that are inherent in the mind and by which this world has been brought into being are found in the infinite consciousness. Hence, the sages have declared that the mind is omnipotent. All these gods, demons and humans have all been conjured up by the mind. When the mind ceases to entertain such notions, they shall cease to be, even as a lamp without fuel. The wise man who knows that all the objects in the world are unreal does not consider them objects of pleasure to be pursued. He who runs after the objects created by his own mind surely comes to grief. This world appearance has come into being on account of desire. It will cease only when desire ceases to arise, not when you turn against or hate it. When this world appearance has been dissolved, nothing whatsoever has really been destroyed. If an unreal appearance has vanished, what does one lose? If it is utterly unreal, then how can it even be destroyed, and why does one grieve over the unreal loss? Or, if it were real, then no one could destroy it or make it unreal. From this point of view, this world is nothing but Brahman, the eternal truth. In which case, is there any room for sorrow at all? Similarly, that which is unreal cannot grow or flourish. For what does one rejoice? What does one desire then? When all this is indeed the one infinite consciousness, what does one renounce? That which was non-existent in the beginning, and that which shall cease to be in the end, is not real in the middle, in the present, either. That which exists in the beginning, and in the end, is the reality in the present, too. See that all this is unreal, including myself, and there will be no sorrow in you, or, see that all this is real, including myself, and sorrow will not touch you either. As the sage said this, the 9th day came to an end, and the assembly dispersed. 4:46 Vasishtha continued, knowing that the entire universe, including one's wealth, wife, son, etc., are nothing but the creation of the jugglery of the mind, one does not grieve when they are lost, nor does one feel elated when they prosper. On the other hand, it may be proper to feel unhappy when they prosper, for such prosperity may intensify one's ignorance. Hence, that which generates attachment and craving in the fool, generates detachment and cool indifference in the wise. The nature of the wise person is not to desire those experiences which one does not effortlessly obtain, and to experience those which have already arrived. If one is able to wean the mind away from craving for sense pleasure by whatever means, one is saved from being drowned in the ocean of delusion. He who has realized his oneness with the entire universe, and who has thus risen above both desire for and desire against, is never deluded. Therefore, O Rama, realize that self or infinite consciousness which permeates and therefore transcends both the unreal and the real, and, then, neither grasp nor give up whatever is inside or outside. The wise sage who is established in such self-knowledge is free from any sort of coloring or mental conditioning or self-limitation. He is like the sky or space which is totally free from being tainted by anything that happens within it. Let your mind not entertain a feeling of mindness in any of the objects of the senses. Then, whether you are active or inactive, you will not be sunk in the mire of ignorance. When your heart does not taste sense pleasures as sweet and desirable, then you have known all that there is to be known, and you are saved from this cycle of birth and death. He who is not attracted by the pleasures of either this world or of heaven, whether or not there is body consciousness in him, is liberated, even if he does not specifically desire or strive for such liberation. O Rama, in this ocean of ignorant mental conditioning, he who has found the raft of self-knowledge is saved from drowning, he who has not found that raft is surely drowned. Therefore, O Rama, examine the nature of the self with an intelligence as sharp as the razor's edge, and then rest established in self-knowledge. Live as the sages of self-knowledge live. They know the infinite consciousness and the world appearance, hence, they do not relish nor renounce activity in this world. You, too, have attained self-knowledge, Rama, and you are at peace. Vasistha continued. 4:47 O Rama, in the past there have been millions of Brahmas, Shivas, Indras, and Narayanas. However, even the creations of these gods were but the jugglery of Maya. These creations were sometimes from Brahma others were ascribed to Shiva or Narayana or the sages. Again, sometimes Brahma was born of a lotus, at others he rose from the waters or from an egg or from space. In some universes Brahma is the supreme deity, in others it is the sun, Indra, Narayana or Shiva. In some universes the earth is filled with trees, in others with people or with mountains. Somewhere the earth is of mud or clay, elsewhere it is rocky or golden or coppery. One may count the rays of the sun, but it is impossible to count the number of universes that exist. This creation is beginningless. In the city of Brahman, which is the infinite consciousness or the consciousness in the space of one's heart, these universes arise and vanish again and again. But these are different from the one infinite consciousness. These creations, whether they were gross or subtle, whether established or disintegrating, are all garlands of the subtle elements which have all arisen from the infinite space of consciousness. Sometimes, space gets established first, and the creator is said to be born of space. At other times, air gets established first, and at other times, fire, water or earth, and the creator gets an appropriate title. From this creator's body there arise words like Brahmana, a priest, etc., and these words become living beings with appropriate designations. Of course, all this is unreal, like the creations seen in a dream. Hence the question, how did all this arise in the one infinite consciousness? Is immature and childish. The creation appears to take place on account of the intentions of the mind. This is certainly a mystery and a wonder. I have described all this to you only as an illustration of the truth. However, in this creation, there is no such order or sequence. This creation is nothing but the creation of the mind. This is the truth, the rest is but a fanciful description. On account of the succession of the creation and dissolution of this universe, the time scale is conceived of, from a moment to an aeon. But this universe is forever present in consciousness, just as sparks are ever present in a red-hot iron. In the pure vision of an enlightened person, however, all this is Brahman alone, not a world appearance. The repetition, creation and dissolution, of infinite number of universes, with the infinite variety of creators in them, is nothing but the fanciful perception of the ignorant and the deluded. The story of Dashra 4:48 Vasistha continued, O Rama, they who are busy with the diverse affairs in this world in pursuit of pleasure and power do not desire to know the truth which they obviously do not see. He who is wise but who has not completely controlled the pleasure-seeking tendencies of his senses, sees the truth and sees the illusion. And he who has clearly understood the nature of the world and of the jiva and who has firmly rejected the world appearance as the reality, he is liberated and is not born again. The ignorant strive for the welfare of the body and not of the self. Be not like the ignorant, O Rama, but be wise. To illustrate this, I shall now narrate to you an interesting legend. In the country known as Magadha, which had an abundance of pleasure gardens, there lived a sage by name Dashra. He was engaged in breathtaking penance. He was a great ascetic who had no interest at all in worldly pleasures, and he was learned, too. He was the son of another sage known as Saraloma. But, as ill luck would have it, he lost both his parents when he was young. The deities of the forest took pity on this orphan who was inconsolable in his grief, and they said to him, O wise boy, you are the son of a sage, why do you weep like an ignorant fool? Do you not know the evanescent nature of this world appearance? Young one, such is the very nature of this world appearance. Things come into being, they exist for a while, and they are then destroyed. Whatever being there appears to be, from the relative point of view, even if that being is called Brahma, the Creator, is subject to this inevitable end. There is no doubt about this. Hence, do not grieve over the inevitable death of your parents. The young man's sorrow was ameliorated. He got up and performed the funeral rites of his parents. Then, he began to lead a rigorously religious life, emptied on all sides with do's and don'ts. Since he had not yet realized the truth, he was immersed in the performance of the rituals with all their injunctions and prohibitions. All this created in him a feeling that the whole world is full of impurities. He sought to live in an unpolluted place. A treetop, he decided. Wishing to live on a treetop, he performed a sacred rite during which he cut off and offered his own flesh into the sacred fire. Soon, the fire deity himself appeared before him and announced, "You will surely attain the wish which has already appeared in your heart." After accepting the ascetic's worship, fire disappeared. Vasistha continued. 4:49, 50, 51. The sage then saw in front of him a huge kadamba tree which had a majestic appearance. It seemed to wipe with its hands, its foliage, the tears, raindrops, of his beloved sky. It had actually covered the space between heaven and earth with the thousands of its arms, branches, and it stood like the cosmic form of the Lord, with the sun and the moon for his eyes. Laden with flowers, it rained them on the holy and divine sages who traversed the sky. and the bees that dwelt on it sang a song of welcome to those sages. The detailed description of the tree is graphic and beautiful. S.V. The sage ascended this tree which stood like a pillar linking heaven and earth. He sat on the topmost branch of the tree. For a brief moment, he let his eyes roam in all the directions. He had a vision of the cosmic being. The detailed description given in chapter 50 of what he saw is also interesting. S.V. Because he had taken his abode on the Kadamba tree, he had come to be known as Kadambadhara. He commenced his austerities sitting on the top of that tree. He had been accustomed to the ritualistic performances enjoined in the Vedas, and so he engaged himself in their performance, but this time mentally. Yet, such is the power of such mental performance, it purified the sage's mind and his heart, and he attained pure wisdom. One day, he beheld in front of him a nymph clad in flowers. She was extremely beautiful. The sage asked her, "O beautiful lady, with your radiance you can overpower even Cupid." "Who are you?" She replied, "Lord, I am a deity of the forest. In this world nothing is unattainable to one who resorts to the presence of an enlightened sage like you. I have just been to attend a festival in the forest, where I met several other goddesses of the forest, each one of them with her offspring. I was the only one among them who had no children. Hence, I am unhappy. However, when you are in this forest, why should I be unhappy? Grant me a son or I shall reduce myself to ashes." The sage picked up a creeper and handing it to her said, "Go. Just as this creeper will produce flowers in a month, you too will give birth to a son." The grateful goddess went away. She returned to the sage, after 12 years, with a son of that age. She said, "Lord, this is your son. And I have instructed him in all branches of learning. I pray that you may instruct him in self-knowledge, for who will let his son grow into a fool?" The sage accepted to do so and the goddess went away. From that day, the sage began to instruct the young man in all branches of self-knowledge. 4:52 Vasistha continued, "During this period I was myself going over that very tree and heard the sage's instructions to his son." Dajra said, "I shall illustrate what I wish to say concerning this world, with a story. There lives a mighty king named Kotha who is capable of conquering the 3 worlds. The deities presiding over the worlds faithfully honor his commands. No one can even catalogue his innumerable deeds which were productive of both happiness and unhappiness. His valor could not be challenged by anyone using any weapon whatsoever, or even by fire, any more than one can hit space with a fist. Even Indra, Vishnu and Shiva could not equal him in his enterprises. This king had 3 bodies which had completely engulfed the worlds, and they were respectively the best, the middling and the least. This king arose in space and got established in space. There, in space, the king built a city with 14 roads and 3 sectors. In it were pleasure gardens, beautiful mountain peaks for sports, and 7 lakes with pearls and creepers in them. In it there were 2 lights which were hot and cold and whose light never diminished. In that city the king created several types of beings. Some were placed above, others in the middle and yet others below. Of them some were long-lived and others short-lived. They were covered with black hair. They had 9 gates. They were well ventilated. They had 5 lamps, 3 pillars, and white supporting wooden poles. They were soft with clay plastering. All this was created by the Maya or illusory power of the king. Here, the king disports himself, with all the ghosts and goblins, which are afraid of inquiry or investigation, that had been created to protect the mansions, the different bodies. When he thinks of moving he thinks of a future city and contemplates migrating to it. Surrounded by the ghosts, he runs fast to the new abode after leaving the previous one, and occupies the new city built in the fashion of a magic creation. In that again when he contemplates destruction, he destroys himself. Sometimes he wails, "What shall I do? I am ignorant, I am miserable." Sometimes he is happy, at others pitiable. Thus, he lives and conquers, goes, talks, flourishes, shines and does not shine. My son, thus this king is tossed in this ocean of world appearance. Dajra continued, 4:53 Thus had been illustrated the creation of the universe and of man. Katha, who arose in the great void, is none but a notion or an intention. This notion arises in the great void of its own accord and dissolves in the great void of its own accord, too. The entire universe and whatever there is in it is the creation of this notion or intention, and naught else. In fact, even the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, are the limbs of that notion. That intention alone is responsible for the creation of the 3 worlds, the 14 regions and the 7 oceans. The city built by the king is nothing but the living entity, with his different organs and their characteristics. Of the different kinds of beings thus created, some, the gods, are in a higher region and the others are in lower realms. Having built this imaginary city, the king placed it under the protecting care of ghosts. These ghosts are the ahamkara, ego principle. The king henceforth sports in this world, in this body. In a moment he sees the world in the waking state, and after some time he abruptly shifts his attention to the world within which he enjoys in his dreams. He moves from one city to another, from one body to another, from one realm to another. After many such peregrinations, he develops wisdom, getting disillusioned with these worlds and their pleasures, and reaches the end of his wandering by the cessation of all notions. In one moment he seems to enjoy wisdom, whilst the very next moment he is caught up in pleasure-seeking, and in an instant his understanding gets perverted, just as in the case of a little child. These notions are either like dense darkness, and give rise to ignorance and births in the lower orders of creation, or pure and transparent, and give rise to wisdom, drawing one close to the truth, or impure, and give rise to worldliness. When all such notions cease, then there is liberation. Even if one engages oneself in every other sort of spiritual endeavor, and even if one has the gods themselves as one's teachers, and even if one were in heaven or any other region, liberation is not had except through the cessation of all notions. The real, the unreal and the admixture of these two are all but notions and naught else, and notions themselves are neither real nor unreal. What then shall we call real in this universe? Hence, my son, give up these notions, thoughts and intentions. When they cease, the mind naturally turns to what is truly beyond the mind, the infinite consciousness. 4:54 The young man asked, Father, please tell me how this sankalpa, notion, thought, idea, concept, arises and how it grows and ceases. Dashra replied, My son, when, in the infinite consciousness, the consciousness becomes aware of itself as its own object, there is the seed of ideation. This is very subtle. But soon it becomes gross and fills the whole of space, as it were. When consciousness is engrossed in this ideation, it thinks the object is distinct from the subject. Then the ideation begins to germinate and to grow. Ideation multiplies naturally by itself. This leads to sorrow, not to happiness. There is no cause for sorrow in this world other than this ideation. This ideation or notion has really come into being by sheer coincidence. The crow alights on the palm tree, and the fruit falls to the ground, without any causal connection. But this unreal non-substance is yet able to grow. Your birth, therefore, is unreal. Your existence, surely, is unreal too. When you know this and realize this, the unreality ceases. Do not entertain ideas. Do not hold on to the notion of your existence. For it is only by these that the future comes into being. There is no cause for fear in the destruction of all ideation. When there is no thought, notion or ideation ceases. My son, it is easier to cease to entertain notions than it is to crush a flower that lies on the palm of your hand. The latter demands effort, the former is effortless. When thus all notions cease, there is great peace, and sorrow is destroyed to its very root. For everything in this universe is but an idea, a notion, a concept. It has different names like the mind, the living soul or jiva, intelligence and conditioning. There are no real substances corresponding to these words. Hence, remove all thought. Do not waste your life and effort in other endeavors. Already as the notions weaken, one is less affected by happiness and unhappiness, and knowledge of the unreality of the objects prevents attachment. When there is no hope, there is neither elation nor depression. The mind itself is the jiva when it is reflected in consciousness, and mind itself builds castles in the air, stretching itself, as it were, into the past, the present and the future. It is not possible to comprehend the ripples of ideation, but this much can be said: sense experiences multiply them, and when these are given up, they cease to be. If these notions are real, like the blackness of coal, then you cannot remove them. But that is not so. Hence they can be destroyed. Vasishtha continued. 4:55, 56. Hearing the sage's words, I descended upon that Kadamba tree. For a considerable time the three of us discussed self-knowledge, and I awakened in them the supreme knowledge. Then I took leave of them and went away. O Rama, this is meant to illustrate the nature of the world appearance, and therefore, this story is as true as the world itself. Even if you believe that this world and yourself are real, then be it so, rest firmly in your own self. If you think that this is both real and unreal, then adopt the appropriate attitude to this changing world. If you believe that the world is unreal, then be firmly established in the infinite consciousness. Similarly, whether you believe that the world has had a creator or not, let it not cloud your understanding. The self is devoid of the senses. Hence, though the doer of everything, he is as if inert. One enjoys a lifespan of just 100 years. Why does the immortal self run after the sensual pleasures during this brief period? If the world and its objects are real, even then it does not stand to reason that the conscious self should seek the inert objects. And of course, if they are not real, nothing but unhappiness can result from their pursuit. Give up the desires of your heart. You are what you are in this world. Knowing this, sport in this world. In the very presence of the self all activities take place in this world, just as in the very presence of a lamp there is light. The lamp has no intention to shine. Even so, the self does not intend to do anything, and yet everything happens in its very presence. You may adopt one or the other of the two attitudes: 1, I am the omnipresent being that does nothing, and 2, I am the doer of all actions in this world. In both cases you will arrive at the same state of perfect equanimity, which is immortality. You will be free from likes and dislikes, attraction and aversion. You will be rid of foolish feelings like someone served me, or someone else hurt me. Hence, O Rama, you may feel, I am not the doer, I do not exist, or I am the doer, and I am everything, or inquire into the nature of the self, who am I, and realize I am not any of this that is attributed to me. Rest established in the self, which is the highest state of consciousness, in which the best among the holy men who know of this state ever dwell. 4:57 Rama asked, Holy sage, how does this unreal world exist in the absolute Brahman? Can snow exist in the sun? Vasishtha said, Rama, this is not the right time for you to ask this question, for you will not be able to comprehend the answer now. Love stories are uninteresting to a little boy. Every tree bears its fruits in due season, and my instruction will also bear fruit in good time. If you seek yourself with the self by your own self-effort, then you will clearly find the answer to your question. I discussed the question of doership and non-doership in order that the nature of the mental conditioning or ideation may become evident. Bondage is bondage to these thoughts and notions, freedom is freedom from them. Give up all notions, even those of liberation. First, by the cultivation of good relationships like friendship, give up tendencies and notions which are gross and materialistic. Later, give up even such notions as friendship, even though continuing to be friendly, etc. Give up all desires and contemplate the nature, or notion, of cosmic consciousness. Even this is within the realm of ideation or thought. Hence, give this up in due course. Rest in what remains after all these have been given up. And, renounce the renouncer of these notions. When even the notion of the ego sense has ceased, you will be like the infinite space. He who has thus renounced everything from his heart, he indeed is the Supreme Lord, whether he continues to live an active life or whether he rests in contemplation all the time. To him neither action nor inaction is of any use. O Rama, I have examined all the scriptures and investigated the truth. There is no salvation without the total renunciation of all notions or ideas or mental conditioning. This world of diverse names and forms is composed of the desirable and the undesirable. For these people strive, but for self-knowledge no one strives. Rare are the sages of self-knowledge in the three worlds. One may be an emperor of the world or the king of heaven, but all these are only composed of the five elements. It is a pity that people indulge in such colossal destruction of life for these petty gains. Shame on them. None of these engages the attention of the sage, because he is equipped with self-knowledge. He is established in that supreme seat to which the sun and the moon have no access, the Selma. Hence, the sage of self-knowledge is not enamored of the gains or the pleasures of the entire universe. Caucus Song Vasistha continued. 4:58. In this connection, O Rama, I remember an inspiring song sung by the son of the preceptor of the gods, Kaka. This Kaka was established in self-knowledge. He lived in a cave on the Mount Meru. His mind was saturated with the highest wisdom, and hence it was not attracted by any of the objects of the world composed of the five elements. Feigning despair, Kaka sang this meaningful song. Pray listen to this. Kaka said, "What shall I do? Where shall I go? What shall I try to hold? What shall I renounce? This entire universe is permeated by the one self. Unhappiness or sorrow is the self. Happiness is the self, too. For all desires are but empty void. Having known that all this is the self, I am freed from all travail. In this body, within and without, above and below, everywhere, here and there is only the self and self alone, and there is no non-self. The self alone is everywhere, everything exists as the self. All this is truly the self. I exist in the self as the self. I exist as all this, as the reality in all everywhere. I am the fullness. I am the self-bliss. I fill the entire universe like the cosmic ocean." Thus he sang. And he intoned the holy word Om, which resounded like a bell. He had merged his entire being in the holy sound. He was neither inside anything nor outside anything. This sage remained in that place totally absorbed in the self. Vasistha continued. 4:59. What else is there in this world, O Rama, except eating, drinking and sex? Hence, what is there in this world that wise man would find worthy of seeking? This world of five elements, and the body composed of flesh, blood, air and all the rest of it, are considered real by the ignorant, and they exist for his entertainment. The wise see in all this an impermanent and unreal but terrible poison. Rama asked, by the destruction of all notions, when the mind regains the state of the Creator himself, how does the notion of the world arise in it? Vasistha continued. Rama, the firstborn Creator on arising from the womb of the infinite consciousness uttered the sound Brahma. Hence he is known as Brahma, the Creator. This Creator first entertained the notion of light, and light came into being. In that light he visualized his own cosmic body, and this came into being, from the brilliant sun to the diverse objects that fill the space. He contemplated the same light as of infinite sparks, and all these sparks became diverse beings. Surely, it is the cosmic mind alone that has become this Brahma and all the other beings. Whatever this Brahma created in the beginning is seen even today. This unreal world has acquired substantiality on account of the persistence of the notion of its existence. All the beings in this universe sustain it by their own notions and ideas. After creating the universe by his own thought force, the Creator reflected thus: I have created all this by the power of a little agitation in the cosmic mind. I have had enough of it. It will now perpetuate itself. Let me rest. Contemplating thus, Brahma the Creator rested in his own self in deep meditation. Then, out of compassion for the created beings, the Creator revealed the scriptures which treat of self-knowledge. Once again he became absorbed in the knowledge of his own self, which is beyond all concepts and descriptions. This indeed is the highest state of the Creator, Brahmaisthiti. From there on, created beings acquired the character of the things with which they associated. By associating with the good they became good, and those who associated with the worldly became worldly. Thus one gets bound to this world appearance, and thus one is liberated too. 4:60. 61 Vasistha continued. After the creation of the world appearance, this world appearance, became like a water pot in which the living creatures keep coming up and going down into the blind well, with a desire to live as the binding rope. These living beings that are oars in the ocean of infinite consciousness like waves and ripples entered into the physical space, and when the elements like air, fire, water and earth were evolved they became involved in them. Then the cycle of birth and death began to revolve. The jivas come down, as it were, riding the rays of the moon, and enter into the plants and herbs. They become the fruits, as it were, of those plants. The fruits are ripened by the light of the sun. Then they are ready to incarnate. The subtle notions, ideas and mental conditioning are dormant even in the unborn being. At birth, the veil that covered them is removed. Some of these beings are born pure and enlightened, sattvika. Even in their own previous births they had turned away from the lure of sensual pleasures. But the nature of the others, who are born merely to perpetuate the cycle of birth and death, is a mixture of the pure, the impure, and the dark. There are others whose nature is pure with just a slight impurity. They are devoted to the truth and are full of noble qualities. Rare are such people who are devoid of the darkness of ignorance. Other people are enveloped by the darkness of ignorance and stupidity. They are like rocks and hills. Those beings in whom purity is preponderant with just a slight impurity, the Rajas-sattvika people, are ever happy, enlightened and do not grieve nor despair. They were unselfish like trees, and like them, they live to experience the fruition of past actions without committing new ones. They are desireless. They were at peace within themselves and they do not abandon this peace even in the worst calamities. They love all, and look upon all with equal vision. They do not drown in the ocean of sorrow. By all means one should avoid drowning in the ocean of sorrow and engage oneself in the inquiry into the nature of the self. Who am I? How has this world delusion arisen? One should thus abandon egoism in the body and attraction to the world. Then one will realize that there is no division in space, whether or not a building stands in space. The same consciousness that shines in the sun also dwells as the little worm that crawls in a hole on this earth. Vasishtha continued. 4:62 O Rama, one who is wise and who is capable of inquiring into the nature of truth should approach a good and learned person and study the scripture. This teacher should be free from craving for pleasure and he should also have had direct experience of the truth, and with his help, one should study the scripture and by the practice of the great yoga, one can reach the supreme state. O Rama, you are indeed a spiritual hero and an abode of good qualities. You are free from sorrow. You have reached the state of equanimity. Give up all delusion through the highest form of intelligence. When you are free from all concern about the objects of the world, you will be established in non-dual consciousness, and that is final liberation. There is no doubt about this. And, sages of self-knowledge will follow your noble example. Rama, only a person who is intelligent like you, who is good-natured and equal-visioned like you, and who sees only what is good, is entitled to the vision of wisdom which I have described here. O Rama, as long as you are embodied, live without being swayed by likes and dislikes, attraction and aversion, in conformity with the standards of the community in which you live, but without any desires and cravings. Constantly seek to discover the supreme peace, as the holy ones do. It is by emulating the example of the holy ones that one makes progress towards the supreme state. Whatever be one's nature here in this life, that alone he obtains after leaving this lifespan. But he who exerts seriously now is able to overcome such predispositions and exalt himself from the states of darkness and stupidity, tamas, and impurity, rajas. It is by the exercise of one's wisdom that one can ascend from these other states to the state of purity and enlightenment, sattva. It is only by intense self-effort that one obtains a good embodiment. There is nothing that intense self-effort cannot achieve. By the practice of brahmacharya, continence or wholesale devotion to Brahman, courage and endurance, and dispassion, and by intelligent practice based on common sense, one obtains that which one seeks to obtain, self-knowledge. Rama, you are already a liberated being, live like one. Part 5 on Dissolution, Valmiki said, v:1, 2, the people, including the gods, demigods and sages and the members of the royal court, Listen to sage Vasistha's words of wisdom with total attention. The Emperor Dasharatha and his ministers had for the time being abandoned their royal preoccupations and pleasures, intent on absorbing the teachings of the sage. At noon, the conscience gave the time signal and the assembly rose for the midday interval. In the evening the congregation was given leave to retire for the day, and as the kings and the princes rose to leave the court, their dazzling ornaments illumined it. The court itself appeared to be a miniature universe. When the assembly had thus dispersed, the king Dasharatha duly worshipped the sages and received their blessings. After this, Vasistha gave leave to the princes, Rama and his brothers, to retire for the day. They too fell at the sage's feet and received his blessings. When night fell, all except Rama retired to bed. But Rama could not sleep. Rama contemplated the illuminating words of the sage Vasistha thus. What is this world appearance? Who are all these different kinds of people and other beings? How do they appear here, from where do they come and where do they go? What is the nature of the mind and how does it attain quiescence? How did this Maya, cosmic illusion, arise in the first place and how does it come to an end? Again, is such an end to this illusion desirable or undesirable? How has limitation entered into the infinite self? What exactly are the means that the sage Vasistha has prescribed for the conquest of the senses and the mind? They are surely the sources of sorrow. It is impossible to abandon enjoyment of pleasure, and it is not possible to end sorrow without abandoning such enjoyment. This indeed is a problem. But, since the mind is the crucial factor in all this, surely if the mind once tastes the supreme peace, freed of all world illusion, it will not abandon that and run after sense pleasure. Oh, when will my mind be pure, and when will it rest in the Supreme Being? When will my mind rest in the infinite even as a wave is reabsorbed in the ocean? When will I be free of all craving? When will I be blessed with equal vision? When will I be rid of this terrible fever of worldliness? O mind, will you really remain firmly established in the wisdom revealed by the great sages? O my intellect, you are my friend. Contemplate the teachings of sage Vasistha in such a way that we shall both be saved from the miseries of this worldly existence. V:3, Valmiki continued, when the day dawned, Rama and the others got up and performed their morning religious functions and went over to the residence of the sage Vasistha. The sage himself had by then concluded his own dawn prayers and was in deep meditation. When he rose, he and the others ascended a chariot and drove to the palace of King Dasharatha. As they entered the royal court, the king walked 3 paces to receive them with due honor. Soon after this, all the other members of the assembly, the gods, the demigods, the sages and others, entered the assembly and took up their respective places. Opening the day's proceedings, Dasharatha said, O blessed Lord, I hope you have thoroughly recovered from the strain of yesterday's discourse. For our part, we feel highly elevated by the words of supreme wisdom that you uttered yesterday. Surely, the words of enlightened sages dispel the sorrows of all beings and bestow bliss upon them. They drive away the impurities caused in us by our own evil deeds. The evil tendencies like craving, greed, etc., are weakened by your wisdom. Our deluded belief in the reality of this world's soft-appearance is also provided with a powerful challenge. O Rama, only that day on which such sages are worshipped can be regarded as fruitful, the other days are of darkness. This is your best opportunity, inquire and learn from the sage that which is worth learning. Vasistha said, O Rama, have you deeply contemplated the teachings I have communicated to you? Did you reflect over them during the night and have you inscribed them on the tablet of your heart? Do you remember that I said to you that the mind is mad? Do you remember what I said about the creation of this universe in all its details? For it is only by frequent remembrance of such teachings that they attain clarity. Rama said, Lord, I have indeed done just that. Giving up sleep, I have spent the whole night meditating upon your enlightening words, endeavoring to see the truth that the words pointed to. Thus have I enshrined that truth in my heart. Who will not bear your teachings on his head, knowing that they confer the highest bliss on him? At the same time, they are extremely sweet to hear, they promote every type of suspiciousness and they bring us the incomparable experience. Hence, O Lord, I pray, resume your most excellent discourse. Vasishtha said, v:5, O Rama, kindly listen to this discourse on the dissolution of the universe and the attainment of supreme peace. This seemingly unending world appearance is sustained by impure, rajasa, and dull, tamasa, beings, even as a superstructure is sustained by pillars. But it is playfully and easily abandoned by those who are of a pure nature, even as the slough is effortlessly abandoned by a snake. They who are of a pure, sattva, nature and they whose activities, rajas, are based on purity and light, sattva, do not live their life mechanically, but inquire into the origin and the nature of this world appearance. When such inquiry is conducted with the help of the right study of scriptures in the company of holy ones, there arises a clear understanding within oneself in which the truth is seen, as in the light of a lamp. Not until this truth is perceived by oneself for oneself through such inquiry is the truth seen truly. O Rama, you are indeed of a pure nature, therefore, inquire into the nature of the truth and the falsehood, and be devoted to the truth. That which was not in the beginning and which will cease to be after a time, how can that be regarded as truth? That alone can be regarded as the truth which has always been and which will always be. Birth is of the mind, O Rama, and growth is mental, too. And, when the truth is clearly seen, it is mind that is liberated from its own ignorance. Hence, let the mind be led along the path of righteousness by the prior study of the scriptures, company of the holy ones and the cultivation of dispassion. Equipped with these, one should resort to the feet of a master, guru, whose wisdom is perfected. By faithfully adhering to the teachings of the master, one gradually attains to the plane of total purity. Rama, behold the self by the self through pure inquiry, even as the cool moon perceives the entire space. One is tossed around over the waters of this illusory world appearance like a piece of straw only as long as one does not get into the secure boat of self-inquiry. Even those particles of sand floating in water settle down when the water is absolutely steady. The mind of the man who has gained the knowledge of the truth settles down in total peace. Once this knowledge of the truth is gained, it is not lost. Even if a piece of gold has lain in a heap of ashes, the goldsmith finds no problem seeing it. When the truth has not been known, there may be confusion, but once it is known there can be no confusion. Ignorance of the self is the cause of your sorrow. Knowledge of the self leads to delight and tranquility. Vasishtha continued, resolve the confusion between the body and the self, and you will be at peace at once. Even as a nugget of gold fallen into mud is never spoiled by the mud, the self is untainted by the body. I repeat. With uplifted arms I proclaim, the self is one thing and the body is another, even as the water and the lotus, but no one listens to me. As long as the inert and insentient mind pursues the path of pleasure, so long this darkness of world illusion cannot be dispelled. But, the moment one awakens from this and inquires into the nature of the self, this darkness is dispelled at once. Hence, one should constantly endeavor to awaken the mind which dwells in the body in order that one may go beyond the process of becoming, for such becoming is fraught with sorrow. Even as the sky is not affected by the dust particles floating in it, the self is unaffected by the body. Pleasure and pain are falsely imagined to be experienced by oneself, even as one falsely thinks that the sky is polluted by dust. In fact, pleasure and pain are neither of the body nor of the self which transcends everything. They belong only to ignorance. Their loss is no loss. Neither pleasure nor pain belong to anyone. All indeed is the self which is supreme peace and infinite. Realize this, O Rama. The self and the world are neither identical nor are they different, dual. All this is but the reflection of the truth. Nothing but the one Brahman exists. I am different from this is pure fancy. Give it up, O Rama. The one self perceives itself within itself as the infinite consciousness. Therefore, there is no sorrow, no delusion, no birth, creation, nor creature. Whatever is, is. Be free from distress, O Rama. Be free of duality, remain firmly established in the self, abandoning even concern for your own welfare. Be at peace within, with a steady mind. Let there be no sorrow in your mind. Rest in the inner silence. Remain alone, without self-willed thoughts. Be brave, having conquered the mind and the senses. Be desireless, content with what comes to unsought. Live effortlessly, without grabbing or giving up anything. Be free from all mental perversions and from the blinding taint of illusion. Rest content in your own self. Thus, be free from all distress. Remain in an expansive state in the self, like the full ocean. Rejoice in the self by the self, like the blissful rays of the full moon. Vasishtha continued, B:6, 7, O Rama. He who knows that all the activities merely happen because of the mere existence of consciousness, even as a crystal reflects the objects around it without intending to do so, is liberated. They who, even after taking this human birth, are not interested in such non-volitional activity, go from heaven to hell and from hell to heaven again. Some there are who are devoted to inaction, having turned away from or suppressed all action, they go from hell to hell, from sorrow to sorrow, from fear to fear. Some are bound by their tendencies and intentions to the fruits of their own actions, and they take birth as worms and vermin, then as trees and plants, then as worms and vermin again. Others there are who know the self, blessed indeed are they have carefully inquired into the nature of the mind and overcome all cravings, they go to higher planes of consciousness. He who has taken birth for the last time now, is endowed with a mixture of light, sattva, and a little impurity, rajas. Right from birth he grows in holiness. The nobler type of knowledge enters into him with ease. All the noble qualities like friendliness, compassion, wisdom, goodness and magnanimity seek him and take their abode in him. He performs all appropriate actions, but is not swayed if their results appear to be gain or loss, nor does he feel elated or depressed. His heart is clear. He is much sought after by the people. Such a one, who is full of all the noble qualities, seeks and follows an enlightened master who directs him along the path of self-knowledge. He then realizes the self which is the one cosmic being. Such a liberated one awakens the inner intelligence, which has been asleep so far, and this awakened intelligence instantly knows itself to be the infinite consciousness. Becoming constantly aware of the inner light, such a blessed one instantly ascends into the utterly pure state. Such is the normal course of evolution, O Rama. However, there are exceptions to this rule. In the case of those who have taken birth, in this world, two possibilities exist for the attainment of liberation. The first is, treading the path indicated by the Master, the seeker gradually reaches the goal of liberation. The second is, self-knowledge literally drops into one's lap, as it were, and there is instant enlightenment. I shall narrate to you an ancient legend which illustrates the second type of enlightenment. Please listen. The story of King Janaka v:8 Vasistha continued, O Rama, there is a great monarch whose vision is unlimited, who rules over the Veda territory. He is known as Janaka. To those who seek his aid, he is a cornucopia. In his very presence the heart lotuses of his friends blossom, he is like unto a son for them. He is a great benefactor to all good people. One day he went to a pleasure garden where he roamed freely. While he was thus roaming, he heard the inspiring words uttered by certain holy, perfected ones. Thus did the perfected sages sing, we contemplate that self which reveals itself as the pure experience of bliss when the experiencer, comes into contact with the object, the experience, without a division or conceptualization. We contemplate the self in which the objects are reflected non-volitionally, once the divided experience, predicate, of subject object and the intention or volition that created this division have all ceased. We contemplate that light that illumines all that shines, the self that transcends the twin concepts of is and is not and which therefore is in the middle of the two sides, as it were. We contemplate that reality in which everything exists, to which everything belongs, from which everything has emerged, which is the cause of everything and which is everything. We contemplate the self which is the very basis of all language and expression, being the Alpha and the Omega, which governs the entire field from Atahan which is indicated by the word Aham, I. Alas, people run after other objects, foolishly giving up the Lord who dwells in the cave of one's own heart. He who, having known the worthlessness of the objects, still remains bound at heart to them, is not a human being. One should strike down every craving with a rod of wisdom, whether that craving has arisen or is about to rise in the heart. One should enjoy the delight that flows from peace. The man whose mind is well controlled is firmly established in peace. When the heart is thus established in peace, there arises the pure bliss of the self without delay. Vasishtha continued, v:9. Having heard the words of the sages, King Janaka became terribly depressed. With the utmost expedition, he retraced his steps to the palace. Quickly dismissing all his attendants, he sought the seclusion of his own chamber. In a mood of intense anguish, King Janaka said to himself, "Alas, alas, I am helplessly swinging like a stone in this world of misery. What is the duration of a lifespan in eternity? Yet, I have a developed love for it. I am the mind. What is sovereignty even during a whole lifetime? Yet, like a fool, I think I cannot do without it. This lifespan of mine is but a trivial moment, eternity stretches before and after it. How shall I cherish it now? Ah, who is that magician who has spread this illusion called the world and thus deluded me? How is it that I am so deluded? Realizing that what is near and what is far is all in my mind, I shall give up the apprehension of all external objects. Knowing that all the busyness in this world leads only to endless suffering, what hope shall I cherish for happiness? Day after day, month after month, year after year, moment after moment, I see happiness comes to me bearing sorrow, and sorrow comes to me again and again. Whatever is seen or experienced here is subject to change and destruction. There is nothing whatsoever in this world which the wise would rely on. They who are exalted today were trodden underfoot tomorrow. O foolish mind, what shall we trust in this world? Alas, I am bound without a cord, I am tainted without impurity, I am fallen, though remaining at the top. O myself, what a mystery! Even as the ever-brilliant sun suddenly faces a cloud floating in front of him, I find this strange delusion mysteriously floating towards me. Who are these friends and relatives? What are these pleasures? Even as a boy seeing a ghost is frightened, I am deluded by these fanciful relatives. Knowing all such relatives as cords that bind me to this old age, death, etc., I still cling to them. Let these relatives continue or perish. What is it to me? Great events and great men have come and gone, leaving just a memory behind. On what shall one place reliance even now? Even the gods and the Trinity have come and gone a million times. What is permanent in this universe? It is vain hope that binds one to this nightmare known as world appearance. I am this wretched condition. King Janaka continued, I am like an ignorant fool deluded by the goblin known as the ego sense, which creates the false feeling I am so-and-so. Knowing full well that time has trampled underfoot countless gods and trinities, I still entertain love for life. Days and nights are spent in vain cravings, but not in the experience of the bliss of infinite consciousness. I have gone from sorrow to greater sorrow, but this passion does not arise in me. What shall I regard as excellent or desirable, seeing that whatever one cherished in this world has passed away, leaving one miserable? Day by day people in this world grow in sin and violence, and day by day they experience greater sorrow. Childhood is wasted in ignorance, youth is wasted in lusting after pleasures, and the rest of one's life is spent in family worries. What does a stupid person achieve in this life? Even if one performs great religious rites, one may go to heaven. Nothing more. What is heaven? Is it on earth or in the netherworld? And is there a place which is untouched by affliction? Sorrow brings happiness, and happiness brings sorrow on its shoulders. The pores of the earth are filled by the dead bodies of beings. Hence it looks solid. There are beings in this universe whose waking is of the duration of an epoch. What is my lifespan in comparison? Of course there appear to be delightful and enduring objects in this world, but they bring with them endless worries and anxieties. Prosperity is truly adversity, and adversity may be desirable depending upon the effect upon the mind. Mind alone is the seed for this delusion of world appearance. It is the mind that gives rise to the false sense of I and mine. In this world which appears to have been created, even as the fruit of coconut bloom might appear to have been dislodged by a crow which coincidentally happens to alight on the tree at that moment. Sheer ignorance generates feelings like this I should have and this I should reject. It is better to spend one's time in seclusion or in hell than to live in this world appearance. Intention or motivation alone is the seed for this world appearance. I shall dry up this motivation. I have enjoyed and suffered all kinds of experiences. Now I shall rest. I shall not grieve any more. I have been awakened. I shall slay this thief, the mind, who has stolen my wisdom. I have been well instructed by the sages. Now I shall seek self-knowledge. V:10 Vasistha continued, seeing the king thus seated engrossed in deep contemplation, his bodyguard respectfully approached him and said, "Lord, it is time to consider your royal duties. Your Majesty's handmaiden awaits your pleasure, having prepared your perfumed bath. The holy priests await your arrival in the bath chamber, to commence the chanting of the appropriate hymns. Lord, arise and let what has to be done be done, for noblemen are never unpunctual or negligent." But the king ignored the bodyguard's words and continued to muse, "What shall I do with this court and the royal duties, when I know that all these are ephemeral? They are useless to me. I shall renounce all activities and duties and I shall remain immersed in the bliss of the self. O mind, abandon your craving for sense pleasures so that you may be rid of the miseries of repeated old age and death. Whatever be the condition in which you hope to enjoy happiness, that very condition proves to be the source of unhappiness. Enough of this sinful, conditioned, pleasure-seeking life. Seek the delight that is natural and inherent in you." Seeing that the king was silent, the bodyguard became silent, too. The king once again said to himself, "What shall I seek to gain in this universe? On what eternal truth in this universe shall I rest with confidence? What difference does it make if I am engaged in ceaseless activity or if I remain idle? Nothing in this world is truly enduring in any case, whether active or idle. This body is impermanent and ever-changing. When the intelligence is rooted in equanimity, what is lost and how? I do not long for what I do not have, nor do I desire to abandon what has come to me unsought. I am firmly established in the self. Let what is mine be mine. There is nothing that I should work for, nor is there any meaning in inaction. Whatever is gained by action or by inaction is false. When the mind is thus established in desirelessness, when it does not seek pleasure, when the body and its limbs perform their natural functions, action and inaction are of equal value or meaning. Hence, let the body engage itself in its natural functions. Without such activity, the body will disintegrate. When the mind ceases to entertain the notions "I do this, I enjoy this" in regard to the actions thus performed, action becomes non-action. Vasistha continued, V:11, reflecting thus, King Janaka rose from his seat as the sun rises in the horizon and began to engage himself in the royal duties, without any attachment to them. Having abandoned all concepts of the desirable and the undesirable, freed from all psychological conditioning and intention, he engaged himself in spontaneous and appropriate action. As if in deep sleep, though wide awake, he performed the day's tasks, including the adoration of the holy ones, and at the conclusion of the day he retired to his own seclusion to spend the night in deep meditation, which was easy and natural to him. His mind had naturally turned away from all confusion and delusion, and had become firmly established in equanimity, and when he rose in the morning, King Janaka thus reflected in his own mind, "O unsteady mind! This worldly life is not conducive to your true happiness. Hence, reach the state of equanimity. It is in such equanimity that you will experience peace, bliss and the truth. Whenever you create perverse thinking in yourself, out of your wantonness, it is then that this world illusion begins to expand and spread out. It is when you entertain desire for pleasure that this world illusion sprouts countless branches. It is thought that gives rise to this network of world appearance. Hence, abandon the swim and fancy and attain to equanimity. Weigh in the balance of your wisdom, the sense pleasures on one side and the bliss of peace on the other. Whatever you determine to be the truth, seek that. Give up all hopes and expectations, and freed from the wish to seek or to abandon, roam about freely. Let this world appearance be real or unreal. let it arise or set, but do not let its merits and demerits disturb your equanimity. For, at no time do you have a real relationship with this world appearance. It is only because of your ignorance that such a relationship has appeared in you. O mind, you are false, and this world appearance is also false. Hence there is a mysterious relationship between you two, like the relationship between the barren woman and her son. If you think that you are real and that the world is unreal, how can a valid relationship exist between the two? On the other hand, if both are real, where then is the justification for exaltation and sorrow? Hence, abandon sorrow and resort to deep contemplation. There is naught here in this world which can lead you to the state of fullness. Hence, resolutely take refuge in courage and endurance, and overcome your own waywardness. V:12 Vasistha continued, having reached the understanding already described, Janaka functioned as the king and did all that was necessary, without getting befuddled, and with a great strength of mind and spirit. His mind was not distracted by royal pleasures. In fact, he moved about as if he were continually in a state of deep sleep. From then on, he was interested neither in accumulating nor in rejecting anything. Without any doubt or confusion, he lived in the present. His wisdom was uninterrupted and his intelligence did not become clouded again by impurities. The light of self-knowledge, Siddhatma, arose in his heart, free from the least taint of impurity and sorrow, even as the sun rises on the horizon. He beheld everything in the universe as existing in cosmic power, Siddhakti. Endowed with self-knowledge he saw all things in the self which is infinite. Knowing that all that happens naturally, he neither experienced elation nor suffered depression and remained in unbroken equanimity. Janaka had become a liberated one while still living, Jivanmukta. Janaka continued to rule the kingdom, without his self-knowledge setting or rising again on account of the influence of the evil or the good prevalent around him. Remaining forever in the consciousness of the infinite, he experienced the state of non-action, even though he appeared to others to be ever busy in diverse actions. All his tendencies and intentions had ceased to be. Hence, though he appeared to be active, he was really in a state of deep sleep all the time. He did not brood over the past, nor did he worry over the future. He lived in the present moment, smiling happily all the time. Janaka attained whatever he did by dint of his own inquiry. Similarly, one should pursue the inquiry into the nature of truth till one reaches the very limits of such inquiry. Self-knowledge or knowledge of truth is not had by resorting to guru, preceptor, nor by the study of scripture, nor by good works. It is attained only by means of inquiry inspired by the company of wise and holy men. One's inner light alone is the means, not else. When this inner light is kept alive, it is not affected by the darkness of inertia. Vasistha continued, whatever sorrows there may be that seem to be difficult to overcome are easily crossed over with the help of the boat of wisdom, the inner light. He who is devoid of this wisdom is bothered even by minor difficulties. But, he who has this wisdom, even if he is alone and helpless in this world and even if he is unlearned in the scriptures, easily crosses the sea of sorrow. Even without the help of another the man of wisdom accomplishes his work. He who is without wisdom does not, nay, even his capital is lost. Hence, one should constantly endeavor to gain this inner light or wisdom, even as one who aspires for fruits exerts constant effort in his garden. Wisdom is the root which, when thus constantly nourished, yields the good fruits of self-knowledge. The effort and the energy that are directed by the people in worldly activities should first be directed to the gaining of this wisdom. One should first destroy the dullness of wit which is the source of all sorrow and calamities and which is the seed for this huge tree of world appearance. And, whatever is gained in heaven or in the netherworld or by empires here, is gained by wisdom here and now. By wisdom is this ocean of world appearance crossed over, not by charity nor by pilgrimage nor by austerities. Those men who are endowed with divine virtues here gain them through wisdom. Even kings have gained their throne through wisdom. Wisdom is surely the path to heaven as well as to supreme good or liberation. It is by wisdom alone that a meek scholar wins in a contest against a powerful adversary. Wisdom or the inner light is like the legendary precious stone, O Rama, which bestows on its owner whatever he wishes to have. He who has this wisdom reaches the other shore of this world illusion easily. He who does not have this wisdom drowns in world illusion. When one's intelligence and understanding are properly guided by this inner light, one reaches the other shore. If not, one is overcome by obstacles. Defects, desires and evils do not even approach that man of wisdom whose mind is undiluted. Through wisdom, in the inner light, the entire world is clearly seen as it is. Neither good fortune nor misfortune even approach one who has such clear vision. Even as the dense dark cloud that veils the sun is dispersed by wind, the darkness of ego sense which veils the self is dispelled by wisdom, inner light. He who seeks to be established in the highest state of consciousness should first purify his mind by the cultivation of wisdom or by the kindling of the inner light, even as one who desires food grains tills the field. V:13 Vasistha continued, O Rama, thus do inquire into the nature of the self, even as Janaka did. Then you will reach, without any obstacle whatsoever, that realm of the knowers of what is to be known. Again and again, one should overcome the enemies known as the senses, and then the self attains self-satisfaction by its own endeavor. When thus the infinite self is realized, sorrow comes to an end, even the seeds of delusion are destroyed, the shower of misfortune ceases and the perception of evil ends. Hence, O Rama, be like Janaka, and realize the self in the inner light. Be an excellent person. If one engages oneself in constant self-inquiry and sees the ever-changing nature of the world, in due time, one will attain self-knowledge like Janaka. Neither God, nor rites and rituals, or any action, nor wealth nor relatives are of any use in this. To those who are afraid of the world illusion, self-forward self-inquiry alone is capable of bringing about self-knowledge. Pray, do not follow the teachings of those deluded ones who depend upon gods, various rites and routine actions, and such other perverse practices. This ocean of world appearance can be crossed only when you are firmly established in supreme wisdom, when you see the self with the self alone, and when your intelligence is not diverted or colored by sense perceptions. Thus have I narrated to you how King Janaka attained self-knowledge as if by an act of grace which caused the knowledge to drop from heaven, as it were. One who cultivates the wisdom that Janaka had will experience the inner light in his own heart, and the ignorant fancy of world illusion will be instantly dispelled. When the limited and conditioned feeling I am so ceases, there arises consciousness of the all-pervading infinite. Hence, O Rama, like Janaka, you too abandon the false and fanciful notion of the ego sense within your own heart. When this ego sense is dispelled, the supreme light of self-knowledge will surely shine in your heart. This ego sense alone is the densest form of darkness. When it is dispelled, the inner light shines by itself. He who knows I am not, nor does the other exist, nor is there non-existence, and whose mental activity has thus come to a standstill, is not engrossed in acquisitiveness. O Rama, there is no bondage here other than craving for acquisition and the anxiety to avoid what one considers undesirable. Do not succumb to such anxiety, and do not let acquisition of what is considered desirable be your goal. Giving up both these attitudes, rest in what remains. Vasistha continued, they in whom the twin urges of acquisition and rejection have come to an end do not desire anything, nor do they renounce anything. The mind does not reach the state of utter tranquility till these two impulses, of acquisition and of rejection, have been eliminated. Even so, as long as one feels this is real and this is unreal, the mind does not experience peace and equilibrium. How can equanimity, purity or dispassion arise in the mind of one who is swayed by thoughts of this is right, this is wrong, this is gain, this is loss? When there is only one Brahman, which is forever wanting the many, what can be said to be right and what wrong? As long as the mind is swayed by thoughts of the desirable and the undesirable, there cannot be equanimity. Desirelessness, absence of all expectations, fearlessness, unchanging steadiness, equanimity, wisdom, non-attachment, non-action, goodness, total absence of perversion, courage, endurance, friendliness, intelligence, contentment, gentleness, pleasant speech, All these qualities are natural to one who is free from the instincts of acquisition and rejection, and even those qualities are non-intentional and spontaneous. One should restrain the mind from flowing downward, even as the flow of a river is blocked by the construction of a dam. After having firmly abandoned all contact with external objects, turn the mind within and reflect over everything within yourself, even while engaged in various activities. With the help of this sharp sword of wisdom, cut through this network of conditioning, which throws up cravings, intentions, motivations, acceptance and rejection, which alone is the cause of this stream of world appearance. Cut down the mind with the mind itself. Having reached the state of purity, remain established in it right now. Cut the mind down with the mind and dismiss the thought of the mind which thus negates the mind, thus will you have finally destroyed the world appearance. When thus the world appearance has been eliminated, delusion will not arise again and the mind will not create the world appearance again either. Though appearing to function in this world, be firmly rooted in the awareness of the unreality of all this and thus give up all hopes and expectations. Rooted in equanimity, doing whatever happens to be the appropriate action in each given situation and not even thinking about what has thus befallen you unsought, live a non-volitional life here. Even as the Lord may be said to be both the doer and the non-doer of all actions here, you, too, live non-volitionally, doing yet not doing what has to be done. Vasishtha continued, you are the knower of all, the self. You are the unborn being. You are the Supreme Lord. You are non-different from the self which pervades everything. He who has abandoned the idea that there is an object of perception which is other than the self, is not subjected to the defects born of joy and grief. He is known as the yogi who is freed from attraction and aversion, to whom a clod of earth and a nugget of gold are of equal value and importance, and who has given up all the tendencies which confirm the world appearance. Whatever he does, whatever he enjoys, whatever he gives and whatever he destroys, his consciousness is free and therefore equanimous in pain and pleasure. Doing whatever has to be done without the division into the desirable and the undesirable, he who engages himself in action does not drown in it. He who is confirmed in his conviction that the infinite consciousness alone exists, is instantly freed from thoughts of pleasure and is therefore tranquil and self-controlled. The mind is by nature inert, it borrows intelligence from the consciousness which it pursues in order to gain the ability to experience. The mind thus comes into contact with whatever has been brought into being by the power or energy of consciousness, Siddhakti. Thus, the mind exists by the grace of consciousness, as it were, and it entertains various thoughts on account of its perception of this universe. The consciousness alone is its light, otherwise, how does the inert mind function intelligently? They who are well versed in the scriptures declare that the fictitious movement of energy and consciousness is known as the mind. And the expressions of the mind, like the hissing of the snake, are known as thoughts or ideas. Consciousness minus conceptualization is the eternal Brahman, the absolute. Consciousness plus conceptualization is thought. A small part of it, as it were, is seated in the heart as the reality. This is known as the finite intelligence or individualized consciousness. However, this limited consciousness soon forgot its own essential conscious nature and continued to be, but inert. It then became the thinking faculty with reception and rejection as its inherent tendencies. In fact, it is the infinite consciousness alone that has become all this. But until it awakes to its infinite nature, it does not know itself in self-knowledge. Hence, the mind should be awakened by means of inquiry based on scriptures, dispassion and control of the senses. This intelligence, when it is thus awakened, shines as Brahman the Absolute, or else it continues to experience this finite world. Vasishtha continued, when this inner intelligence is not awakened, it does not really know or understand anything. And what appears to be known through the thoughts is of course not the reality. These thoughts themselves derive their value from consciousness, even as a receptacle derives its scent from the incense kept in it. On account of this borrowed intelligence, thought is able to know a minute fragmented fraction of this cosmic consciousness. The mind blossoms fully only when the light of the infinite shines upon it. Otherwise, though appearing to be intelligent, thought is unable to comprehend anything really, even as the granite figure of a dancer does not dance even when requested to do so. Can a battle scene painted on a canvas generate the roar of the fighting armies? Can a corpse get up and run? Does the figure of the sun carved on a rock dispel darkness? Similarly, what can the inert mind do? Even as the mirage appears to be flowing water only when the sun shines, the mind appears to be intelligent and active only because of the inner light of consciousness. Ignorant people misconstrue the movement of life force to be the mind, but in fact it is nothing more than the prana or life force. But, in the case of those whose intelligence is not fragmented or conditioned by thoughts, it is surely the radiance of the Supreme Being, or Self. The intelligence that identifies itself with certain movements of life force in the self, by entertaining notions of this am I, this is mine, is known as the jiva or the living soul. Intelligence, mind, jiva, etc., are names which are used even by wise men. Such entities are not real, however, from the absolute point of view. In truth, there is no mind, no intelligence, no embodied being. The self alone exists at all times. The self alone is the world, the self alone is time and also the evolutionary process. Because it is extremely subtle it seems not to exist, though it exists. While appearing to be a reflection or appearance, it is also realized to be the truth, but the self is beyond all these descriptions and its truth can only be experienced directly in self-knowledge. When the inner light begins to shine, the mind ceases to be. Even as when there is light, darkness vanishes. On the other hand, when consciousness is objectified in an effort to experience the objects of the senses, the self is forgotten, as it were, and there arise thoughts concerning the creatures of the mind. Vasishtha continued. A thought arising in the Supreme Being is known as individual consciousness. When this consciousness is freed from thought and individuation, there is liberation. The seed or the sole cause for this world appearance is but the arising of a thought in the infinite consciousness, which gave rise to the limited finite individual consciousness. When consciousness thus moved away from its utterly quiescent state and became tainted, as it were, from thought, the thinking faculty arose and, with it, the mind thought of the universe. O Rama, by the control of the life force the mind is also restrained. Even as the shadow ceases when the substance is removed, the mind ceases when the life force is restrained. It is because of the movement of the life force that one remembers the experiences one had elsewhere. It is known as mind because it thus experiences movements of life force. The life force is restrained by the following means: by dispassion, by the practice of pranayama, breath control, or by the practice of inquiry into the cause of the movement of the life force, by the ending of sorrow through intelligent means and by the direct knowledge or experience of the Supreme Truth. It is possible for the mind to assume the existence of intelligence in a stone. But the mind does not possess the least intelligence. Movement belongs to the life force which is inert. Intelligence or the power of consciousness belongs to the self which is pure and eternally omnipresent. It is the mind that fancies a relationship between these two factors, but such fancy is false and hence all knowledge that arises from this false relationship is also false. This is known as ignorance, as Maya or cosmic illusion, which gives rise to the dreadful poison known as world appearance. This relationship between the life force and consciousness is imaginary. If it is not so imagined, there can be no world appearance. The life force, by its association with consciousness, becomes conscious and experiences the world as its object. But all this is as unreal as the experience of a ghost by a child. The movement within the infinite consciousness alone is the truth. Can this infinite consciousness be affected by any finite factor? In other words, can an inferior entity overwhelm a superior one? Hence, O Rama, in truth there is no mind or finite consciousness. When this truth is clearly understood, that which was falsely imagined as the mind comes to an end. It appeared to be because of imperfect understanding. When this misunderstanding ceases, the mind also ceases to be. Vasishtha continued, this mind is inert and is not a real entity. Hence it is forever dead. Yet, beings in this world are killed by this dead thing. How mysterious is this stupidity! The mind has no self, no body. no support and no form, yet, by this mind is everything consumed in this world. This indeed is a great mystery. He who says that he is destroyed by the mind which has no substantiality at all, says in effect that his head was smashed by the lotus petal. To say that one can be hurt by the mind which is inert, dumb and blind is like saying that one is roasted by the heat of the full moon. The hero who is able to destroy a real enemy standing in front of him is himself destroyed by this mind which does not even exist. What is the power of that which has been put together by thought, whose very existence is false and which is found to be non-existent when its existence is inquired into? Stupidity and ignorance alone are the sources of all sorrow in this world. This creation has been brought about only by ignorance and stupidity. In spite of knowing this, it is indeed strange that this unreal and false non-entity is thought to be strengthened by living beings. This world illusion can be compared to the imagination of the hero who thinks that he is bound by the invisible chains that issue from the eyes of his enemy and that he is harassed by the invisible army created by the mere thought of the enemy. This world thus conjured up by the non-existent mind is also destroyed by another equally non-existent mind. This illusory world appearance is none other than the mind. He who is unable to understand the true nature of the mind is also unfit for being instructed in the truth expounded in a scripture. The mind of such a person is unable to grasp the subtle truth of the teaching expounded in this scripture. It seems to be satisfied with the illusory world appearance. Such a mind is full of fear. It is afraid of the melodious sound of the veena and it is even afraid of a sleeping relative. It is frightened by hearing someone shout aloud and flees that spot. The ignorant man is completely overcome by his own deluded mind. A man is burnt by his own mind which is in his heart, which is as virulent as poison though it is mixed with just a little happiness. He does not know the truth, for he is foolishly deluded by the mind. This indeed is a great mystery. V:24 Vasishtha continued. My teachings are not meant for those, O Rama, whose intelligence had been silenced by a firm faith in the reality of this illusory world and the consequent striving for the pleasures of this world. What foolish man will endeavor to show a colorful forest to one who refuses to see? Who will strive to educate that man, whose nose has been eaten away by leprosy, in the delicate art of distinguishing different perfumes? Who will instruct the drunkard in the subtleties of metaphysics? Who will make inquiries concerning village affairs from a corpse lying in the crematorium? And if a fool does just this, who can dissuade him from such foolish attempt? Even so, who can instruct that ignorant person who finds it difficult to govern the mind which is dumb and blind? In fact, the mind does not exist, and hence, rest assured that it has all the time been conquered. He who finds it difficult to overcome the non-existent mind suffers from the effects of poison he has not taken. The wise man sees the self all the time, and he knows that all movement arises from the movement of the life force. He knows, too, that the senses perform their respective functions. What then is known as the mind? All motion belongs to life force and all consciousness belongs to the self, and the senses have each their own power, which is the one that binds them all together. All these are indeed aspects of the one infinite omnipotent consciousness. Diversity is a word without substance. How does even the idea of diversity arise in you? What indeed is the jiva, individual soul, but a word which has befuddled the intelligence of people? Even the finite or individualized consciousness is an unreal fancy. What can it do? Seeing the fate of the ignorant people who are suffering because the mind that they have fancied into existence veils the truth which alone exists, I am filled with pity. In this world fools are born only to suffer and perish. Every day millions of animals are killed throughout the world. Every day, millions upon millions of mosquitoes are killed by the wind. Every day in the oceans the big fish eat the small ones. What is there to grieve? The stronger animal kills and eats the weaker animal in this world, from the smallest ant to the greatest of divinities, all are subject to birth and death. Every moment countless beings die and countless others are born, totally regardless of whether people like it or not, whether they rejoice or grieve. Hence, it were wiser neither to grieve nor to rejoice over the inevitable. Vasistha continued, O Rama, He who comes forward to remove the sorrow of people of perverted intelligence is endeavoring to cover the sky with a small umbrella. They who behave like beasts cannot be instructed, for they were being led like animals by the rope of their own mind. Indeed, even stones shed tears, looking at those ignorant people who sink in the mire of their own mind, whose actions spell their own doom. Hence, the wise man does not attempt to teach those who have not overcome their own mind and are therefore miserable in every way. On the other hand, the wise do endeavor to remove the sorrow of those who have conquered their mind and who are therefore ripe to undertake self-inquiry. The mind is not, O Rama. Do not unnecessarily imagine its existence. If you imagine its existence, then it destroys you, like a ghost. As long as you have forgotten yourself, so long does this imaginary mind exist. Now that you have realized that the mind waxes large by the continued affirmation of its existence, abandon such thinking. When objectivity arises in your consciousness, the latter becomes conditioned and limited, that is bondage. When objectivity is abandoned, you become mindless, that is liberation. Coming into contact with the qualities of nature is conducive to bondage, abandoning them is the road to liberation. Knowing this, do whatever you please. I am not, and this is not, remain firm and unmoved, like the infinite space. Abandon the impure thought which creates a duality of self-world. In the middle between the self as the seer and the world as the seen, you are the seeing, sight. Always remain in this realization. Between the experiencer and the experience, you are the experiencing. Knowing this, remain in self-knowledge. When, abandoning the self, you think of an object, then you become the mind, subject, and thus become the subject of unhappiness. That intelligence which is other than self-knowledge is what constitutes the mind, that is the root of sorrow. When it is realized that all this is but the self, there is no mind, no subject, no object, and no thinking. When you think I am the jiva, etc., the mind arises, and with it sorrow. When you know I am the self, the jiva and such other things do not exist, the mind ceases to be, and there is supreme bliss. In the light of the truth that all this universe is the self alone, the mind does not exist. Only so long as this serpent of mind is in the body is there fear. When it is removed by the practice of yoga, where is the cause for fear? V:15 Vasishtha continued, when the self, self-forgetfully, identifies itself with the objects seen and experienced and is thus impurified, there arises the poison of craving. This craving intensifies delusion. Gods like Shiva, etc., may be able to cope with the fires of cosmic dissolution, but it is impossible for anyone to deal with the consuming fire of craving. Whatever terrible sufferings and calamities there are in the world are all the fruits of craving, O Rama. Remaining unseen and subtle, this craving is yet able to consume the very flesh, bone and blood of the body. In a moment it seems to subside, the next moment it is in an expanded state. Afflicted by it, man becomes pitiable, weak, lusterless, mean, deluded, miserable and fallen. When this craving has ceased, one's life force is pure and all divine qualities and virtues enter one's heart. The river of craving flows only in the heart of the unwise person, even as an animal falls into a trap, a blind well, on account of its craving for food, the bait. A man following the trail of his craving falls into hell. Even the worst blindness of senility is mild in comparison to the blinding delusion which craving brings about in one's heart in the twinkling of an eye. Craving makes one cringe and become small. Even Lord Vishnu became a dwarf when he decided to beg. Hence, this craving, which is the source of all sorrows and which destroys the lives of all beings, should be renounced from a great distance. Yet, it is on account of craving that the sun shines on earth, the wind blows, the mountains stand, and the earth upholds living beings. All the three worlds exist only on account of craving. All the beings in the three worlds are bound by the rope of craving. It is possible to break even the strongest rope in this world, but the rope of craving is hard to break. Therefore, O Rama, give up craving by giving up thinking or conceptualization. The mind cannot exist without thinking or conceptualization. First, let the images of I, you and this not arise in the mind, for it is because of these images that hopes and expectations come into being. If you can thus refrain from building these images, you will also be counted as a man of wisdom. Craving is non-different from the ego sense. Ego sense is the source of all sins. Cut at the very root of this ego sense with the sword of wisdom of the non-go. Be free from fear? Rama said, v:16, Lord, you instruct me to abandon the ego sense and the craving that it gives rise to. If I abandon the ego sense, then surely I should also give up this body and all that is based on the ego sense. For, the body and the life force rest on the support of the ego sense. When the root, the ego sense, is cut, then the tree, the body, etc., will fall. How is it possible for me to abandon the ego sense and yet live? Vasishtha replied, Rama. The abandonment of all notions, conditioning and conceptualization is said to be of two kinds. One is based on knowledge or direct realization and the other is based on contemplation. I shall describe them to you in detail. One should become aware of one's deluded notion in which one thinks that I belong to these objects of the world and my life depends upon them. I cannot live without them and they cannot exist without me, either. Then by profound inquiry, one contemplates I do not belong to these objects, nor do these objects belong to me. Thus abandoning the ego sense through intense contemplation, one should playfully engage oneself in the actions that happen naturally, but with the heart and mind ever cool and tranquil. Such an abandonment of the ego sense and the conditioning is known as the contemplative egolessness. When there is knowledge or direct experience of the non-dual truth, one abandons the ego sense and conditioning, and entertains no feeling of this as mine even with regard to the body. This is known as direct realization of egolessness. He is liberated even while living who playfully abandons the ego sense through the contemplative method. He who uproots this ego sense completely by the direct experience is established in equanimity. He is liberated. Janaka and others like him follow the contemplative method. Others who have the direct experience of egolessness are one with Brahman and have risen beyond body consciousness. However, both of them are liberated and both have become one with Brahman. He is considered the liberated sage who is not swayed by the desirable and the undesirable, who lives in this world and functions though inwardly totally untouched by the world, as if he is in deep sleep. As the sage Vasistha said this, another day came to an end. The assembly dispersed. Vasistha continued, v:17, O Rama. They who have gone above body consciousness are, beyond description. 2. I shall therefore describe to you the nature of those who are liberated while living. The desire that arises in the course of one's natural functions devoid of craving is that of a liberated sage. But that desire which is bound up with craving for external objects is conducive to bondage. However, when all ego-based notions have ceased in one's heart, the attention that is directed naturally is also the nature of the liberated sage. That which is afflicted by contact with external objects is the craving conducive to bondage. The non-volitional desire which is unaffected by any object is liberation. That desire which existed even before contact with the objects, exists even now and forever. It is natural, therefore sorrowless and free from impurity. Such a desire is regarded by the wise as free from bondage. I want this to be mine. When such a craving arises in one's heart, it gives rise to impurity. Such a craving should be abandoned by a wise person by all means at all times. Give up the desire that tends to bondage and the desire for liberation too. Remain still like the ocean. Knowing that the self is free from old age and death, let not these disturb your mind. When the whole universe is realized as illusory, craving loses its meaning. The following 4 types of feelings arise in the heart of man. 1. I am the body born of my parents. 2. I am the subtle atomic principle, different from the body. 3. I am the eternal principle in all the diverse perishable objects in the world. And 4. The I is also the world are pure void like space. Of these the first is conducive to bondage and the others to freedom. The desires that are related to the first cause bondage, desires that are concomitant to the other 3 do not cause bondage. Once the realization that I am the self of all has arisen, one does not again fall into error or sorrow. It is this self alone which is variously described as the void, nature, Maya, Brahman, consciousness, Shiva, Purusa, etc. That alone is ever real, there is naught else. Resort to the understanding of non-duality, for the truth is non-soft-dual. However, action involves duality and hence functions in apparent duality. Thus, let your nature partake of both duality and non-duality. The reality is neither duality, for it is the mind that creates division, nor unity, for the concept of unity arises from its antithesis of duality. When these concepts cease, the infinite consciousness alone is realized to be the sole reality. V:18 Vasistha continued, the liberated sage who is disinterested in the events of the past, present and future looks at the state of the world with amusement. Constantly engaged in appropriate action, established in the happy medium between two extreme and opposite points of view, he dwells unremittingly, rejecting every form of conditioning or intention. He rests in the supreme state of plenitude. Hence he is not agitated or excited by the events of this world. In all hostilities he is in a neutral position, yet endowed with compassion and consideration for all, he remains unaffected by the world appearance. If he is spoken to, he answers simply and suitably; if not spoken to, he is silent, he seeks nothing and he hates nothing. Thus he is not afflicted by the world. He says what is good for all, and when questioned he explains his views convincingly. He knows what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. He is aware of the point of view of other people. He is firmly established in the supreme state, remaining calm and cool in his own heart. He looks at the state of the world amusedly. Such is the state of the sages who have reached liberation while yet living in this world. We are unable to expound the philosophy of the fools who have not controlled their own mind and who are immersed in the mire of sense pleasure. They are only interested in sexual pleasures and in the acquisition of material wealth. We are also unable to expound the path of rituals and routines which bestow all kinds of rewards in the shape of pain and pleasure. O Rama, live in this world with unlimited vision, having firmly rejected all limitation. Inwardly be free from all desires and hopes, but outwardly do what has to be done. Examine everything and seek only that which is not limited or finite, and live in this world constantly contemplating the infinite. Without entertaining any hope in your heart, yet living as if you are full of hopes, live in this world with your heart calm and cool, behaving outwardly like everyone else. Inwardly give up all notions of I am the doer, yet engage yourself in all activities outwardly. Thus live in this world, O Rama, completely free from the least trace of the ego sense. There is no bondage and therefore there is no liberation, in truth. This world appearance is essentially unreal and is of the nature of a juggler's trick. The omnipresent, infinite self can never be bound, so how is it to be liberated? All this confusion arises on account of the ignorance of the truth. When the truth is known, this confusion vanishes, like the imaginary snake in the rope. Vasistha continued, you are a wise man, O Rama, be firmly established in egolessness and remain unpolluted like space. When the ego is non-existent, how can notions like these are my relatives arise? The self is not involved in such notions, nor in notions of pleasure and pain, good and evil. Be free from fear and delusion caused by world's soft-appearance. To one who is unborn there are no relatives, or sorrow caused by such relatives. If you realize that you have been someone before, you are someone now and you will be someone later on, and if you realize that this is true even of all these relatives, you will be free from delusion. If you feel that you were before, you are now, but that you will not be hereafter, even then you need not grieve, for that is the end of this world appearance. Hence, it is foolish to grieve here in this world. It is better to be happy at all times and to be ever engaged in appropriate actions. However, O Rama, yield neither to exaltation nor to sorrow, but remain in a balanced state of mind. You are the eternal infinite light, pure and extremely subtle. This world appearance exists, later it will vanish and reappear, but this is only for the ignorant, not for the enlightened. This world appearance has sorrow for its nature. Ignorance expands and aggravates it. But you are wise, O Rama, therefore be happy, Illusory appearance is none other than illusion, dream is none other than a dream. All this is the power of the omnipotent, and the appearance is just the appearance? Who is a relative here and to whom? And who is an enemy to whom? By the wish of the Lord of all beings. All are all to all at all times. This river of relationship is flowing on constantly. What is on top proceeds towards the bottom, and what is below rises up. Like the cartwheel. They who are in heaven later go to hell, and they who are in hell go to heaven. They go from one species to another, from one part of the universe to another. The brave become cowards and cowards become brave. There is nothing in this universe which is unchanging, O Rama. They who are relatives go away after a while. Friend, foe, relative, stranger, I, you, are words without corresponding substance. He is friend and he is not a relative. Such thoughts arise in a mean person. In the magnanimous person such distinction does not arise. O Rama, all beings are your relatives. For in this universe there does not exist absolute unrelatedness. The wise know that there is nowhere where I am not and that is not which is not mine, thus they overcome limitation or conditioning. The story of Punya and Pavana v:19 Vasistha continued, O Rama, in this connection there is an ancient legend which I shall narrate to you. In the continent known as Jambudvipa there is a great mountain known as Mahendra. In the forests on the slopes of that mountain, many holy men and sages lived. They had in fact brought down onto that mountain the river Vimaganga, or Kazaganga, for their bath, drinking, etc. On the bank of this river there lived a holy man named Durgatapa who was, as his name implies, the very embodiment of ceaseless austerity. This ascetic had two sons named Punya and Pavana. Of these Punya had reached full enlightenment, but Pavana, though he had overcome ignorance, had not yet reached full enlightenment, and hence he had some wisdom. With the inexorable passage of invisible and intangible time, the sage Durgatapa, who had freed himself from every form of attachment and craving, had grown in age and, even as a bird flies away from its cage, abandoned the body and reached the state of utter purity. Using the yogic method she had learned from him, his wife, too, followed him. At this sudden departure of the parents Pavana was sunk in grief and he wailed aloud inconsolably. Punya, on the other hand, performed the funeral ceremonies but remained unmoved by the bereavement. He approached his grieving brother, Pavana. Punya said, "Brother, why do you bring this dreadful sorrow upon yourself? The blindness of ignorance alone is the cause of this torrential downpour of tears from your eyes. Our father has departed from here along with our mother to that state of liberation or the highest state, which is natural to all beings and is the very being of those who have overcome the self. Why do you grieve when they have returned to their own nature? You have ignorantly bound yourself to the notions of father and mother, and yet you grieve for those who are liberated from such ignorance. He was not your father, nor was she your mother, nor were you their son. You have had countless fathers and mothers. They have had countless children. Countless have been your incarnations. And, if you wish to grieve over the death of parents, why do you not grieve for all those countless beings unceasingly? Noble one, what you see as the world is only an illusory appearance? In truth there are neither friends nor relatives. Hence, there is neither death nor separation. All these wonderful signs of prosperity that you see around you are tricks, some of which last for 3 days and others for 5 days. With your keen intelligence inquire into the truth, abandon notions of I, you etc., and if he is dead, he's gone. All these are your own notions, not truth." Punya continued, v:20, these false notions of father, mother, friend, relative, etc., are swept aside by wisdom as dust is swept away by wind. These relatives are not based on truth, they are but words. If one is thought of as a friend, he is a friend; if he is thought of as the other, he is the other. When all this is seen as the one omnipresent being, where is the distinction between the friend and the other? Brother, inquire within yourself. This body is inert and it is composed of blood, flesh, bones, etc. What is the I in it? If you thus inquire into the truth, you will realize that there is nothing which is you nor anything which is I. What is called Punya or Pavana is but a false notion. However, If you still think I am, then in the incarnations past you have had very many relatives. Why do you not grieve for their death? You had many swan relatives when you were a swan, many tree relatives when you were a tree, many lion relatives when you were a lion, many fish relatives when you were a fish. Why do you not weep for them? You were a prince, you were a donkey, you were a peepal tree and then a banyan tree. You were a brahmana, you were a fly and also a mosquito, you were an ant. You were a scorpion for half a year, you were a bee, and now you are my brother. In these many other embodiments you had taken birth again and again countless times. Even so, I have had very many embodiments. I see them all, and your embodiments too, through my subtle intelligence which is pure and clear-visioned. I was a bird, a crane, a frog, a tree, a camel, a king, a tiger, and now I am your elder brother. For 10 years I was an eagle, for 5 months I was a crocodile, and for 100 years I was a lion. Now I am your elder brother. I remember all these and many more embodiments I have passed through in a state of ignorance and delusion. In all these embodiments there were countless relatives. Whom shall I mourn? Considering this, I do not grieve. All along this path of life relatives are strewn like dry leaves on a forest path. What can be the proper cause for grief or joy in this world, brother? Let us therefore abandon all these ignorant notions and remain at peace. Abandon the notion of the world which arises in your mind as the I. And, be still, neither going up nor falling down. You have no unhappiness, no birth, no father, no mother. You are the self and naught else. The sages perceive the middle path, they see what is at the moment, they were at peace. They are established in witness consciousness, they shine like a lamp in darkness, in whose light events happen, without the lamp being involved. V:21 Vasistha continued, thus instructed by his brother, Pavana was awakened. Both of them remained as enlightened beings, endowed with wisdom and direct realization. They roamed the forest doing what they pleased, but without blemish. In course of time they abandoned their embodiment and attained final liberation, as a lamp without fuel. Craving is the root of all sorrow, O Rama, and the only intelligent way is to renounce all cravings completely and not to indulge them. Even as fire burns all the more fiercely when fed with fuel, thoughts multiply by thinking, thoughts cease only by the extinction of thinking. Hence, ascend the chariot of non-thinking and with a compassionate and limitless vision behold the world sunk in sorrow. Arise, O Rama. This indeed is the Brahmic state, pure, free from craving and from illness. Attaining this even one who has been a fool is freed from delusion. He who roams the earth with wisdom as his friend and awareness as the female companion, does not become deluded. There is nothing of value in the three worlds, nothing that one may wish to have which cannot be had by the mind free from craving. They who are cured of the fever of craving do not subject themselves to the successive rise and fall inherent in embodied existence. The mind attains fulfillment only by utter dispassion, not by filling it with desires and hopes. To those who are devoid of any attachment or craving, the three worlds are as wide as the footprint of a calf, and a whole world cycle is but a moment. The coolness of the ice pack on top of the Himalayas is nothing compared to the coolness of the mind of a sage free from craving. The light of the full moon is not as bright, nor is the ocean as full, nor the face of the goddess of prosperity as radiant as the mind free from craving. When all the desires and hopes which are like the branches of the tree of the mind are cut down, the mind resumes its own nature. If you resolutely deny refuge to these hopes and cravings in your mind, then there is no fear for you. When the mind is free from movements of thought, which are motivated by hopes or cravings, then it becomes no-mind, and that is liberation. The thinking that is brought about by hopes and cravings is known as vritti, movement of thought when hopes and cravings are given up. There is no vritti either. When the aggravating cause is removed, the effect ceases to be. Hence, for restoring peace to the mind, remove the disturbing cause, which is hope or craving. The story of Bali Vasistha continued, V:22, or, O Rama, bring about a transmutation of the mind even as King Bali did. I shall narrate to you the story of Bali, listening to which you will gain knowledge of the eternal truth. In another part of the world, Jagat, there is what is known as Paitala, the netherworld. In it are found extremely beautiful demonesses, strange reptiles with many heads, demons with enormous bodies, huge elephants, places which are heavily polluted and where a terrible katakata noise constantly fills the air, caves or deep mines full of precious gems, places which have been hallowed or sanctified by the dust of the divine feet of the sage Kapila. California is regarded by some to be Kapilaranya, the forest inhabited by Kapila, and places sanctified by Lord Hitakesvari, who is adored by celestial damsels. The demon king Bali, son of Vairocana, ruled over this region. The Lord of the universe, Sri Hari, himself was the protector of this king. Hence, even the king of heaven, Indra, adored him. By the heat of the very radiance of this king Bali, the oceans got dried up, as it were. His eyes were so powerful that by a mere look he could move mountains. Bali ruled for a very long time over the netherworld. In course of time, intense dispassion overcame King Bali and he began to inquire thus, how long should I rule over this netherworld? How long shall I wander in the three worlds? What shall I gain by ruling over this kingdom? When all that is in the three worlds is subject to destruction, how can one hope to enjoy happiness through all this? Again and again, the same disgusting pleasures are experienced and the same acts are repeated day after day in this world. How is it that even a wise man is not ashamed of this? The same day and the same night, again and again, life in this world revolves like a whirlpool. Doing all this every day, how can one reach that state in which there is cessation of this repetitive existence? How long should we continue to revolve in this whirlpool and of what use is it? While he was thus reflecting, he remembered, I remember what my father Vairocana once told me. I had asked him, Father, what is the destination of this world appearance or repetitive existence? When will it come to an end? When will the delusion of the mind cease? Gaining what shall one attain total satisfaction, seeing what shall one seek naught else? I see that it is impossible to attain this by means of experience of the worldly pleasures or actions. For, they only aggravate the delusion. Pray, tell me the means by which I shall rest forever in supreme peace. V:23 Vairocana said to Bali, My son, there is a vast realm, wide enough to engulf the three worlds. In it there are no lakes, no oceans, no mountains, no forests, no rivers, no earth, no sky, no winds, no moon, no gods, no demons, no demigods, no vegetation, no heaven, no high and low, no words, not me, nor the gods like Vishnu. Only one is there, and that is the Supreme Light. He is omnipotent, omnipresent, he is all, and he remains silent, as if inactive. Prompted by him, the king, his minister does everything. What has not been he brings about, and what is, he alters. This minister is incapable of enjoying anything, nor does he know anything. Though ignorant and insentient, he does everything for the sake of his master, the king. The king remains alone, established in peace. Bali asked, Father, what is that realm which is free from psychosomatic illnesses? Who is that minister and who is that king? The story is wonderful and unheard of. Kindly explain all this to me in detail. Vairocana replied, All the gods and demons put together and even a force many times their strength cannot even challenge the minister. He is not Indra, the king of the gods, nor the god of death, nor the god of wealth, nor a god nor a demon whom you can easily conquer. Though it is believed that the god Vishnu killed the demons, it was indeed this minister who destroyed them. In fact, even the gods like Vishnu were overpowered by him and made to take birth here. Cupid derives his power from this minister. Anger derives its power from him, too. It is because of his wish that there is unceasing conflict between good and evil here. This minister can only be defeated by his own master, the king, by no one else. When in due course of time there arises such a wish in the heart of the king, this minister can be easily defeated. He is the most powerful in all the three worlds, and the three worlds are but his exhalation. If you have the ability to conquer him, then, indeed, you are a hero. When the minister arises, the three worlds are manifested, even as the lotus blossoms when the sun rises. When he retires, the three worlds become dormant. If you can conquer him, with your mind utterly unappointed and completely free of delusion and ignorance, then you are a hero. If he is conquered, then all the worlds and everything in them are conquered. If he is not conquered, then nothing is conquered, even if you think you have conquered this or that in this world. Hence, my son, in order to attain absolute perfection and eternal bliss, strive with all your might and in every possible manner, whatever be the difficulties and obstacles, to conquer that minister. V:24, Ali asked, Father, by what effective means can that powerful minister be conquered? Vairocana replied, though this minister is almost invincible, my son, I shall tell you how to conquer him. He is overcome in a moment if one grasps him by means of intelligent action. In the absence of such intelligent action, he burns everything like a venomous snake. One who approaches him intelligently, plays with him as one plays with a child and playfully subdues him, such a one beholds the king and is established in the supreme state. 4. Once the king is seen, the minister comes completely under one's control, and when the minister is under one's control, the king is seen clearly. Until the king is seen, the minister is not really conquered, and until the minister is conquered, the king is not seen. When the king is not seen, the minister plays havoc and spreads sorrow, then the minister is not conquered, the king remains unseen. Therefore, one's intelligent practice has to be simultaneously twofold, to behold the king and to subdue the minister. By intense self-effort and by steady practice, you can gain both these and then you will enter that region and never again experience sorrow. That is the region inhabited by holy men who are forever established in peace. My son, I shall now make all this explicit to you. The region I have referred to is the state of liberation, which is the end of all sorrow. The king there is the self who transcends all other realms and states of consciousness. The minister is the mind. It is the mind that has made all this world, like a pot from clay. When the mind is conquered, everything is conquered. Remember that the mind is almost invincible, except through intelligent practice. Ali asked, Father, kindly tell me what intelligent practice will enable me to conquer the mind. Vairocana replied, the very best intelligent means by which the mind can be subdued is complete freedom from desire, hope or expectation in regard to all objects at all times. It is by this means that this powerful elephant, the mind, can be subdued. This means is both very easy and extremely difficult. My son, it is very difficult for one who does not engage himself in serious practice, but very easy for one who is earnest in his effort. There is no harvest without sowing, the mind is not subdued without persistent practice. Hence, take up this practice of renunciation. Until one turns away from sense pleasure here, one will continue to roam in this world of sorrow. Even a strong man will not reach his destination if he does not move towards it. No one can reach the state of total dispassion without persistent practice. Vairocana continued, only by right exertion can dispassion be attained, there is no other means. People talk of divine grace or fate, but in this world we perceive the body, not a God. When people speak of God they imply what is inevitable, what is beyond their control and the events of natural order. Even so, whatever brings about total equanimity and the cessation of joy and sorrow is also referred to as divine grace. Divine grace, natural order and right self-exertion, all of them refer to the same truth, the distinction is due to wrong perception or illusion. Whatever the mind conceives of through right self-exertion comes to be in its fruition, and when the mind apprehends such fruition there is experience of joy, etc. The mind is the doer. And whatever it conceives of the natural order, nadi, creates and manifests. The mind is also able to run counter to the natural order. Hence it may even be said that mind is the prompter of the natural order. Even as wind moves in space, the jiva, the individual, functions in this world, doing what has to be done within a natural order, though such action appears to be selfish or egotistic. Prompted by nature, he seems to move or stand still, both of which are mere expressions or false superimpositions, even as the movement of trees on a mountain top makes it look as if the peak is swaying. Hence, As long as there is mind there is neither God nor natural order. When the mind has ceased to be, let there be whatever is. Ali asked, Lord, tell me, how can the cessation of craving for pleasure be firmly established in my heart? Vairocana said, My son, self-knowledge is the creeper that yields the fruit of cessation of craving for pleasure. It is only when the self is seen that the highest form of dispassion becomes firmly rooted in the heart. Hence, one should simultaneously behold the self through intelligent inquiry, and thereby get rid of the craving for pleasure. When the intelligence is still unawakened, one should fill 2/4 of the mind with enjoyment of pleasure, one part with study of scriptures and the other with service of the Guru. When it is partially awakened, 2 parts are given over to the service of the Guru and the others get 1 part each. When it is fully awakened, 2 parts are devoted to service of the Guru and the other 2 to the study of scriptures, with dispassion as the constant companion. Vairocana continued, only when one is filled with goodness is one qualified to listen to the exposition of the highest wisdom. Hence, one should constantly endeavor to educate the mind with purifying knowledge, and nourish the mind with the inner transformation brought about by the study of scriptures. When the mind has thus been transformed, it is able to reflect the truth without distortion. Then without delay one should endeavor to see the self. These two, self-realization and cessation of craving, should proceed hand in hand, simultaneously. True dispassion does not arise in one by austerity, charity, pilgrimage, etc., but only by directly perceiving one's own nature. And there is no means for direct self-realization except right self-exertion. Hence, one should give up dependence upon a god or fate and by right self-exertion firmly reject the seeking of pleasure. When dispassion matures, the spirit of inquiry arises in oneself. The spirit of inquiry strengthens dispassion. The two are interdependent, even as the ocean and the clouds are. These two and also self-realization are all intimate friends and always exist together. Hence, first of all, one should abandon all dependence on extraneous factors, like God, and, grinding one's teeth and with intense right self-exertion, cultivate dispassion. One may, however, earn wealth without violating local traditions and customs and without defying one's relatives, etc. One should utilize this wealth to acquire the company of good and holy men endowed with noble qualities. Such company of holy men generates dispassion. Then there arises the spirit of inquiry, knowledge and the study of scriptures. By stages, one reaches the supreme truth. When you turn completely away from the pursuit of pleasure, then you attain to the supreme state through the means of inquiry. When the self is completely purified, then you will be firmly established in the supreme peace. You will never again fall into the mire of conceptualization which is the cause of sorrow. Though you continue to live, you will remain freed from all hopes and expectations. You are pure. Salutations to you, O embodiment of auspiciousness. In accordance with the prevailing social tradition, acquire a little wealth, and with it acquire the company of saints, and adore them. By their company you will gain contempt for the objects of pleasure. And by the right inquiry you will gain self-knowledge. V:25:26 Pali said to himself, Luckily, I remembered all that my father said to me. Now that craving for pleasure has ceased in me, I shall attain to the state of tranquility which is like nectar. I am really and truly tired of repeatedly earning wealth, fulfilling my desires and enjoying sexual pleasures. Delightful is the state of peace. In utter inner tranquility, all pleasures and pains cease to be of value. Life is one continuous round of repetitive experiences. Nothing new is ever experienced. I shall give up everything and with my mind completely withdrawn from the pursuit of pleasure, I shall remain happily established in the self. This universe is but the creation of the mind, what is lost by abandoning it. Enough of even this repentance. For, the important thing in a cure is the immediate treatment of the illness. Who am I? What is all this? I shall submit these questions to my Guru Sutra. Vasishtha continued, having thus resolved, while he contemplated the Guru of the demons, Sukra. On account of the infinite consciousness he was established in, Sukra was omnipresent and knew that his disciple needed his presence. Instantly, he materialized his body in front of the king Bali. In the immediate presence of the Guru, Bali shone with a special radiance. He received the Guru with due honors and worshipped the Guru's feet with great devotion. Then, Bali asked Sukra, "Lord, it is the reflection of your own divine radiance that prompts me to place this problem before you. I have no desire for pleasure, and I wish to learn the truth. Who am I? Who are you? What is this world? Please tell me all this." Sukra replied, "I am on my way to another realm, O Bali, but I shall give you in a few words the very quintessence of wisdom. Consciousness alone exists, consciousness alone is all this is filled with consciousness. I, you, and all this world, are but consciousness. If you are humble and sincere, you will gain everything from what I have said. If not, an attempt at further explanation will be like pouring oblations into a heap of ashes, that is, useless. The oblations are meaningful only when poured into the sacred fire. The objectivity, conceptualization, of consciousness is known as bondage, and the abandonment of such objectivity is liberation. Consciousness minus such objectivity is the reality of everything. This is the conviction of all philosophies. When you are established in this vision, you will also attain the infinite consciousness. I shall now depart to do the work of the gods. For as long as this body lasts, one shall not abandon appropriate action." After Sukra left, Bali reflected thus, V:27, "What my preceptor said to me was indeed correct and appropriate. Surely, all that is consciousness and there is naught else. It is when that infinite consciousness entertains the concept as the sun that the sun is distinguished from darkness. It is consciousness that distinguishes light from darkness. It is consciousness that cognizes earth as earth, the directions in space as such directions, and the whole world as the world. If consciousness did not recognize a mountain, would it exist as a mountain? Consciousness itself is all this, including the senses, the body, the desires that arise in the mind, whatever is within and whatever is outside, space and even changing phenomena. It is indeed on account of that consciousness that I am able to come into contact with the objects and experience them, not because of the body itself. Regardless of the body, I am consciousness, which is the self of the entire universe. Since consciousness exists one without a second, who is my friend and who is my enemy? Even if the head of the body known as Bali is cut off, does the infinite consciousness lose its head? Even hate and other such qualities are but modifications of consciousness. Hence, again, there is neither hate nor attachment, neither mind nor its modifications. Since the consciousness is infinite and absolutely pure, how can perversions arise in it? Consciousness is not its name, it is but a word. It has no name. I am the eternal subject free from all object and predicate. I salute that omnipresent consciousness which is free from the tempting concept of objects, and hence eternally free. I salute myself which is the consciousness free of the subject-object division, which acts appropriately without division, and which is the light which is reflected in all appearances. I am that consciousness in which the craving for experience has ceased. I am limitless like space, I am untouched by happiness, unhappiness and the like. Let them therefore do what they like to me, for I am non-different from them. Movement of energy in one substance is neither loss nor gain. When consciousness alone is everything, thoughts or its expansions do not make that consciousness expand or contract. Hence, I shall continue to be active till I reach absolute quiescence in the self. Vasishtha continued, having thus reflected, Bali, uttering the sacred word Om and contemplating its subtle significance, remain quiet. Freed from all doubts, from perception of objects and without the division between thinker, thought and thinking, meditation, meditator and the object of meditation. With all intentions and concepts quietened, Bali remained firmly established in the supreme state with a mind in which all movement of thought had ceased, like a lamp in a windless place. Thus he lived for a considerable time. V:28, 29 Vasistha continued. All the demons, followers or subjects of the king Bali, rushed to the palace and surrounded the king who was seated in deep contemplation. Unable to understand the mystery, They thought of their preceptor, Sukra. They beheld Sukra in front of them. Sukra saw that Bali was in a super soft conscious state. He said to the demons, with a smile radiating joy, "It is indeed wonderful, O demons, that this King Bali has attained such perfection by dint of his own resolute inquiry. Let him remain established in his own self. The mental activity that gives rise to the perception of the world has ceased in him. Hence do not try to talk to him. When the dark night of ignorance comes to an end, the sun of self-knowledge arises. Such is his state now. In course of time he himself will come out of that state, when the seed of world perception begins to sprout in his consciousness. Hence, go about doing your work as before. He will return to world consciousness in 1,000 years from now." Hearing this, the demons returned to their posts of duty and carried on the work of the realm. After 1,000 celestial years of such contemplation, the King Bali was awakened by the music of the celestials and divinities. A supernatural light that radiated from him illumined the entire city. Even before the demons could reach him again, Bali reflected thus, "It was indeed a wondrous state in which I remained for a brief moment. I shall continue to remain in that state. What have I to do with the affairs of the external world? Supreme peace and bliss reign in my own heart now." In the meantime, the demons rushed to where he sat. After looking at them, Bali continued to reflect thus, "I am consciousness, and in me there does not exist any perversion. What is there for me to acquire or to abandon? What fun! I long for liberation, but who has bound me, when and how? Why do I long for liberation then? There is no bondage and no liberation. What shall I gain by meditation or by not meditating? Freed from delusion of meditation and non-meditation, let be what has to be, there is neither gain nor loss to me. I do not desire either meditation or non-meditation, neither joy nor non-joy. I do not desire the Supreme Being or the world. I am neither alive nor dead, I am neither real nor unreal. Salutations to myself, the infinite being. Let this world be my kingdom, I shall be what I am. Let this world be not my kingdom, I shall be what I am. What have I to do with meditation and what have I to do with the kingdom? Let be what has to be. I belong to none and none belongs to me. There is absolutely nothing that has to be done by what is known as me. Then why should I not do that action which is natural? Thus having reflected, the King Bali turned his radiant gaze towards the assembled demons, even as the sun gazes upon a lotus. Vasishtha continued, King Bali thereafter ruled the kingdom, doing everything spontaneously without premeditation. He worshipped the Brahmanas, gods and the holy ones. He treated his relatives with deference. He rewarded his servants amply and gave in charity more than what they saw it had expected. He fondly sported with the womenfolk. The wish to perform a sacred rite rose in his heart. Quickly he assembled the men and materials needed for it. He conducted the rite in the appropriate manner. It was during this rite that Lord Vishnu, wishing to snatch the rulership of the three worlds from Bali and bestow it upon Indra, took the form of a dwarf and cheated Bali into giving away the rulership of the world to Vishnu in charity. O Rama! This Bali will be the next Indra. Hence he dwells in the netherworld, to which he had been sent by Lord Vishnu himself, as a liberated and enlightened sage, awaiting the time when he shall rule the heaven. He is totally unconcerned whether he is visited by prosperity or adversity. His consciousness does not experience elation or depression and happiness or unhappiness. He had ruled the three worlds for billions of years, but now his heart is at rest. Once again he will rule the three worlds as Indra for a very long time. But he is not excited at the prospect of becoming Indra, nor was he depressed when he lost his position in what was hurled into the netherworld. He welcomes whatever comes to him unsought and is at peace within himself. Thus have I told you the story of King Bali, O Rama. Gain such a vision as he had and enjoy supreme felicity. Abandon the desire for the essenceless and useless sense pleasure in this world. The attractive objects that tempt you here do not deserve your admiration any more than rock figures seen at a distance. Establish your mind, which flits from one thing to another, firmly in your heart. You are the light of consciousness, O Rama and you are the world's rooted. Who is your friend and who is other? You are the infinite. In you are all the worlds strung like beads of a rosary. That being which thou art is neither born nor does he die. The self is real, birth and death are imaginary. Inquire into the nature of all the illnesses that beset life, and live without craving. You are the light and the Lord, Rama, and this world appears to be in that light. It has no real and independent existence. Formerly, you had repeatedly entertained the wrong notions of the desirable and the undesirable. Give up these two. Then you will enjoy equanimity, and the wheel of birth will come to a halt. In whatever the mind tends to sink, retrieve it from it and direct it towards the truth. Thus will the wild elephant of the mind be tamed. Do not be led astray by the long-winded empty statements of the wicked self-appointed teachers who have no direct experience. You will surely attain enlightenment by listening to my discourse. The story of Prahlada Vasistha continued, v:30, 31. O Rama, I shall narrate to you another story which illustrates the path to enlightenment which is free from obstacles. In the netherworld there was a mighty demon king known as Hiranyakasipu. He had wrested the sovereignty of the three worlds from Indra, Hari. He ruled the three worlds. He had many sons. Among them was the famous Prahlada who shone like a brilliant diamond among jewels. The demon king who thus enjoyed the lordship of the three worlds, the blessing of a mighty army and good children, became proud and arrogant. His aggressive ways and his rule of terror greatly worried the gods who prayed to the creator Brahma to find a way out of their predicament. In answer to their prayer, the Lord Hari assumed the form of Narasimha and destroyed the demon king. Narasimha's body was enormous and powerful. He had sharp and dreadful teeth and nails. His ear-soft rings were like firebrands. His abdomen was mountainous. He had powerful arms which could shake the whole creation. His breath rocked mountains. The hairs on his body were like tongues of flames. His very limbs were terrible missiles. Unable to endure the fiery gaze of Narasimha, the demons fled in all directions. The inner apartments of the palace had been reduced to ashes. Prahlada, whose life had been spared, performed the funeral rite of his fallen relations. He consoled the wounded ones. Stunned by the magnitude of the destruction, he and the others who remained alive stood immobile for a while. Prahlada mused, who is there to help us now? The very seeds of the demon families have been destroyed by Hari. Alas, our enemy has swiftly reached the peak of military victory. The gods who used to bow down humbly to the feet of my father have occupied our realm. My own relations have become lusterless, unemployed, without enthusiasm, destitute and miserable. The demons who were strong and powerful once, are weak and timid now like the gods. Indeed, mysterious is the destiny. A timid deer when it is taken into a strange village, takes fright at the sound of a falling leaf, even so the demonesses, who have seen the valor of the enemy, panic at anything. The gods have taken back the wish-fulfilling tree. Even as the demons delighted to look at the faces of the goddesses before, the gods delight to look at the demonesses now. The demigoddesses and others who enjoy life in the inner apartments of the demons have escaped and have gone away to the forests of the Mount Meru and live like birds of the forest. My own mothers, the queens, are the very images of grief. Alas! My father's fan serves Indra now. By the grace of Hari, we have been subjected to incomparable and inexpressible adversity, the very thought of which makes us miserable and desperate. Prahlada continued to muse, even as the snow-clad peaks of the Himalayas are never subjected to the scorching heat of the sun, the gods who live in the shade of the protection of Vishnu are not subjected to oppression. Even as a little monkey seated on the branch of a tree annoys a powerful dog standing on the ground, these gods enjoying the security of the protection of Vishnu harass the demons. It is Vishnu that protects the whole universe and upholds it. Even if Vishnu abandons the use of weapons, no one can face him. Narasimha did not use conventional weapons. He alone is the refuge of all beings in this world, therefore by all means one should take refuge in him, there is no other way. No one is superior to him and he alone is the cause of the creation, preservation and dissolution of the universe. From this very moment I shall also be devoted to Vishnu and live as if filled with his presence. The holy mantra Namo Narayana dedicated to him is capable of bestowing every blessing on the devotee, may it never leave my heart. However, one who is not Vishnu does not derive any benefit by worshipping Vishnu. One should worship Vishnu by being Vishnu. Hence I am Vishnu. He who is known as Prahlada is none other than Vishnu. There is no duality. Vishnu's vehicle Garuda now bears me. His insignia adorn my limbs. Lakshman, his consort, is standing next to me. All the divine splendor of Vishnu has become mine. The conch, the discus, the mace and sword, which are the symbols that are invariably associated with Vishnu, are with me now. The lotus that bears on it the Creator Brahma springs from my navel. The entire universe which repeatedly appears and disappears is in my abdomen. My color is now the color of Vishnu, which is blue. I am dressed in the yellow garment of Vishnu. I am Vishnu. Who can be my enemy, and who can challenge me now? Since I am Vishnu, he who is hostile to me has surely reached the end of his lifespan. These demons who stand in front of me find it difficult or impossible to endure the dazzling brilliance that radiates from me. And those gods are really singing my own praise, as I am Vishnu. I have transcended all sense of duality, and therefore I have myself become Vishnu. He in whose abdomen ever abides the three worlds, he who subdues all evil forces in the universe, and he who dispels the anxieties and fears of all, he am I, and I salute him. Vasishtha continued, v:32, 33. Having thus transfigured himself into the very image of Vishnu, Prahlada thought of worshipping Vishnu. He thought, here stands another Vishnu who is also seated on his vehicle Garuda, who is endowed with all the divine qualities and powers, who bears all the insignia relative to the status of Vishnu. I shall now worship him according to the tradition relating to such worship, but mentally. Having thus resolved, Prahlada mentally worshipped Vishnu, with all the materials ordained by tradition and scriptural injunctions. After this he also worshipped Vishnu with external rites and rituals. Upon completion of this worship, Prahlada rejoiced. From that time, Prahlada worshipped Vishnu in that manner every day. Seeing him and following his example, all the demons in the kingdom also became staunch devotees of Vishnu. And the rumor spread like wildfire in heaven that the demons who had till lately been enemies of Vishnu, had suddenly become his devotees. The gods in heaven were bewildered. How could demons become devotees? They quickly approached Vishnu and asked him. The gods said, Lord, what is this mystery? The demons are your traditional enemies. That they should turn into your devotees appears to be unreal and idiotic. Where is the diabolical nature of the demons, and where is devotion to you which arises only during the last incarnation of a jiva? Good and divine qualities just do not go with these demons. It sounds so incongruous. Surely, the qualities of a being are always in accordance with the fundamental nature of that being. To hear that these demons have become your devotees overnight is almost painful. If it were said that they had gradually evolved into higher states of being, cultivated good qualities and then become your devotees, we could very well understand it. But that someone who has been of wicked disposition has all at once become your devotee, is incredible. The Lord replied, O gods, do not suffer doubt and despair. Prahlada has become my devotee. This is indeed his last birth, and he deserves to be liberated now. The seeds of his ignorance have been burnt, he will not be born any more. It is meaningless and painful to hear that a good man has become evil-minded. It is appropriate and good to hear that one who has had no good qualities has become good. Prahlada's change is for your good. Alternative meaning? It is improper to say that one who is limited and conditioned became unconditioned, but it is true to say that the unconditioned being without qualities appears to be conditioned. Vasishtha continued, after thus reassuring the gods, Vishnu disappeared. And the gods returned to their respective abodes. They became friendly towards Prahlada. Every day Prahlada thus worshipped the Lord Vishnu by thought, word and deed. As the immediate fruit of such worship, all the noble qualities like wisdom and dispassion grew in him. He did not seek pleasure, even his mind did not contemplate pleasure. Having abandoned craving for pleasure, his mind was dangling without support. Lord Vishnu came to know of the state of Prahlada. He traveled along the netherworld to where Prahlada was worshipping him. Seeing that Lord Vishnu himself had come to the palace, Prahlada rejoiced even more and worshipped Vishnu again. Prahlada prayed, I take refuge in the Lord in whom the three worlds rejoice, who is the supreme light which destroys the darkness of every kind of ignorance and impurity, who is the refuge of the helpless destitute, who alone is the Lord whose refuge is worth seeking, the unborn, the surest security. You are radiant like the blue lotus or the blue jewel, your body is blue like the zenith of the clear winter sky, and you hold your divine insignia in your hands. I take refuge in you. I take refuge in him whose voice is the truth, the holy scriptures, whose navel-lotus is the seed of Brahma the creator and who dwells in the hearts of all beings. I take refuge in him the radiance of whose nails sparkles as the stars in the heaven, whose sweet smiling face is the moon, in whose heart there is a jewel from which rays emanate and flow as the holy river Ganga and who is cloud in the pure autumnal sky. I take refuge in him in whom this extensive universe rests without diminution, who is ever unborn and unchanging, whose body is composed of all the auspicious qualities and who rests on a banyan leaf. I take refuge in him who is goddess Lakshmi at his own side, the beauty of whose body is like the beauty of the setting sun. I take refuge in the Lord who is like the sun unto the lotus of the three worlds, who is like a lamp unto the darkness of ignorance, who is of the nature of infinite consciousness, and who destroys the suffering and distress of all beings in the universe. The Lord said, v:34, O Prahlada, you are an ocean of good qualities and you are indeed the jewel among the demons. Ask of me any boon of your choice which is conducive to the cessation of the sorrow of birth. Prahlada said, Lord, you are the indweller of all beings and you grant the fruition of all our wishes. Pray, grant me that boon which you consider to be limitless and infinite. The Lord said, Prahlada, may you be endowed with the spirit of inquiry till you rest in the infinite Brahman, so that all your delusions might come to an end and you may attain the highest fruit, blessing. Vasishtha continued, having said thus, the Lord disappeared. Prahlada concluded his worship and after singing hymns in praise of the Lord, began to reflect in the following manner. Prahlada contemplated, the Lord had commanded be continually engaged in inquiry hence, I shall engage myself in inquiry into the self. What am I who speaks, walks, stands and functions on this elaborate stage known as the world? I should find this out to begin with. Surely, I am not this world which is outside and which is inert, composed of trees, shrubs and mountains. Nor am I the body which was born on account of the movement of the life breath, and which seems to live for a very brief moment. I am not sound, word or name or expression, which is apprehended by the inert substance known as the ear, which is but a momentary movement of air and which is devoid of form and devoid of existence. I am not the sense or experience of touch, which is also momentary and which is able to function only on account of the infinite consciousness. Nor am I the sense of taste based on the ever-changing and restless tongue ever devoted to its objects. I am not the sense of sight, or form, which too is momentary and which is but a perversion of the understanding of the seer. Nor am I the sense of smell, which is an imaginary creation of the nose and which has an indeterminate form. Hence, I am devoid of all these imaginary qualities. I have nothing whatsoever to do with the functions of these senses. I am pure consciousness. I am peace beyond thought. Prahlada continued to contemplate, I am the all-pervading reality which is devoid of objectivity and therefore percepts and concepts. I am pure consciousness. It is by this consciousness that all things, from a little pot to the mighty sun, are perceived. I now recollect the truth that I am the self which is omnipresent, in which there is no conceptualization. It is by that self that all the senses and their experiences are made possible, for it is the inner light. It is because of that inner light that these objects acquire their apparent substantiality. It is thanks to that inner light of consciousness, which is utterly free from all modifications, that the sun is hot, the moon is cool, the mountain is heavy and water is liquid. It is the cause of all the effects that manifest as this creation, but it is itself uncaused. It is on account of that inner light of consciousness that the characteristic nature of the diverse objects arises. Because it is formless and because it is the cause of all effects, this universe has arisen in it, with all its diversity. It alone is the cause of the manifestation of the Trinity, Brahma the Creator, Vishnu the Preserver and Shiva the Redeemer but it is not itself caused. I salute this self which is its own light, free from the duality of knower and known, subject and object. In it exist all things of this universe, and into it they enter. Whatever this inner self thinks of, that happens everywhere, apparently as an external reality. When thought of by this consciousness, these things seem to come into being. When thought of as non-existent, they reach their end. Thus, all these infinite objects appear in the limitless space of consciousness. They appear to grow and they appear to diminish, even as a shadow seems to grow and to diminish in the light of the sun. This self or inner light of consciousness is unknown and unseen. It is attained by those who have purified their heart. But by the holy ones it is seen in the supremely pure cosmic space, dimension, of consciousness. This self exists in an undivided state in the three worlds, from Brahma the Creator to the blade of grass, as the infinite and self-luminous consciousness. It is one, without beginning and end. It exists as the all, as the inner experiencing of all mobile and immobile beings. Prahlada continued to contemplate the one self, which is the soul experiencing. He is therefore the experiencer in all. Hence the self is said to have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. With this beauteous body of the sun, this self which is I roams the space, as also in the body of air. It is the same with the self embodied as the deity holding the conch, discus, mace, etc., who is adored in this world. It was this self or I that was born as the one who is ever seated in the lotus, the Creator Brahma. It is the self again that shall dissolve this creation or withdraw it from manifestation at the end of the world cycle. The self referred to as the I embodied in Indra protects the world. I am woman, I am man, I am the youth, I am the senile old man, and on account of embodiment, I am apparently born here. I am the omnipresent. From the ground of the infinite consciousness I raise trees and plants, being present in them as their very essence. Even as clay in the hands of a playful child. This world appearance is pervaded by me for my own delight. The world derives its reality from the self, me, it functions in and through me, and when I abandon it or cease to comprehend it, it ceases to have any reality. For, this world exists in me, the self or infinite consciousness, even as a reflection seems to exist in a mirror. I am the fragrance and flowers, I am the radiance in flowers and leaves, I am the light in the radiance, and even in that light I am the experience. Whatever mobile and immobile beings exist in this universe, I am their supreme truth or consciousness free from conceptualization. I am the very essence in all things in the universe. Just as butter exists in milk and just as liquidity exists in water, even so is the energy of consciousness I exist in all that exists. This world appearance of the past, the present and the future exists in the infinite consciousness without the distinction of objectivity. This omnipresent, omnipotent cosmic being is the self which is indicated by the I. This cosmic kingdom known as the universe has come to me and sought and is pervaded by me. As the self or the infinite consciousness I pervade the entire universe, even as the one cosmic ocean pervades the cosmos after the cosmic creation has been dissolved. Even as lame, incapacitated, aquatic creature finds the cosmic ocean is without limits, I find no end to the extent of myself, which is infinite. This world appearance is like a dust particle in the infinite consciousness. It does not satisfy me, even as a tiny fruit does not appease an elephant's hunger. Hence, the form which began to expand in the house of the Creator Brahma even now continues to expand. Prahlada continued to contemplate, truly, it was but the infinite consciousness that existed. How has this finite, limited ego sense arisen in it, without any justification and support? What has given rise to the delusion which expresses itself in statements like this is you and this I am? What is this body and what is bodilessness, who lives and who is it that dies? Surely, my ancestors were of little understanding in that they abandoned this infinite consciousness and roamed this little earth. What comparison is there between the vision of the infinite and this fearful vanity known as worldly glory, which is full of dreadful desires and cravings? This vision of the infinite consciousness is pure and is of the nature of supreme peace, and it is surely the very best among the visions that are possible in this universe. I salute my own self, which is the indweller in all beings, which is the consciousness freed from objectivity or conceptualization, and which is the intelligence in all beings. I am the unborn in whom the world appearance has vanished. I have gained what is worth gaining. I have triumphed and I live triumphantly. I find no delight in reigning over a kingdom. Abandoning the supreme felicity of cosmic consciousness. Fie upon those wicked demons who revel in the filth of this worldly life. Alas, how foolish and ignorant of my father to have remained satisfied and pleased with this physical existence. What has he gained by living a long life and by reigning over this little mud ball called the earth? The delights of even countless such worlds is nothing compared to the bliss of the self. He who has nothing but has this self-knowledge has everything. He who abandons this and seeks other things is not a man of wisdom. What comparison is there between this mortal physical existence, like the arid desert, and the bliss of enlightenment, like a delightful pleasure garden? The sovereignty of the world is also all things, and the three worlds exist in consciousness. Why do people not experience the truth that there is nothing outside of consciousness? Everything, everywhere and at all times is easily obtained through consciousness, which is omnipresent and undifferentiated. The light that shines in the sun and the moon, the energy that animates the gods, the intrinsic characteristic of the mind and the elements, the qualities and the faculties that exist in nature, like that in space which permits aircraft to move in it, and the infinite variety of the manifestations of energy and intelligence are all the expansions and the functions of the one cosmic consciousness, which in itself is undivided and unmodified. Even as the sun shines on all things without distinction, this cosmic consciousness illumines all things without distinction, instantly and spontaneously as the very self of all things in the universe. Prahlada continued to contemplate. The infinite consciousness simultaneously pervades the three periods of time and experiences the infinite worlds. It envelops all, it sees all, and because it is undisturbed and unmodified, it alone remains at all times. This consciousness experiences simultaneously what is sweet and what is bitter, it is tranquil and at peace. Because this consciousness is in itself free from all modifications, concepts and percepts, and because it is subtle and experiences all things at the same time, it is ever at peace and homogeneous, even while apparently experiencing the diversity of diverse phenomena. When the apparently transformed becoming resorts to or rests on that being which has not undergone any modification, the former is freed from sorrow, and when what is seen by what is not, or by the mind in which there is no movement of thought, that which is, abandons its wickedness. When consciousness abandons the perception of the three modes of time, when it is freed from the bondage of objectivity or conceptualization, it rests in utter tranquility. It is as if it were unreal, because it is beyond description. And some people declare that the self does not exist. Whether there is the self, Brahman, or not, that which is not subject to dissolution is the supreme liberation. On account of the modification, thought, this consciousness is apparently veiled and is not realized. They who are sunk in the mire of attraction and repulsion are unable to reach this realization. They are caught in the net of thoughts. Such have been my ancestors. On account of their desire and hate and the deluded perception of duality, they lead a life of vermin. He in whom the ghosts of cravings and hostility have been laid and the mirage of ignorant thinking and psychological perversion has been dispelled by the cloud of true inner awakening, he alone lives. 4. How can there arise concepts and percepts in the infinite consciousness which alone is? I salute the self. Salutations to myself, the undivided consciousness, the jewel of all the seen and the unseen worlds. You have indeed been reached very soon. You have been touched, you have been gained, you have been realized. You have been raised above all kinds of perversions. You are what you are. Salutations to you. Salutations to you, myself, Shiva, the Lord of Lords, the Supreme Self. I salute the Self which rejoices in its own body, being established in itself, in full control of itself, utterly freed from the veil of self-imposed ignorance, thoughts and concepts. Prahlada continued to contemplate. V:35 is the one non-dual consciousness devoid of all perversion. Whatever there is in the universe is the One Self. Even within this body composed of flesh and blood, etc., it is the intelligence that shines, as it does in and through light sources such as the sun, etc. It makes the fire hot and it tastes the nectarine sweetness, it experiences all sense experiences, as it were. Standing, it is not stationary. Going, it does not move. At rest it is ever busy, dynamic, it is unaffected. In the past, present and in the future, here, there, and everywhere, it is ever the same in all apparent modifications. Utterly fearless and uninhibited, it is this consciousness that brings into manifestation and sustains the infinite variety of beings, from Brahma the Creator to the blade of grass. It is ever dynamic and active, yet it is more inactive than a rock and it is more unaffected by such activity than even the space. It is this cell, or consciousness that activates the mind even as wind rustles the leaves, it makes the senses function as the rider guides the horse. Though the cell is the lord of this body, it is ever engaged in diverse actions as if it were a slave. This self alone is to be sought, adored and meditated upon. It is by resorting to it that one crosses this world appearance with its cycle of birth and death and delusion. It is very easily accessible, it can be easily won over like a good friend, for it dwells in the heart lotus of everyone. It is attained in one's own body, without even the need to call upon it. It manifests itself and reveals itself even if it is contemplated for an instant. Though it is the Lord of all and is endowed with all excellences, one who adores it is free from arrogance and pride. This self dwells in all bodies even as fragrance resides in flowers. It is not realized by all because no one inquires into the truth concerning the self. If it is realized through self-inquiry, there is instant experience of supreme bliss and one gets an undying vision of truth, all fetters drop away, all enemies are quelled and cravings do not agitate the mind. When it is seen, everything is seen, when it is heard, everything is heard. When it is touched, everything is touched, for the world is because it is. It is awake even when one sleeps, it goads the unwise into wakefulness, it removes the distress of the suffering and bestows all desired objects. In this creation, it exists as if it is a jiva, living entity it appears to enjoy the pleasures, and it seems to expand in the objects of this world. Yet, in all bodies, it exists as the self, experiencing itself in utter tranquility. It is the one soul and cosmic reality in the whole universe. Prahlada continued to contemplate, this cell is the emptiness in space. It is the motion in all things moving. It is the light in all things luminous. In all liquids it is taste. It is solidity in earth. It is heat in fire. It is coolness in the moon. It is the very existence in the worlds. Even as all these characteristic qualities exist in the corresponding substances, even so it exists as Lord in the body. Just as existence exists everywhere and just as time exists at all times, this self exists in all bodies, with all the physical and psychological faculties. This self is the eternal existence. It enlightens even the gods. I, the self, alone am. In me there is no percept or concept. Even as space is unaffected by the dust soft particles floating in it, even as a lotus is untainted by water, even so I am not affected by anything. Let the body be subjected to happiness or unhappiness, how is the self affected by it? Just as the flame of a lamp, though the wick itself is made of threads, cannot be bound by a piece of thread, the self which exceeds or transcends all material existence is not bound by such materiality. What relationship can exist between us, the self, and the cravings which spring from notions of existence and non-soft existence and from the senses? Who or what binds the space and by whom is the mind bound? Even if the body is cut into 100 pieces, the self is not injured. Even if the pot is pulverized, the space within it is not destroyed. Even if this goblin mind which exists only as a word and not as a reality, ceases to be, what do we lose? Formerly, there was a mind which consisted of notions of happiness and unhappiness, but now that all such notions have ceased to be, where is my mind? Which fool would entertain such notions as one enjoys another, one grasps another, one sees another, one suffers a calamity? Nature alone enjoys, The mind grasps or comprehends. Suffering belongs to the body. The wicked person is a fool, but in one who has attained liberation there is none of these. I neither entertain craving for pleasure, nor do I wish to get rid of it. Whatever comes, let it come, whatever goes, let it go. Let notions of diverse experiences either arise or set in the body, I am neither in them nor they in me. For so long I have been enslaved by the dreaded enemy known as ignorance, who robbed me of my wealth of wisdom. But now, by the grace of Lord Vishnu and through my own excellent self-effort, I have attained that wisdom. By the magic spell of self-knowledge this goblin ego sense had been expelled. Rid of the destitution of delusion, I remain as the Supreme Lord. All that is worth knowing is already known, all that is worth seeing has been seen. I have now attained that beyond which there is naught to be attained. Prahlada continued to contemplate. Luckily for me, the deadly serpent of craving for sense pleasure has been left far behind and all delusions and hopes have been quietened. I have attained the plane of supreme truth. The Lord, who is the Self, has been seen by me by means of singing hymns, salutations, prayer, peace of mind and disciplined living. By the grace of Lord Vishnu the realization of the Supreme Being is firmly established in my heart. Till now I was harassed by ignorant limitations and delusions. The forest of ignorance has numerous ant hills inhabited by deadly snakes in the form of sense cravings, many blind holes known as death and many forest fires of sorrow. In it roam the thieves of violence and greed, as also the most deadly enemy of ego sense. Now I am free of that by the grace of Lord Vishnu as also by my own self-effort, and my intelligence has been fully awakened. In the light of that awakened intelligence I do not perceive an entity which can be called ego sense, even as one does not see darkness when the sun has arisen. Now that the goblin of ego sense has been laid, I remain at peace within myself. When the truth is seen and the ego sense has been dispelled, where is room for delusion, sorrows, hopes, desires and mental distress? Heaven and hell, as also delusions concerning liberation, exist only as long as the ego sense exists. Pictures are painted on canvas, not on empty sky. When the intelligence is freed from the cloud of ego sense and from the thunderstorm of cravings, it shines with the light of self-knowledge, even as the sky shines during the autumnal full moon night. O self free from the mire of ego sense, salutations to you. O self in whom the fearsome senses and all-consuming mind have attained quiescence, salutations to you. O self in whom the lotus of bliss has fully blossomed, salutations to you. O self, whose two wings are consciousness and its reflection, and who dwells in the lotus of the heart, salutations to you. O self, the sun that dispels the darkness of ignorance in the heart, salutations to you. O self, the promoter of supreme love and the sustainer of all things in the universe, salutations to you. Even as steel cuts the steel beam which has been heated, I have subdued the mind with its own purified state. I have cut asunder cravings, ignorance and foolishness by their opposites. Egolessly, my body functions with its inherent energy. The past tendencies, mental conditioning and limitations have been completely destroyed. I begin to wonder, how was it that for such a long time I was caught up in the trap of the ego sense? Freed from dependency, from habits of thought, from desires and cravings, from deluded belief in the existence of the ego, from the coloring of pleasure-seeking tendency and from revelry, my mind has reached a state of utter quiescence. With this, all sorrow has come to an end and the light of supreme bliss has dawned. V:36 Prahlada continued to contemplate. At last, the cell, which is beyond all states or modes of consciousness had been realized. O self, fortunately you have been realized, salutations to you. I salute you, I embrace you, without you as my friend and relative in the three worlds. You alone destroy, you alone protect, you give, you praise and you move. Now, O self, you have been seen and attained, what will you do now and where will you go? By your reality are all the worlds pervaded? You alone are seen everywhere, O self. Where will you run to now? Between us stood the great wall of ignorance from beginningless time. Now that that wall has collapsed you are seen to be not distant at all. Salutations to the self, who has fully accomplished what needs to be accomplished, the real doer of all actions, the Lord, the eternal and the ever-per-being. Salutations to Vishnu, to Shiva, and to Brahma the Creator. O Self, the distinction between you, the Self, and me is verbal, like the distinction between the word and the substance it refers to. The distinction is unreal and imaginary, like the verbal distinction between the wave and the water in the wave. In truth, you alone are spread out as the infinite variety of created objects that appear to be in this world. Salutations to the seer, the experiencer. Salutations to the one that creates, to the one that unfolds and expands as all things. Salutations to that which is the inner reality of all. Salutations to the omnipresent. Alas, on account of your identification with the embodiment, you, O Self, had, as it were, forgotten your own nature. Hence, you had to undergo endless suffering in repeated births, experiencing external perceptions without self-knowledge. This external world is nothing more than earth, wood and rock. O Self, there is no reality in all this other than you. Attaining self-knowledge, one does not long for aught else. Now, Lord, you have been seen and reached. Hereafter you will not be deluded again. Salutations to you. Lord, how is it that the Self, which is the very light of the eyes and which fills the whole body as the innate intelligence, is not seen or experienced? How is it that that intelligence which functioning as the sense of touch and experiencing all other objects is itself not realized? How can that intelligence be distant from oneself, which is the intelligence in the sense of hearing, hears and produces goose pimples? How is it that one does not taste the sweetness of that intelligence which experiences the sweetness or otherwise of the objects placed before it? How is it that one does not directly experience the presence of that intelligence which enjoys the sense of smell? How is it that the Self whose glory is sung by the scriptures and whose knowledge or wisdom itself forgets itself? O Self, now that you have been realized, the sense pleasures that I reveled in before are no longer worthy of my attention. Prahlada continued to contemplate, O Self, it is your own light of purity that shines in the sun, your nectarine coolness that radiates through the moon. The heaviness of the mountains is derived from you, as also the speed of the wind. Because of you the earth is firm and space is empty. Luckily, you have been realized by me. Luckily, I have become yours. Luckily, O Lord, there is no distinction between you, the Self, and me. You are I am you. Whatever is referred to as you, the Self, or as I, whichever be the root and whichever be the branch, to that I offer my salutations again and again. Salutations to myself which is infinite and egoless. Salutations to the formless Self. You, Self, dwell in me in a state of equilibrium, as pure witness consciousness, without form and without the divisions of space and time. The mind gets agitated, the senses begin to stir and the energy begins to expand, setting in motion the twin forces of prana and apana, two modifications of the life force. Drawn by the power of desires, the driver, mind, carries away the body made up of flesh and blood, bone and skin. However, I am pure consciousness, not dependent upon the body or anything else. Let this body rise or fall, in accordance with the desires that move it. In course of time the ego sense arises and in course of time the ego sense ceases to be, even as the universe dissolves at the end of the cosmic cycle. But, after a long time of such cyclic, birth and death, existence in this creation, I have attained the state of peace and rest, even as the whole cosmos comes to rest at the end of its own cyclic existence. Salutations to you, myself, who is transcendental and who is all. Salutations to all of them that speak of us. The Supreme Self being the witness consciousness is utterly unaffected by the faults of the experiences related to it. The Self is all in all everywhere and exists in everything, even as fragrance exists in flowers and oil and sesame seeds. O Self, you destroy, you protect, you give, you roar and you function here. Although you are completely free from ego sense, indeed this is a great wonder. Being the light of the Self, I open my eyes, as it were, and the universe comes into being, and I close my eyes and the universe ceases to be. You, O Self, are the supreme atom in which the entire universe exists already, even as the great banyan tree exists potentially in the tiny banyan seed. Even those cloud formations in the sky often resemble horses, elephants, and other animals. You yourself, O Self, appear in the cosmic space as the infinite variety of objects. Free from being and non-being, the Self exists as being and non-being and also the diverse beings, one distinct and separate from the other, as it were. Prahlada continued to contemplate, abandon vanity, anger, impurity and violence, for great souls are not overcome by such base qualities. Remember past sorrow again and again, and with a cheerful attitude of mind inquire, who am I? How could all this happen? And be free from all that. All that is past, and all the sorrows and anxieties that burnt you have ceased to be. Today, you are the sovereign of this city known as the body, and even as one cannot get hold of the sky with his fist, sorrow is not able to lay its hand upon you. Now, you are the master of your senses and your mind, and you enjoy the greatest delight. Lord, O Self, you are ever asleep, as it were. You are apparently awakened by your own energy for the purpose of becoming aware of the experiences being undergone. It is in fact that energy comes into contact with the object of such experiences, but on account of such awareness, you assume such experiences to yourself. They who have, through the exercise of the life forces, reached the aperture of Brahma at the crown of the head, perceive every moment what is past and what will be in the future in the city of Brahma the Creator. O Self, you are the fragrance in the flower known as the body. You are the nectar in the moon known as the body. You are the essence in the herb known as the body. You are the coolness in the ice known as the body. Just as there is butter in milk, there is friendship or attachment in the body. You dwell in this body even as fire dwells in wood. You are the light in all luminous objects. You are the inner light that makes knowledge of objects possible. You are the strength of the elephant known as mind. You are both the light and the heat of the fire of self-knowledge. Speech terminates in you, O Self. It reappears somewhere else. Even those different ornaments are fashioned out of gold, all the countless objects of creation have been fashioned out of you, the distinction is verbal. This is you. This is I, such expressions are used when you yourself adore yourself or describe yourself for your own delight. Even as a huge forest fire might momentarily assume various forms though it is but a single flame, even so your non-dual being appears to be all these diverse objects in this universe. You are the string on which all these worlds are strung. You are the ground of truth in which all these worlds abide. The worlds are forever potentially present in you, and by you they are made manifest, as the flavor of foodstuff is made manifest by cooking. However, though these worlds seem to exist, they will cease to be if you are not. You are their reality. Even this body will fall down lifeless like a log of wood. Happiness and sorrow collapse when they approach you, even as darkness disappears when it approaches light. However, the experience of happiness etc. is made possible only because of the light of awareness derived from you. Prahlada continued to contemplate pleasure and pain, happiness and unhappiness owe their existence to you, O Self. They are born of you and they lose their identity when their non-existence independent of you is realized. Even as an optical illusion comes into being and vanishes in the twinkling of an eye, the illusory experiences of pain and pleasure appear and disappear in the twinkling of an eye. They appear in the light of awareness and they disappear when they are perceived as non-different from that awareness. They are born the moment they die and they die the moment they are born. Who is the perceiver of all this mystery? Everything is thus ever-changing all the time. How then can such momentary causes produce tangible and stable results? Waves may look like flowers, but can one string them into garland? If it is credible to think that one can expect stable effects to accrue from such an unstable cause as the fleeting phenomena, then it should be possible to string lightnings into a luminous garland and wear it as an ornament. O Self, you enjoy pleasure and pain as if they were real, while you perceive and receive them through the consciousness of a wise person, without ever abandoning the state of utter equanimity. But, what your experiences are when the same thing happens in the heart of an unwise or unawakened person, it is impossible for me to describe. O Self, you are in truth non-attached, free from all desires and hopes. You are one and homogeneous without any parts, you are devoid of ego sense. And you assume the doership of actions and you appear to experience the diversity, whether this is really true and factual or unreal and fictitious. Hail, hail to you, O Self who is manifested as this limitless universe. Hail to the Self which is supreme peace. Hail to you, O Self, who is beyond the reach of the scriptures. Hail to you, O Self, who is the basis and the goal of all scriptures. Hail to you, O Self, who is born and who dwells in all creatures. Hail to you, O Self, who is unborn. Hail to you, O Self, who undergoes change and destruction. Hail to you, O Self, that is unchanging and indestructible. Hail to you, O Self, that is existence. Hail to you, O Self, that is non-existence. Hail to you, O Self, that is conquerable, that can be attained. Hail to you, O Self, that is invincible and beyond reach. I am delighted. I am in a state of utter equilibrium and of supreme peace. I stand unmoving. I have reached self-knowledge. I am the victor. I live to conquer. Salutations to myself, salutations to you. As long as you, O myself, exist as the pure untainted reality, where is bondage, where is misfortune, where is good fortune, where is birth or death? I shall rest forever in supreme peace. Vasishtha continued, v:37, 38. After thus contemplating, Prahlada entered into the state in which there is no mental modification at all, but where there is supreme bliss, undisturbed by the movement of thought. He sat where he was, like a statue. A very long time passed in this manner. The demons tried their best to disturb him, they could not. 1,000 years went by. The demons concluded that he was dead. Anarchy prevailed in the netherworld. Hiranyakasipu was dead, and his son remained dead to the world. No one else ascended the throne. The demons roamed the country freely, guided solely by their whims and fancies. There was utter disorder and the strong overpowered the weak, even as in the ocean the big fish swallow the small ones. In the meantime, the protector of the universe Lord Vishnu who was reclining on his serpent couch in the ocean of milk contemplated the state of the universe. In his own mind he saw the heaven and the earth and satisfied himself that everything was in order in those regions. Then, he saw the state of the netherworld. He perceived that Prahlada was deeply immersed in the transcendental state of consciousness. Freed from harassment by the demons, the gods in heaven enjoyed runaway prosperity. Seeing this, Lord Vishnu thought, since Prahlada is immersed in the transcendental state of consciousness, the leaderless demons have lost their power. In the absence of a threat from the demons, the gods in heaven have nothing to fear and hence nothing to hate. If they have nothing to fear or hate, they will soon rise to the transcendental state of consciousness, beyond the pairs of opposites, and attain liberation. Then, the earthlings will find religious rites to be meaningless, since there are no gods to propitiate. This universe, which ought to exist till the natural cosmic dissolution, will thus abruptly cease to be. I do not see any good in this. Hence, I think that the demons should continue to live as demons. If the demons function as the enemies of the gods, religious and righteous actions shall prevail in this creation, and thus will this creation continue to exist and flourish, not otherwise. Hence, I shall presently go to the netherworld and re-establish it as it should be. If Prahlada shows no interest in ruling that realm, I shall appoint someone else in his place. Surely, this is the last incarnation of Prahlada and he shall live in this embodiment till the end of this world cycle. Such is the world order. Hence, I shall go to the netherworld and roar to awaken Prahlada. I shall persuade him to rule the realm whilst enjoying the consciousness of liberation. Thus shall I be able to sustain this creation till its natural dissolution. v:39 Vasistha continued, thus resolved, Lord Vishnu quickly reached the netherworld. In his radiance the demons gained new strength and vitality, but dazzled by his divine light they ran away. Vishnu approached where Prahlada was seated, and roared aloud, Noble One, wake up! And at the same time blew his conch. Hearing this the demons fell down and the gods rejoiced. The life force began to vibrate in the crown of Prahlada's head. The life-soft hyphen force then spread throughout his body. The senses gained energy and they began to apprehend their respective objects. The mind began to function. The nadas, nerves, began to vibrate. The mind began to become aware of its physical encasing, the body. Prahlada was fully awake to his surroundings and gazed upon the Lord. Lord Vishnu said to Prahlada, "Remember, O Prahlada, your identity as such, and as the ruler of the netherworld. You have nothing whatsoever either to acquire or to reject. Arise. You have to remain in this body till the end of this world cycle. I know this is inevitable, as I know the law of this world order. Hence, you have to rule this realm here and now as a sage liberated from all delusion. The time for cosmic dissolution is not yet. Why do you vainly wish to abandon this body? The signs, symptoms and events that naturally precede such natural cosmic dissolution are not yet seen. Why do you vainly wish to abandon this body? I exist. All this world and the creatures in it exist. Hence, do not think of abandoning your body yet. He is fit to die who is sunk in ignorance and sorrow. He who grieves, thinking I am weak, miserable, stupid etc., is fit to die. He who is swayed by countless desires and hopes and he whose mind is restless is fit to die. He who is subject to the pairs of opposites like happiness and unhappiness, who is attached to this body, who is distressed physically and mentally, whose heart has dried up through the fires of lust and anger, is fit to experience death. People regard that as death when one abandons the body. Living is appropriate to one whose mind is well controlled by his self-knowledge and who is aware of the truth. He should live who does not entertain notions of egoism and who is unattached to anything, who is free from likes and dislikes and has a calm mind, whose mind has reached the state of null mind. It is proper that he should live who is established in the perception of the truth and who functions here as if playfully, who is inwardly neither elated nor depressed by external events, who is free from the desire to acquire or to reject. He, hearing of whom or listening to whom, people experience great joy. Life alone is appropriate to him, and not death. The Lord continued, v:40, the functioning or the existence of the body is known as the state of living, according to the people, and the abandonment of the body in order to get another body is known as death. You are free from these two notions, O Prahlada. To you what is death and what is life? I was only using the popular notions to explain myself to you. In truth, you neither live nor die. Even though you are in the body, since you do not have the body, you are bodiless. You are the observer which is immaterial intelligence, just as, though air exists in space it is not attached to space, and hence it is free from spatial limitation. Yet, in a manner of speaking you are the body since you experience sensations through the body, even as, in a manner of speaking, space is responsible for the growth of a plant inasmuch as space does not arrest such growth. You are enlightened. What is a body or embodiment to you? It is only in the eyes of the ignorant that even your form exists. At all times you are the all, you are the supreme inner light of consciousness. What is body or bodilessness to you and what can you hold or abandon? Whether it is springtime or the day of cosmic dissolution, they are nothing to one who has transcended the notions of being and non-being. For, in all conditions, he is firmly established in self-knowledge. Whether all the beings in the universe live or perish, or they prosper, he remains firmly established in self-knowledge. The Supreme Lord dwells in the body, undying when the body dries and unchanging when the body changes. When you have given up the false notions I belong to the body or the body belongs to me, then there is no meaning in expressions like I shall give it up or I shall not give it up. I have done this, and I shall do this now. Enlightened men, though they be constantly engaged in activity, do nothing. It is not by means of inaction that they reach the state of non-action. This very fact of non-soft-action frees you from experiences, for there is no harvest where there is no sowing. When thus both the notions of I do and I experience have ceased, there remains only peace. When that peace is firmly grounded, there is liberation. To such an enlightened person what is there to acquire or to renounce? For it is only when the notions of subject and object have ceased that there is liberation. Such enlightened persons, as you are, live in this world as if they were forever in a state of deep sleep. Likewise, O Prahlada, perceive this world as if you were half asleep. Enlightened beings do not exult in pleasure nor grieve in pain, they function non-volitionally even as a crystal reflects the objects placed near it without intending to do so. They are fully awake in self-knowledge, but they are asleep, as it were, in relation to the world. They function in this world like children, without ego sense and all the rest of its retin. O Prahlada! You have reached the plane of Vishnu rule the netherworld for a world cycle, which is equal to a day in the life of the Creator Brahma. B:41 Prahlada said, Lord, I was really overcome by fatigue and I took rest for a brief moment. By your grace, I have attained to the realization in which there is no distinction between contemplation and non-contemplation. You were seen by me for a long time within myself. Luckily, you are now seen in front of me. I have experienced the truth of the infinite consciousness within myself, in which there is no sorrow, no delusion, no concern with dispassion, no desire to abandon the body and no fear of this world's soft-appearance. When the one single reality is known, where is sorrow, where is destruction, what is body, what is world appearance, what is fear or its absence? I was in that state of consciousness which spontaneously arose in me. Oh, I am disgusted with this world and I shall abandon it. Such thoughts arise only in the ignorant. Only the ignorant think that here is sorrow when there is body and that there is no sorrow once the body is abandoned. This is pleasure, this is pain, this is not. Only the mind of the ignorant swings like this, not of the wise. Notions of I and the other exist only in the minds of the ignorant who have left wisdom far behind. This is to be acquired and this is to be abandoned. Such thoughts arise only in the midst of the ignorant. When everything is pervaded by you, where is another which can be acquired or abandoned? The entire universe is pervaded by consciousness. What is to be acquired and what abandoned? I was naturally inquiring of myself, and rested just for a moment without any notions of being or non-being, of acquisition or rejection. I have attained self-knowledge now, and I shall do whatever pleases you. Pray, accept my worshipful adoration. After receiving Prahlada's worship, Lord Vishnu said to him, Arise, O Prahlada, I shall presently anoint you king of the nether world while the gods and the sages who are here sing your glories. After thus crowning him king of the netherworld, he continued, Be thou ruler of the netherworld as long as the sun and the moon shine. Protect this realm without being swayed by desire, fear or hate and looking upon all with equal vision. Enjoy the royal pleasures and may all prosperity attend you. But act in such a way that neither the gods in heaven nor the humans on earth are unduly agitated or worried. Engage yourself in appropriate action, without being swayed by thoughts and motives. Thus will you not be bound by actions. O Prahlada, you know everything already. What need have you to be instructed? From now the gods and the demons will live in friendship, the goddesses and the demonesses will live in harmony. O King, keep ignorance at a great distance from you and live an enlightened life, ruling this world for a very long time to come. Vasishtha continued, V:42. Having said thus, Lord Vishnu left the realm of the demons. By the grace and with the blessings of the Lord, the gods in heaven, the demons in the netherworld and the humans on earth lived happily, without distress. Thus I have narrated to you, O Rama, the auspicious story of Prahlada, which is capable of destroying all the impurities of one's heart. They who contemplate this narrative will soon attain a higher state of consciousness, even if they have been very wicked and sinful. Even a simple investigation of this narrative will destroy all sins, but if the investigation is of a yogic nature, surely it will lead to supreme realization. Sin is only ignorance and it is destroyed by inquiry. Hence one should never abandon inquiry. Rama asked, How was it, O Lord, that Prahlada who was in the highest state of non-dual consciousness was awakened by the conch sound? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, liberation is of two kinds, with body and without body. That state of liberation in which the mind is totally unattached to anything, neither to actions involving acquisitions nor to renunciation, and in which there is no craving at all, is known as liberation with body. That itself is known as liberation without body when the body drops. In the case of the liberation with body, all the tendencies of mental conditioning are like fried seeds incapable of giving rise to future embodiment, but there still remains the conditioning of such purity, expansiveness and self-knowledge, though even this conditioning is unintentional and non-volitional, as in a sleeping person. As long as this trace remains, the sage who is liberated with body can be awakened to world consciousness even after 100 years of inward contemplation. Such was the state of Prahlada, and hence he awoke to the sound of the conch. Moreover, Lord Vishnu is the self of all, and whatever notion arises in him materializes immediately. His manifestation is uncaused, but it has the sole purpose of creating the infinite creatures in this universe. By the attainment of self-knowledge, Lord Vishnu is realized, and by the adoration of Lord Vishnu, self-realization is attained. O Rama, reach the vision which Prahlada had and engage yourself in ceaseless inquiry, you will reach the supreme state. This world deludes one only as long as the sun of self-inquiry does not arise in one's heart. When one obtains the grace of the self and of Lord Vishnu, he is not troubled by the ghost of this illusory world's soft-appearance. B:43 Rama asked, Holy Sir, you said that Prahlada attained enlightenment by the grace of Lord Vishnu. If everything is achieved by self-effort, why was he not able to attain enlightenment without Vishnu's grace? Vasishtha replied, Surely, whatever Prahlada attained was through self-effort, O Rama, not otherwise. Vishnu is the self and the self is Vishnu, the distinction is verbal. It was the self of Prahlada that generated in itself devotion to Vishnu. Prahlada obtained from Vishnu, who was his own self, the boon of self-inquiry, and through such inquiry attained self-knowledge. At times one attains self-knowledge through self-inquiry undertaken through self-effort. At times this self-effort manifests as devotion to Vishnu, who is also the self, and thus one attains enlightenment. Even if one worships Vishnu for a long time with great devotion, he does not bestow enlightenment on one who is not wise with self-knowledge. Thus, the foremost means for self-knowledge is self-inquiry. Grace and such other factors are secondary means. Hence, attain mastery over the senses and by wholesome spiritual practice lead the mind along the path of self-inquiry. Resort to self-effort and cross this ocean of world appearance and reach the other shore. If you think that Lord Vishnu can be seen without self-effort, why do the birds and beasts not get uplifted by him? If it is true that the Guru can spiritually uplift one without the need for self-effort, then why does a Guru not so uplift a camel or a bull? No, nothing whatsoever is gained with the help of God or Guru or wealth or other means, but only by self-effort and a complete mastery of the mind. What cannot be attained by the resolute practice of self-mastery coupled with uncoloredness, freedom from every form of mental conditioning, cannot be attained by any other means in the three worlds. Hence, adore the self by the self, worship the self by the self, behold the self by the self, and be firmly established by the self in the self. The cult of devotion to Vishnu has been founded with the intention of possibly inducing those people who have turned away from the study of scriptures, from self-effort and from self-inquiry, to do something good. Determined and persistent self-effort is considered the best. In its absence, other forms of worship are prescribed. If there is complete mastery of the senses, of what use is worship? And if there is no mastery of the senses, of what use is worship? Without self-inquiry and the consequent inner tranquility, neither devotion to Lord Vishnu nor self-knowledge is possible. Hence, resort to self-inquiry and the practice of cessation of distraction and thus adore the self. If you are successful in this, you have attained perfection. If not, you are no more than a wild donkey. Vasishtha continued, just as you perform worship of Lord Vishnu and others, why do you not worship your own self? Lord Vishnu in fact dwells as the innermost being of all. They are surely the worst among men who, abandoning the indweller, seek Vishnu outside. The Lord's primary dwelling is the heart cave of all beings, that is his eternal body. The form that is seen with a conch, discus, mace etc., is the secondary form of the self. He who abandons the primary truth and runs after the secondary aspects is like one who throws away a proven remedy and struggles in vain to effect a cure by other means. He who is unable to contemplate with unappointed attention the indwelling self and who is therefore unable to attain wisdom of the self, might engage himself in the worship of the external form of Lord Vishnu. By the very effort involved in such practice the mind will gradually become purified and uncolored. In the course of time, when this practice is continued with intelligence and wisdom, there arises joy and peace in the heart and one attains maturity and ripeness for self-knowledge. In fact, this fruition that I have mentioned is derived from the self. The worship of Lord Vishnu, as it is called, is but an excuse for it. Whatever boons or blessings are obtained from Lord Vishnu are in fact obtained from the self alone by one who practices inquiry into the nature of the self. All these different practices and all the blessings that seem to accrue from them are all based on the understanding and the mastery of one's own mind, even as the earth is the basis for all the diverse foodstuff. In fact, even for plowing the soil or turning a rock there is no way but the mastery of one's own mind. One may revolve on the wheel of birth and death for 1,000 lifetimes. This will not cease till one has fully mastered the mind, until the mind has come to a state of supreme peace and equanimity. No one in the three worlds, not even the gods or the members of the Trinity, can save a man from the torments of a wayward mind. Hence, O Rama, abandon all the illusory appearances of objective phenomena, whether they appear to be within you or outside you. Contemplate the sole reality of consciousness for the cessation of repeated birth. Taste the pure consciousness, which is, in truth, the very essence of all that exists. By resolutely renouncing objectivity of consciousness, all the concepts and percepts, and contemplating the changeless consciousness which is infinite, you will surely cross this river of world soft-appearance and rebirth. The story of Gadi v:44 Vasishtha continued, O Rama, this cycle of birth and death is an interminable one. This Maya ceases only by the mastery of one's own heart, mind, not otherwise. To illustrate this, there is a legend which I shall presently narrate to you. In this world there is a region known as Kosala. In it there was a Brahmana known as Gadi. He was very learned and the very embodiment of Dharma. Right from his very childhood he was filled with the spirit of renunciation and dispassion. Once this Brahmana went away to the forest in order to practice austerity. Desiring to behold Vishnu, he entered the water of the river and there began to recite various mantras, which soon completely purified his being. After a period of 8 months, Lord Vishnu appeared there and said to him, "Ask of me the boon of your choice." The Brahmana said, "Lord, I wish to behold your own illusory power, Maya, which deludes all beings and keeps them in ignorance." Lord Vishnu said, "You will behold my Maya and then you will at once abandon the illusory perception of objects." After Lord Vishnu disappeared, Gadi rose from the water. He was highly pleased. For several days thereafter Gadi engaged himself in various holy activities, constantly immersed in the bliss which had resulted from his vision of Lord Vishnu. One day, he went to the river for his bath, still meditating upon the words of Lord Vishnu. While he immersed himself in the water, he beheld himself dead and mourned by all. His body had fallen and his face had become pale and lifeless. He saw himself surrounded by very many relatives who were all weeping and wailing aloud. They were inconsolably grief-stricken. His wife was shedding tears as if a dam had been breached, and she had caught hold of his feet. His mother, beside herself with grief, had caught hold of his face and was weeping bitter tears and crying aloud. He was surrounded by a number of grief-stricken relatives. He saw himself lying silent, as if asleep or in deep meditation. He was taking a long rest, as it were. He listened to all the weeping and wailing of the relatives and wondered, what does all this mean? He was curious about the nature of friendship and relationship. Soon the relatives carried his body away to the crematorium. After the performance of the funeral rites, they placed the body on the funeral pyre. They set the pyre alight and soon the body of Gadi was consumed by the fire. Vasishtha continued, v:45, O Rama, Gadi, who still remained immersed in the river, then saw that he was in the region known as Bhattamandalam as a fetus in the womb of a tribal woman. He was surrounded by filth and flesh in the body of that woman. In course of time, he was born as her son. For a time he wallowed in his own excreta. He was dark in color like his parents. He was well beloved in the family. Soon he grew up into a robust young man. He was a good hunter. He got married to a tribeswoman. He roamed the forest freely. He led a nomadic life, sometimes sleeping under a tree, sometimes hiding himself in the bushes and sometimes making a cave his abode. And he became a father. His children were as violent and wicked as he was. He had a large family. He had numerous relations and friends. He grew old. He did not die, but one by one he lost all his friends and relatives to death. Disgusted, he left his native realm and wandered away to foreign lands. Aimlessly he wandered in many countries. One day, while thus wandering from one place to another, he entered a kingdom which was obviously very rich and prosperous. He was walking along the main road of the capital city of this kingdom. He saw in front of him a huge royal elephant which had been richly caparisoned. This royal elephant had a mission. The king who ruled over that kingdom had just died without an heir. In accordance with the custom, the royal elephant had been commissioned to find a suitable successor. It was looking for a suitable person, even as a jeweler might look for a precious gem. The hunter looked at the elephant for some time with a mixture of curiosity and wonder. The elephant picked him up with its trunk and quickly placed him on its own back. At that very moment there arose in that city a tumultuous sound of drums and bugles. The people everywhere exclaimed in great joy, "Long live the king!" The elephant had chosen the king. Very soon, the hunter was surrounded by the members of the royal court. The beautiful women of the court surrounded him and began to dress him and adorn him with princely garments and jewels. They garlanded him, they applied various unguents and perfumes. The hunter shone as a radiant king. And they crowned him while he was seated on a throne on the back of that very elephant. Thus the tribesman and hunter became the king of Kairipura. Thereafter he enjoyed all the royal pleasures and privileges. By and by, the very nature of his position taught him the art of ruling the kingdom. He became a well-known king named Gavala. B:46 Vasishtha continued. Gavala, the king, devoutly served by the maids of the palace and by his ministers, had totally forgotten his humble origin. Thus 8 years passed. And he ruled the kingdom justly and wisely, with compassion and purity. One day he roamed out of his inner apartments alone, and unadorned with regal dress and royal insignia. People who are conscious of their excellence ignore external adornments. Outside the palace he saw a group of tribesmen who were singing familiar songs. Quietly he joined them and also began to sing with them. An aged tribesman recognized him and rising from the crowd addressed him, "O Kadanja, does the king of this place bestow good gifts and presents upon you in recognition of your musical accomplishments? Ah, I am delighted to see you, who will not rejoice to meet an old friend again." Gavala ignored this, but the ladies of the royal household and the members of the court, who were watching from a distance, were shocked. The king quickly returned to the palace. But the royal servants and the members of the court had not recovered from the shock of the realization that their king was an unworthy tribesman, whom they would not even knowingly touch. They began to avoid him, they treated him as if he were a putrid corpse. Thus neglected by his ministers, servants and the lady-in-waiting who used to adorn him, Gavala began to appear in his real form as a dark and ugly tribesman, hideous to look at, like a crematorium. Even the citizens avoided him and ran away at his very sight. He felt utterly lonely though he was living in the palace, surrounded by the people. He felt like a destitute person though he was king. Even if he tried to talk to them, the people would not respond or answer him. The leaders of the community held council among themselves and began to talk. "Alas, we have been polluted by the touch of this tribesman who lives on the flesh of dogs. There is no expiation for this pollution, other than death. Let us raise a huge fire and throw our sullied bodies into it and thus purify our souls." Having decided thus, they gathered firewood with which they built a huge funeral pyre. One by one they threw themselves into it. With all the elders thus having ended their lives, there was disorder and anarchy in the city. The king Gavala reflected, "Alas, All this was brought about by me. Why should I continue to live? Death is preferable to life. For one who is dishonored by the people, death is better than life. Thus resolved, the king Gavala calmly offered his body, too, into the fire. His fire began to consume the limbs of Gavala. Gadi, who was reciting prayers immersed in the water of the river, regained his consciousness. At this stage, evening set in. Another day came to an end. Vasishtha continued, B:47. Thereafter, Gadi had become freed from the illusory vision he had. Once again he regained his consciousness that I am Gadi. He completed his religious rite and got out of the river. He continued to wonder, who am I? What did I see? And how? He concluded that because he was fatigued his mind had obviously played some tricks on him. Even as he walked away from the place, he was still contemplating the vision and inquiring into the nature of the parents, the friends and the people he had seen in that vision. He thought, surely, all that was illusory, for I do not perceive anything now. After some days, another Brahmana visited him, and Gadi duly entertained the honored guest. During the course of their conversation, Gadi asked the guest, Sir, why do you look so tired and worn out? The guest answered, Holy One, I shall tell you the truth. There is a kingdom in the north known as Kira. I spent a month there, being lavishly entertained by the citizens. I heard an extraordinary story from them. They said, a tribesman ruled his kingdom for 8 years. After that his identity became known. On account of him very many Brahmanas of this place perished. When I heard that, I too felt polluted and hence I went to the holy place known as Prayaga and engaged myself in severe austerity and prolonged fasting. I am breaking this prolonged fast only today. The guest spent the night with Gadi and left the following day. Gadi contemplated further, that which I saw in a hallucination, my guest saw as a factual event. I should verify the story for myself. Having thus resolved, Gadi quickly proceeded first to the place known as Bhattamandala. Men of highly evolved consciousness can, by appropriate self-effort, attain even what they mentally visualize. Gadi thus saw, after reaching the destination, whatever he had seen in his vision. There he saw a village which had been deeply impressed in his consciousness. He saw the very house of the tribesman, himself, and he saw the very objects which were used by him. The house was in a very bad shape. He saw there skeletons of animals whose flesh had been eaten by the family. For some time he saw that dreadful place which looked truly like a cemetery. From there he went to the nearby village and asked the villagers, Do you know anything about that tribesman who lived in yonder house? The villagers replied, Holy sir, of course we know. There was a dreadful-looking and fierce tribesman in the house who lived up to a ripe old age. When he had lost all his kinsmen he went away and became a king of Kira and ruled for 8 years. He was found out and as a result many people died and he too killed himself. Pray, why do you ask about him? Was he related to you or do you think you are somehow related to him? Hearing this, Gadi was greatly puzzled. V:48 Vasistha continued, Gadi recognized several objects and places connected with his life in that village, where he lay intoxicated, where he slept, where he ate, the dress he wore, etc. From there Gadi traveled to the Kira kingdom. He went to the capital city and there he inquired of the citizens, Was this country ruled by a tribesman some time ago? They replied enthusiastically, Oh, yes, and he ruled for 8 years, having been chosen by the royal elephant. When his identity was discovered, he committed suicide. It was 12 years ago. Just then he beheld the king come out of the palace with his retinue, and the king was disguised Lord Vishnu. Seeing all this, he wondered, This indeed is the kingdom of Kira which I ruled not so long ago, which I see now as if it happened in a past birth. He asked himself, It was like a dream, yet, it appears in front of me in the wakeful state. Alas, I am surely caught in the net of some sort of hallucination. I remember now that Lord Vishnu had granted me the boon that I would see his Maya. Surely, this is it. He left the city at once and went to a mountain cave nearby and there performed intense austerity. Soon, Lord Vishnu appeared before him and asked him to choose any boon he liked. Gadi asked the Lord, The hallucination that I had is in a dream, How is it also seen in the wakeful state? The Lord said, O Gadi, that which you see now is an illusion. It is truly naught but the self, but perceived by the mind which has not been purified and which has not realized the truth. There is nothing outside the self, just as the tree is in the seed. All this is already in the mind and the mind sees it as if it is outside. It is the mind alone that perceives all this now, visualizes all this as if in the future and remembers all this as if in the past. It is the mind alone that is experienced as dream, illusion, illness, etc. In the mind are countless events like flowers on a tree in full bloom. And, just as an uprooted tree bears no flowers, the mind freed of percepts and concepts is freed from rebirth, etc. Is it any wonder that the mind which contains countless thought forms should be able to manifest the idea I am a tribesman? Even so, the same mind manifests other ideas like I have a Brahmanagist who told me the story, etc. and I am going to Bhattamandalam and I am in Kira kingdom now. All this was but hallucination. Thus, O Holy One, you have seen both forms of illusion, the one which you yourself thought was illusion and the other which you think is reality, both of which are hallucination and truth. You entertained no guest, and you did not go anywhere. All this, too, was but hallucination. You have really not been to Bhattamandalam or the Kira kingdom. All these are also illusions. Arise, O sage, engage yourself in whatever action is appropriate here. For without such activity, one does not attain what is worthy in this life. Vasishtha continued, B:49. In order to reassure himself, Gadi once again went over to Bhattamandalam, etc. Once again he heard the same stories from the people over there. Once again, he adored Lord Vishnu, who once again appeared before him. Gadi asked the Lord, Lord, I roamed for 6 months in the 2 realms and heard the same stories which the people there narrate as true. Pray, clear this confusion. The Lord said, O Gadi, these incidents are reflected in your mind, though they took place unrelated to you, even as there appears to be a coincidental connection between the crow alighting upon a coconut tree and a coconut falling to the ground. Hence, they narrate the same story which you believe to be yours. Such coincidence is not uncommon. Sometimes the same illusion is perceived by many. Sometimes many people have the same dream. Several people experience the same hallucination, and many drunkards may all of them simultaneously experience that the world is revolving around them. Several children play at the same game. Such confusion may arise in the minds of people in regard to time, too. Time is a concept of the mind. Time is related to certain phenomena in a mutual causal relationship. Lord Vishnu disappeared, and Gadi contemplated for a long time. Once again he prayed and the Lord appeared before him. Gadi prayed to him, Lord, I am utterly confused by your Maya. Pray remove this confusion by appropriate means. And the Lord said, whatever you saw in the Bhattamandalam and Kira were possibly true. The tribesman known as Kadanja was indeed born some time ago. He lost his kinsman and became king of Kira. All this was reflected in your consciousness. Even as the mind sometimes forgets what it actually experienced, it also thinks it has experienced what it has never seen. Just as one sees dreams and visions, one experiences hallucinations even during the wakeful state. Though Kadanja lived several years ago, it appeared to be in the present in your consciousness. This I am. Such a concept does not arise in the person who has self-knowledge but only in the mind of an ignorant person. I am the all. Knowing thus the knower of truth does not drown in sorrow, he does not grasp finite objects productive of sorrow. Hence, he is not swayed by joy and sorrow. Because you are not fully enlightened, your mind clings to the illusion of objective perception, of concepts. This Maya is spread out in all directions. He who remains established in the center is free from delusion. Get up and meditate intensely for 10 years. Gadi engaged himself in intense meditation thereafter and attained self-realization. After that, he lived as a liberated sage, free from fear and sorrow. V:50 Vasistha continued. This cosmic illusion, Maya, creates great delusion and is of the nature of disequilibrium. It is extremely difficult to understand it. What comparison is there between a hallucination which lasts for the brief duration of an hour's dream, and a whole lifetime as a tribesman with all the varied experiences. Again, how can we relate what is seen in that hallucination and what is seen in front of our eyes? Or, what is truly unreal and what has really undergone a factual transformation? Hence, I tell you, O Rama, this cosmic illusion leads the unwary mind into endless difficulties. Rama asked, but, O holy sir, how can one restrain this wheel of cosmic illusion which revolves with such tremendous force? Vasishtha replied, O Rama, the mind is the hub around which this vicious cycle revolves, creating delusion in the minds of the deluded. It is by firmly restraining that hub through intense self-effort and keen intelligence, that the whole wheel is brought to a standstill. When the hub's motion is stopped, the wheel does not revolve. When the mind is stilled, illusion ceases. One who does not know this trick and does not practice it, undergoes endless sorrow. The moment the truth is seen, behold, the sorrow comes to an end. The disease of the perception of this world illusion is not cured except through the mastery of the mind, which is its only remedy. Hence, O Rama, abandon all other activities like pilgrimage, gifts and austerities, and bring the mind under your control for your ultimate good. This world appearance abides in the mind, even as there is space within the pot. If the pot is broken, the illusory division of space vanishes. And if the mind ceases to be, the concept of a world within the mind also ceases to be. Even as an insect trapped within the pot attains freedom of movement when the pot is broken, you will also enjoy freedom when the mind ceases to be, along with the world illusion contained in it. Live in the present, with your consciousness externalized momentarily but without any effort. When the mind stops linking itself to the past and to the future, it becomes null mind. If from moment to moment your mind dwells on what is and drops it effortlessly at once, the mind becomes null mind, full of purity. It is only as long as the mind continues to be agitated that it experiences the diversity of its own projection or expansion, even as rain falls only as long as there are clouds. And, it is only as long as the infinite consciousness limits itself into the finite mind, that such agitation and expansion take place. If consciousness ceases to be the finite mind, then know that the very roots of cyclic world illusion, of birth and death, are burnt and there is perfection. Vasishtha continued, consciousness free from the limitations of the mind is known as the inner intelligence. It is the essential nature of no mind, and therefore it is not tainted by the impurities of concepts and percepts. That is the reality, that is supreme auspiciousness, that is the state known as the Supreme Self, that is omniscience, and that vision is not had when the wicked mind functions. Where there is mind, there flourish hopes and desires, and there arise the experiences of pain and pleasure. The consciousness which has been awakened to the truth does not fall into concepts and percepts. Therefore, even though it seems to undergo various psychological experiences, it does not give rise to the world delusion and the cycle of world appearance. In the case of those who have been awakened through the study of scriptures, company of holy men and unceasing and vigilant practice of truth, their consciousness has reached the pure state of non-objectiveness. Hence, one should forcefully uplift one's mind from the state of ignorance and vacillation and apply it to the study of scriptures and to the company of holy sages. The self alone is the sole aid for the realization of the Supreme Self or the infinite consciousness. It is one's own self that strives to abandon one's own sorrow, and for this the realization of one's own self by oneself is the only course. Hence, O Rama, while yet remaining active in this world, talking, taking and leaving, etc., be without the mind and realize that you are pure consciousness. Abandon notions such as this is mine, that is he, this I am, and be established in the consciousness of undivided oneness. As long as the body lasts, consider the present and the future with an equanimous consciousness. Be forever established in the consciousness of the self in all states, youth, manhood and old age, pleasure and pain, in the waking, dream and sleep states. Abandon the impurity of objective perception, hopes and desires, remain established in self-knowledge. Give up notions of auspicious and inauspicious happenings, give up visions of the desirable and undesirable, know that you are the essence of consciousness. Realize that subject, object and actions do not touch you, Remain with pure consciousness without any disturbance in it. Know I am the all and live in the waking state as if in deep sleep. Be freed from conditions known as duality and non-duality, and remain in a state of equilibrium, which is a state of pure consciousness and freedom. Realize that this cosmic consciousness is indivisible into I and the other, thus remain firm and unshakable. Vasishtha continued. Cut off all the fetters of desire and hope solely with the intelligence that is unlimited and which is endowed with patience and perseverance. And go beyond Dharma and Adharma. When one is firmly rooted in self-knowledge, even the worst of poisons turns into immortalizing nectar. It is only when this self-knowledge is overpowered by ignorance that the delusion of world appearance arises in the mind, but when one is firmly established in self-knowledge, which is infinite, unlimited and unconditioned, then the delusion or ignorance that gave rise to world appearance comes to an end. Then, the light of your wisdom will radiate in the four directions, throughout the world. To one who thus drinks the nectar of immortality in the shape of self-knowledge, the delights of sense pleasures become painful. We resort to the company of only those who have attained self-knowledge. The others are donkeys in human garb. Even as elephants move with long strides, the sages who have reached the higher states of consciousness rise to the highest states of consciousness. They have no external help at all and no sun illumines their path. Self-knowledge alone is their light. In fact, the sun and the worlds become non-objects of perception to them who have gone beyond the realm of objective perception and knowledge, even as lamps lose their luminosity while the midday sun shines. The sage of self-knowledge, the knower of truth, is supreme amongst those who are radiant, glorious, strong, great and endowed with other characteristics which are considered marks of excellence. These sages shine in this world like the sun, the fire, the moon, and the stars all put together. On the other hand, they who have not attained self-knowledge are worse than worms and insects. The ghost of delusion afflicts one only as long as self-knowledge does not arise in him. The ignorant man is forever sorrowful, though he roams everywhere to get rid of it. He is truly a walking corpse. Only the sage of self-knowledge is a living sentient being. Even as when dense clouds form in the sky the sun's light is veiled, when the mind becomes gross with impurities and ignorance, the light of self-knowledge is veiled. Therefore, one should abandon craving for pleasures, those that have been experienced in the past and others that have not yet been experienced but for which one craves, and thus gradually weaken the mind by the abandonment of a taste for them. By the cultivation of a false relationship with what is not self, the body and those related to it such as wife, son, family, etc., the mind becomes gross. The notions of I and mine make the mind dense and ignorant. This is further aggravated by old age, sorrow, ambitions, psychological distress, efforts to acquire and to abandon, attachments, greed, lust for wealth and sex, and by the enjoyment of sense pleasures, all of which are based on ignorance and delusion. Vasishtha continued, O Rama, this mind is like a tree which is firmly rooted in a vicious field known as the body. Worries and anxieties are its blossoms, it is laden with the fruits of old age and disease, it is adorned with the flowers of desires and sense enjoyments, hopes and longings are its branches, and perversities are its leaves. Cut down this deadly poisonous tree, which looks as unshakable as the mountain, with a sharp axe known as inquiry. O Rama, this mind is like an elephant which roams the forest known as the body. Its vision is clouded by delusion, it has entered into the one, conditioned and ignorant, side, it is incapable of resting in its own self-bliss. It is violent, though it wishes to perceive the truth which it hears from wise men, it is caught up in the perception of diversity and it is conditioned by its own concepts of pleasure and pain, it is endowed with the fierce tusks of lust, etc. O Rama, you are a lion among princes. Tear this elephant to pieces by your sharp intelligence. O Rama, this mind is like a crow which dwells in the nest of this body. It revels in filth, it waxes strong by consuming flesh, it pierces the hearts of others, it knows only its own point of view which it considers as the truth. It is dark on account of its ever-growing stupidity, it is full of evil tendencies, and it indulges in violent expressions. It is a burden on earth, O Rama, drive it far, far away from yourself. O Rama, this mind is like a ghost. It is served by the female goblin known as craving. It rests in the forest of ignorance. It roams in countless bodies out of delusion. How can one attain self-knowledge if one does not lay this ghost with the help of wisdom and dispassion, the grace of the Guru, self-effort, chanting of mantras, etc.? O Rama, this mind is like a venomous serpent which has killed countless beings. Destroy this with the help of the eagle of the appropriate contemplative formula or instruction. O Rama, this mind is like a monkey. It roams from one place to another, seeking fruits, rewards, pleasures, etc. Bound to this world cycle, it dances and entertains people. Restrain it from all sides if you wish to attain perfection. O Rama, this mind is like a cloud of ignorance, dispelled by the repeated renunciation of all concepts and percepts. Even as a terrible weapon is encountered and destroyed by a more powerful weapon, tranquilize the mind with the help of the mind itself. Forever abandon every form of mental agitation. Remain at peace within yourself like a tree freed from the disturbance caused by monkeys. The story of Adalaka v:51 Vasistha continued. O Rama, do not take your stand on concepts and percepts of the mind, which are subtle and sharp. The mind has been put together by time and it has gained great strength in course of time. Bring it under control by wisdom, before time fells this creeper known as the body. By devoutly contemplating my words you will attain supreme bliss. I shall narrate to you, O Rama, how the sage Adalaka attained the supreme vision of truth. In a corner of the earth, there is a great mountain known as Gandhamadana.